Hey, pseudonym. Yeah, just doing some minor dishes before the stream starts. Hello everyone, I'm the Nerdy Fool and welcome back to Rogue Trader. We are on the other side of the portal that the Inquisitor told us to go to, and are starting our exploration. We got to this area and have dealt with all of the various planets, which seems to be basically a bunch of Necron stuff. But we are continuing our exploration now to see what else is going on here. I believe... Where did we come in at? Is this the system we arrived in? Because I thought we arrived somewhere, but it had a gate in it, and I didn't see it here. I'm already forgetting things. Yeah, because there's no giant portal. We arrived in a system with a giant portal, and I don't remember where that was, because the other three systems show that they're unexplored. Anyway, chart new routes. Let's see what we find. I was thinking it was here. But maybe not? I'm wanting to hold off on this one because it's got a really weird name. So I feel like I should leave that for last. It's got to be there. We even made a safe route. Let's go back to the debris. I'm curious here. It's a safe jump. Nothing will happen. It says it's uncharted and we haven't explored here, which I just don't believe. No, yeah, here's where we came in with the warp gate. That's the ice world that we've already explored. Huh. Yeah. So it's just lying to me. Glad we've got that sorted out. So we could go to... I guess that's the question. This is the farther away one, which would make me think it's more likely to be the one the quest line, like main quest, wants us to go to, because usually the one that takes farther to get to Maybe we do go here, because we could have gone there first. I just don't want to miss anything. That's always the question. And all we know is we need to go to Epitaph. Surface world of Epitaph. We don't know where that is. Usually it tells us the system, but in this case it's not. Unless Epitaph is a system and we just haven't found it yet. Alright, we'll go to this one. As much as I want to save it for last because it's sort of weirdly named, it feels like because they were both available on our first jump in, that's gotta not be the final location. If we find something named Epitaph, though, we will not land there yet. Because obviously save main missions for later. Although we don't know planet names until we have scanned them. Hello, Necron Ring. Whatever you are. And then surely those are more Necrons. I guess let's go around scanning things. I don't know what a Necron Ring will be. We'll do the battle last. Nothing here. Just gas giant added to the worlds. Cool. Ooh, an event. Not explored Emerald Fires. Most of the surface is covered in icy dunes with greenish highlights. Again, that green, in this case, feels very Necron. Everything is Necron here. At first, officers aboard the vessel decide that the unusual color of the ice is due to a quirk of the atmosphere. Later, it becomes evident that the source of the highlights is a group of monstrous pyramidal structures wreathed in an emerald fire. Examining them in detail with magnoculars, it can be seen that one of the monoliths is damaged. A device on its wall emits an energy beam at a similar pyramid not far from itself. Yeah. This whole region is just Necron tomb worlds. It's crazy. Examine the structure. Fire plasma torpedoes at the xenos monoliths would probably be a sensible choice. It's rare to find such an ominous phenomenon on a lifeless ice. Lifeless is a bit of a misnomer, because while Necrons aren't alive, they're definitely not really dead either. Let's examine the structures. The Von Valencia scouts approached the monoliths with as much care as possible, fearing the appearance of an enemy. A small servitor sent to gather data about the energy beam clearly demonstrated the destructive power of the xenotechnology. After carelessly making contact with the beam, it instantaneously broke apart into minuscule pieces. It is curious that the second pyramid is still intact, and that only matter at the source of the beam is being destroyed. Study the surviving monolith. The energy barely reflects off the dark metal of the pyramid. Occasionally, a scarcely visible wave runs across the surface of the monolith's walls. After which the material appears to become even smoother. It's as if one monolith is feeding the other, not destroying it. A few scouts decide to come closer in order to better examine the phenomenon. Perception test succeeded by Cassia. 105. Why is her perception so low? I thought her perception was like in the 160s or something. Weird. The soldiers of the Von Valencius notice a fragment of the metallic rib cage melted right into the material of one of the walls like a bizarre bas relief. Between the rows of ribs, a talisman of black stone shimmers with colored light after each wave of energy. The figure to which the talisman belonged shows no sign of life. After a quick debate, the officers decide to take the artifact on board. Withering Shard. The wearer's strength, toughness, and agility are decreased by 15. The wearer can use Heroic Axe at 125 momentum instead of 175, and Desperate Measures at 50 momentum higher, capped at 100 momentum. The wearer is considered as having heretical adherent if they do not yet have it. Huh. Yeah, we're definitely not using that. It's definitely interesting, though. We've got plenty of people that don't really need strength, toughness, or agility as their main focus, and being able to use Heroic Axe early, like giving that to Cassia so that she can just use it at 125, when I think at the start of battle we started 100 base, would make her ability to use her Heroic Axe way easier. But no. I think we've explored what we want to explore. Let's destroy them now. Fire plasma torpedoes at the xeno monoliths. The phenomenon seems too dangerous to leave it as is, and the Von Valencia's flagship bombards the monoliths until the last fragments are turned to dust by torpedoes and flashes from the pyramid's own deadly weaponry. We gain the accumulated charge. In the next combat, your torpedoes will be unavailable during the first 2 rounds. During and after the 3rd round, their damage will be increased by 25%. Cool. So weakens our start of the next fight, strengthens us after that, which is kind of bad because fights don't usually last too many rounds. Confusion reigns among the void ship's auger operators. The unidentified emission keeps disappearing, then reappearing on their scanners. I didn't read what it was called. I just noticed. At first, it seems the sandstorms are to blame for this, hiding the source of the radiation. A team of explorers easily overcomes these storms and begins studying the surface. As their account suggests, the planet remains littered with broken and mangled ruins of xenos origin. Insect-like constructs flicker among the ruins, like static on a malfunctioning cogitator. Their black metallic bodies are equipped with grappling blades, which bring to mind the spindly legs of spiders. With each occurrence, the devices look more and more distorted, bent, and sometimes even appear distinctly in the directly in the remnants of walls to overlap each other. The only stable thing in the structure is a deep hole with a melted rock at its center. Whatever purpose this structure served for the xenos, the meteorite destroyed it long before the arrival of the rogue trader. Huh. So things are just like flickering in and out of existence and sometimes overlapping with each other, if I'm reading that right. That's definitely weird. We will observe the object. Magus Hanuman volunteers to lead the observation team. His passion for the xenos devices borders on heresy, and he takes a long time after his return to report to the Lord Captain. Later, Pascal admits that he is discouraged by the gap between the scientific accomplishments of the xenos and the capabilities of modern tech priests. And that's it. No information about what he learned. Nothing on that world. Let's go around to this planet. Avoid the combat. And also nothing on this world. Alright, fine. Again, skipping the combat, we'll go down to the Necron ring. The greenish glow of the gigantic ring made from unknown materials flows through the windows of the captain's bridge. The void ship's instruments measure a whole spectrum of various emissions. Sometimes the dull green is darkened by clouds of space dust or bent by gravitational waves. The object most closely resembles a portal, albeit what's passing through it cannot be clearly defined. Send a team to examine, observe the anomaly, or it's hard to believe that a civilization capable of creating a device as powerful as this one could have undergone such a decline. Somewhat true. We will observe it first before we send a team. I think that's the sensible choice. Arcs of incandescent star gases bursting from the ring pierce the darkness of space, reflected by the surface of other celestial bodies in the system. At times, dark light waves bend the edge of the portal, but they are quickly restored thanks to the enigmatic flowing metal. Then lashes of purple clouds dissected by threads of lightning appear in the center of the ring. An unseen force prevents them from reaching the other side of the portal, as the blocks of black stone become covered in purple-scarlet illumination. Usually purple and lightning is used to reference connections to the warp, like an opening of a portal to the warp. So something's trying to create a warp portal here, but it's also being prevented, maybe? If the ring truly were a portal, it is not fit to serve as one any longer. Stellar heat and gravitational force forbids any vessel from passing through it. According to the ship's astropaths, the purple clouds are an even more dangerous phenomenon, indicating that the powers of the warp are eager to flow out of the portal into real space. As if to highlight its deadliness, with the next wave of dark light, the portal throws open the shattered remains of an unidentified void ship. Throws out the shattered remains. Okay. So potentially it's a device that's intentionally keeping closed a rift to the warp, and the warp is trying to open it. Or it's an old decaying portal to the warp that no longer functions, but the warp is trying to force it open anyway. We'll send a team to examine the object now, as dangerous as it is. Just some ship components. Additional equipment and a closer position allow the team to understand part of what's happening. The portal seems to resemble the gate devices used by the Eldari and Drukhari, only made of a different material. The metallic shrine of the ring alternates with the darkness of the large blocks of stone, reminiscent of the material that makes up the famous Cadian pylons. Huh. I don't know enough about Cadia or its Cadian pylons to know what that should tell me. I know Cadia is important. I think when the Maw, which is the giant rift that opened and tore the Empire apart, that sort of blocks those of us on the opposite side from getting back to Terra, I think that rift broke apart at Cadia. And so Cadia is super important because it was, I think, either it was the source of fighting with the warp. Either they were keeping a portal open so that they could get in there to fight, or they were holding, I don't know. Cadia is important. I just don't know enough about 40k lore. Xenos lore test succeeded. Yeah, you've got a score of 226. Why was... I need to go back and check why Cassia's perception was so... or awareness is so low. For that last check that she did. Analysis of the wave signature indicates that the construct once used parts of the webway, the Eldari system of pathways. However, in its current configuration, the portal is not fit for transporting vessels. It is unstable and often begins unleashing dangerous cosmic objects. Instead of transports, the gate spews forth dark light waves and deadly breaths of incandescent gas, the latter taken from the star's photosphere. We gained novelty effect. During the next combat, the flagship's evasion will be increased by 15% against Necron enemies. Well, that sounds great. Well, it's hard to believe a civilization capable of creating a device as powerful as this one could have undergone such a decline. So the Necrons were aware the decline was going to happen. They had groups that were seers able to foresee the future, and they planned for their oncoming decline to sort of go into stasis in their tomb worlds, waiting for a better time to wake back up and take over the galaxy again. So this is all somewhat part of their plan, but I think a lot of their plans failed, and so they're not waking up as they intended. The augurs reveal 2 Xenos ships hurtling through clouds of cosmic dust. A message is coming from one of the alien vessels and on an encrypted Vox frequency used by the Von Valencius dynasty. According to the transmission, Lady Theodore's people are aboard the Xenos ship. So it's 2 different Xenos ships, but one of them is broadcasting on our encrypted frequency that they are Theodore's people. Weird. Request a report on the enemy. Establish Vox contact. I mean, I don't really trust it. It's Xenos ships. Not a moment to lose, to battle. Let's request a report on the enemy. The augurs are spotting more and more Xenos vessels, but most of them are in a strange state of dormancy. Are they asleep? Dead? Cautiousness dictates not to test this hypothesis. Thankfully, the nebula in the system could allow the Dynasty flagship to evade danger. Let's try to establish Vox contact. The same request for help keeps coming back. We are alive, we are fighting, we need support. Oh, this is a terrible idea. That there are significant numbers that are currently dormant. It's like Necrons are great at appearing dormant for thousands of years. This feels like a trap. That they've copied down our frequency at some point And they're just reporting it back. And when we go in to help, there's not going to be allies. They're just going to be all Necron enemies. Oh well, there's not a moment to lose. To battle. Might not be a trap. We might have allies in here. But I'm disbelieving at the moment.
The stars will judge you.
So far, we're seeing 2 that are marked as enemies. Shroud class light cruiser. You are not covered in red. Are you actually an ally? Sleeping. Necron are sleeping. They remain inactive until awoken. Probably if we go in their range. Okay. And yeah, you've got the living metal, so you will start healing until you take too much damage and then disintegrating. Medium range, 192 damage. Yeah. So who all is on this battlefield? We've got you. Not necessarily friendly or an enemy, just currently asleep. You guys are obviously enemies. You are also sleeping? Okay. Yeah, we've got a whole bunch of them that are sleeping. And then you guys are enemies that are waiting, not sleeping. A permanent waiting effect that's different than sleeping. Really weird. I guess the question is, do I... If I just take out these 2... then are we done? Or do I need to take out all the sleeping or dormant, waiting, whatever ones? If I go there, I've got a shot on you, but only 1. If I extend the range on that by 2, I've got a second shot. There I won't. Never mind. I can jump forward with a shallow jump. I don't think that's going to give me a side shot, though. I think we'll still barely be out of range. Probably still reasonable to go there and make the shot. Yeah. Go there. We are staying out of their range. I'm suspecting my allies are going to be dumb and are going to wake up half of these. So let's jump forward now with a shallow jump. And yeah, we definitely can't shoot them with the side, but we can shoot here.
Another salvo!
Sadly, not enough to actually take them out. We'll send out you.
Torpedoes!
You'll get a couple more shots in, but likely still not enough to quite break it this turn, and then they'll heal more than they take the fire damage. There is an ability I keep thinking about getting, but never do, that should give me back my guns. Yeah, this one. Reloads all macro cannons that were fired during the acceleration phase. I guess I didn't fire during acceleration. It's one I should use a lot more often. But yeah, as it stands, we'll end our turn here. can you break them enough to get into the damage state? No, they're left at 7. Alright. Go here. I think that will stop them from moving, which is always fun. Oh, you guys are not waiting as much as you claimed. Are you able to wake up these other allies? Heartless? Oh, you just went right into their zone. Of course you did. And still not quite enough to break them, so they're gonna heal on their turn, unfortunately. That is a shame. Yep. Alright. Oh, and I'm barely out of range to shoot you with that weapon. I could still move forward here, which would allow me to shoot you with my side gun. Do that. I can go here and shoot you.
The time has come.
There you go. Then I can shoot you, and I'm still doing my acceleration phase.
Leave their whole brood across the stars.
Can I can even shoot you with this.
Another salvo.
Really good. Still not down. Okay, at this point, I cannot use this. Reloads all macro cannons. Are these not macro cannons? Plasma. Medium range macro cannons. I don't have people in these two positions. Why? That's probably part of my problem. Can only be used during the end phase. I don't know what that means. But presumably, maybe when we get down here, and we've done all of our movement, then we can reload? I don't know. But I'm thinking we do a new heading, which will allow me to get in line here better. Maybe I'll be able to shoot. On the other hand, I could do a swing run, which would put me here. I don't think I want to do that. We'd be taking damage and take additional damage incoming. Probably not. Let's do new heading. No. That's not gonna work. No, so I could go here, and then... No, I can't strafe because we've already used the new heading. No, I don't think there's any way for me to work that, where I can get a shot on them. So again, I could do the swing run. I would be standing there, but it's possible at that point I could then... No, even there. If I did the swing run here, and then I did a shallow jump. Maybe then I'd have a shot here. Or if I did a shallow jump, maybe that's the call. If I did a shallow jump forward, then we did my turn, I would be more like back here. Maybe I can get the shot there. You're falling apart. I just want to get you to that same state. We'll do the shallow jump. Can I line you up? No. I thought for a moment that I had it. Nope. You're just barely outside of the range. If I could stand here and shoot that way, we'd have it. But if by going to there, it just barely moves around them. That is disappointing. But it is what it is.
Set the course.
I think that's where I've got to go regardless. Come on. Alright. Oh, but I can use this now, so that would give me some of my guns back. So yes, going to this point where we're at the deceleration phase, that's apparently what they're calling the end phase. We can get back our dorsal cannons, which would get me this shot. And that would be enough. Alright, go for it.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
Now we got tons of fire going on. I can't launch any more fighters. Why not? I could send out torpedoes for whatever that's worth. Oh, now I can send out starfighter. That's weird. If I gave extra distance, I could shoot you too. I'm willing to do that. Let's get a couple more shots off there. Might as well. Beautiful. Let me send these out. Okay. Send you here. Not quite to block them, unfortunately. But you can still get some shots off. You can jump. It's not going to actually block them. You've got to travel farther. This one gonna wake up because of the Heartless? That's what I don't know yet. Or this one gonna wake up because of that enemy. Fine. Alright. You're kind of in the way.
This one's going down.
A bit excessive, but it's fine. Now you guys, are you counted as being... Yeah, you're definitely in the gas and dust cloud, which will give you more evasion. You are not in the gas cloud. But for me to be at an angle I can shoot at you, I've got to get into the gas cloud, which is going to hurt my accuracy. If I was coming along through the middle of you two, I could shoot with both of my guns. I'm not going to be able to reuse that anytime soon. Because if I went here, I could hit either of you with that, or both of you on the sides. And I'm cool with that. We'll focus on this one because we're not taking additional penalties for them being in the gas.
Leave the hull!
We're taking penalties for us being in the gas, but I can't do anything about that.
Fire right now! Leave the hull!
I didn't even look at that percent, but it wasn't good, I don't think.
Torpedoes!
Let's also do a warp wave on you. There we go. That broke him. Fantastic. Yeah. Good with that. Can you get close enough for the shot? You can't. That is a shame. Go there anyway. You can get a shot off here, so I might as well have you do so. You don't do enough damage to these healthy ones to matter. I mean, you don't do enough damage regardless, but at least you did 1 point of damage. Wow, that is super bad. At least attacking this one, you're theoretically doing some damage. It's not going to just immediately reheal. Oh, I just moved you right into that range. That's probably not smart. It's fine, probably, maybe. I still don't know what's going on with these sleeping ones. I assumed going into the range would be what would wake them up, but the Heartless did so, and we were fine. It's not amazing, but it's probably good enough. Good. Yeah, our range is super limited because we're in the fog. If I use that, I could get an angle here, but you're dead already. There's not really a point. Probably at this point... Oh, I forgot you are there. I should probably focus on you. That's my right gun. So let's start moving... I guess we can move forward like here. Now we gotta move a bit more forward than that. That'll be good. Let's go to there. We can use this shot. Then you.
Macro cannon, volley!
Didn't quite do enough. That will do enough.
The course.
Okay, you'll die out soon enough. Yeah, I don't know. Once all of the awake ones are dead, I don't know what happens next. you're gonna die on your turn. Or right now. And we'll go there. You're still sleeping. Oh, I guess I thought the ones down here were already in that dead or dying state. I didn't realize we left behind one that was just a little injured. Well, that's a bit of a problem. We'll need to come back down here and do some cleanup. Because I doubt the Heartless can take it down on its own. We'll just finish you off while we're here. There you go. So yeah, we're going to need to make our way down there. Best way to do that is going to be probably a swing run. Actually, might be new heading to go here, because that ends our turn way back there.
The time has come.
Yeah, that doesn't get us really that close, but I think it's the closest we could get based on our previous heading. What's that display telling me? I'm unsure. I mean, you can start making your way over here, but you're probably going to run out of fuel and need to go back to the ship right away. Where are you going? Alright, well, they came closer. That's convenient for me. Unfortunately, probably not good enough. That'll get me a shot there. Then if I do a shallow jump, probably I'm not going to have an angle to pull off one of my side shots.
Fire the lance batteries.
Shallow jump should get me close enough to the melta bomber, though. Please? Oh, suddenly I'm not close enough because now... I wish it was better at doing that analysis. Now that I'm in this range, it's like, oh, actually your range is shorter. And it's like, you could have known that when I said I was going to be there and take the shot that my range would be shorter. Come on. Alright, we'll do the shallow jump.
This one goes down.
Barely outside of range. We'll increase our range by 2.
Macro cannon, volley!
No. That looked like those last couple should have been enough, but I guess not.
Unleash up!
Let's see. Can you do enough to break it? Perfect. What are you doing? Just watching some of these, like, computer-controlled allies, and sometimes it's like, you're making some odd choices. assuming once we take this guy out, the others are going to wake up. Alright, that'll get me a shot on you. And it's currently calculating as if I'm going to be in the cloud when I'm there, which I obviously won't be. But I think that's the reasonable spot to go to anyway.
Lead them.
Another victory of 2 great dynasties, Lord Captain.
Battle's over. We did not have to battle the sleeping ones. Very interesting. The xenos are defeated and your men board the enemy ship. Cutting their way through the bulkheads to the source of the signal, they find the decayed remains of Von Valencia's boarding party. One of the corpses is clutching a voxcaster, sending the voices of the dead out into the void. All of them fell many decades ago. Okay. A data slate and a weapon that belonged to the commander of the boarding party were recovered from the dead men's belongings. The words, "Hope is poison, kill it, and death becomes easy and desirable," were scratched into the stock. Heavy Enforcer autocannon. Rate of fire 7, doing 10 to 11 damage. I still, because of enemy armor, I still think it's better to do one or a limited number of really heavy damage strikes rather than a high rate of fire with light damage. Study the contents of the data slate. Bring the remains up to the flagship and give them a proper burial in the crypt. That's not a bad call. Or bomb the Necron ship along with the corpses. Also not a bad call. Let's study the contents of the data slate first. You find a single order given by Lady Theodora. The boarding party was commanded to infiltrate the Xeno vessel and hold off the enemy until the Dynasty flagship withdraws to a safe distance. So they were a distraction to save the flagship. Alright, then we will bring them onto the flagship and give them a proper burial in the crypt because they did their job properly. A prayer service for the fallen is broadcast throughout the ship. In the following days, people line up to honor the martyrs in the ship's chapels. I think that is everywhere here explored now. And there wasn't anything particularly exciting, even though it had a weird name. I assumed there would be something strange here. I guess there was a Necron ring. Any new routes? No. Let's make the safe jumps, just to be lazy rather than jumping here where it's unsafe. And we only have one place left to go that we know of. Sanctum of Tophatus. Can we find any other routes while we're here? No. From what we can see, this is the end. Let's head in. Tomb World Epitaph. So that's where we're supposed to meet Calcazar. We can actually go to the star to examine it. There are dead stars surrounding this tomb world, which is crazy, as well as a battle. We'll check everything else out first before we go over here. Starting with you. We've seen these as symbols of tombs to explore on a couple of the other worlds. I'm guessing this will be the same. Yeah, tomb. It seems that all color has died from this world. Gray masses of rock give way only to brownish sand and black voids of gorges. The team barely notices a strange detail amid the drab landscape, an extensive area where the land is too smooth. As they approach, this area turns out to be a lake of moving metal, in the center of which burns green arcs discharges. On its shoreline on its shores lie the ruins of pyramidal constructs. Through magnoculars, it is determined that the remains of the pyramids are slowly melting, creating flows that dump new metal into the lake. The smoothness of the lake is lightly rippled by currents trying to extinguish the flames in the center. Send an exploratory shuttle to the surface, try to extinguish the flame. Interesting. Attack the pyramids with the voidship weaponry? Nope, we're just gonna nope out of this and shoot it from orbit. Or, there's something wistful about the sight, an unhealing wound on the body of some mysterious technology. We will first send an exploratory shuttle to the surface. Specially equipped servitors are the first to disembark on the shores of the metallic lake. To the explorers' surprise, they return unharmed with samples of the anomalous substance. The squad set out to study the lake and the xenos constructions. Acolytes of the Adeptus Mechanicus determined that the metal contains the same substance from which the pyramids are made. The behavior of the metal particles indicates that the constructs made from the metal are capable of regeneration, just like living matter, albeit incomparably faster. However, the pyramids filling the lake by transmitting the metal through built-in portals cannot surmount the destructive force of the arc discharges in the lake's center. Logic test that Pascal is not guaranteed at. Find out what happened to the pyramids. He succeeded anyway. One of the pyramids lining the lake's shore is more damaged than the rest. Judging by its melted edges and the direction of the breaks, this damage is the thing that started the fires at the lake's center. Awareness. There we go. She's got 172 on this awareness. Wonder why it was so low on that other one that I kept forgetting to check. Analyze the movement of the metal. Endless flows of metal pour from the portals of every monolith. However, one of the flows is noticeably weaker than the rest. Looking closer, officers notice a small object blocking part of the portal. With the help of servitors, they are successful in removing it and bringing it to the Von Valentius shuttle. A hollow field emitter. The wielder gains 3 charges of hollow field at the start of combat. Whenever the wielder suffers damage, 1 charge of the hollow field is removed to prevent this damage. If there are no charges left, damage is not prevented, and the wielder becomes staggered until the end of combat. Yeah. Protecting you from 3 attacks would be good. I don't remember what staggered does, but it's probably not good. Minus 20 to weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, and agility. Yikes. Do we try to extinguish the flames? Seems like the flames are what an accidental thing that is keeping the pyramids from repairing properly. Cannot surmount the destructive force of the arc discharge in the lake's center. I'm assuming that arc's discharge is the flames we're talking about. We gotta try all the things. Let's try extinguishing the flames. See what happens. The vessel's cannoneers find the idea of smothering the green flame with the ship's waste rather dubious, but do not dare question the will of the Lord Captain. The dropped cargo dissolves to no effect, barely touching the discharges. Alright, then just attack the pyramids with the void ship's weaponry. The xenostructures do not give under the first salvos, and from the portals, flows of metal begin to fill the damaged parts. The lake slowly shrinks, but the Rogue Traders team quickly understands that it will take several days of bombardment to fully destroy this place. Alright, well, there's something wistful about the sight. An unhealing wound on the body of some mysterious technology. Yeah. Okay. What's going on with this dying star? Judging by the orbital trajectories, this is the parent star of the system. If the lumino reader is right, back in the day it used to be a huge and angry with a bite to it. Not this half-dead firefly. What happened to it? I can't imagine what could have drained the deadly beast like that. The lumino reader swears that the rays of this star would have continued withering all life in the system for millions of years more. It was too young to have faded like this. It's like it was gnawed out. It was attacked. Suddenly and fiercely, a hungry predator bit into its magnetic field and drank as much of its energy as it could. The predator was starving and would have surely devoured the star whole had it had more time. Nomos, where did you get this information from? I thought Nomos was gonna become more important as we got here, and sure enough, Nomos is just suddenly showing up to talk. Hopefully we learn more about him. I do not know, but I can read the traces of what was committed here as if I have seen it happen 100 times. Have you seen it happen 100 times? A hungry predator drinking magnetic fields? Or biting into the magnetic field and drinking the star's energy? Whatever that exactly means. Well, we're done here. Another tomb to explore. A shuttle of Imperial make is detected among the rocky gorges of the planet, alongside two nearby xeno objects, monolithic structures embedded into the landscape. When scanned, the objects distort the signal, but no signs of enemy activity nor signals from the shuttle are found. Send out servitors to scout, disembark, and examine the shuttle and the xeno structures, or get away from the unknown xeno structures. We'll send out servitors first to scout about. The servitors' signals disappear as soon as they approach the cliffs between which the shuttle was found. Not one of them returns, and no data is received. Alright, then we will disembark and examine the shuttles and the xeno structures. Ignatius von Valencius wishes to personally explore the enigmatic monoliths. The von Valencius shuttle overcomes the turbulent zone with an alarming rumble, after which the connection to the void ship becomes tenuous. Despite a rough landing on rocky terrain, the flight ends successfully. Okay. We'll send the usual team, and I think because we're here for the Inquisition type stuff, we'll keep Heinrichs as our extra 6th member. Abandoned landing site. That looks cool. Okay, let's see what we can find.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Observation report on Henrik Van Kalos. The unit's professional skills make him a suitable candidate for data interrogator server skull conversion. I am proposing.
I will have to decline your generous offer, Magos. I would rather keep serving the Golden Throne with my full complement of limbs.
But after your death, being a servo skull then.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy!
Yeah, so we had some scarabs there. And we are summoning even more Necrons. Just basic Necron warriors. Handful of scarabs. Necron Immortal is a bit scarier. And then 2 more Necron warriors. Teleportation Matrix Beacon. Can we target that? I can't right-click it to get information, but the rest of these are enemies we've seen a few times. So we'll put Cassia, I don't know, back here. We'll start out the same. Irliet, you can be here. We'll just assume that we take them out quickly, and then you'll be in a decent spot of cover. As for our meleeers, might as well have you start in some cover. And Pascal. Yeah, that's explosive cover. Let's not put you there. Just throw you back here, I suppose. Okay, start the battle. Alright. We'll do the usual. Getting Ignatius. Good to go. This time I will remember to light myself on fire first.
Suits my purposes.
Run and gun. Can I target this? I can. I think taking out the teleportation matrix is going to be more important. Though I am worried certain objects in battle that it shows I can target don't actually end up taking damage. We shall see if this is one of them. It was not. It actually took damage. Okay. Let's Let's see if we can get you. I think we'll set the front line on you. Is that the case, or do we want to take you guys down first? Probably Ignatius can take them down. We'll set you as the front line. Might as well set up all of these. Juliet's back here. We'll give ourselves the dodge bonus.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
You go in a useful position where you're hitting lots of them. That's only hitting that guy. Oh, you're hitting me right there. Well, you can hit. Trying to make sure you're not hitting Ignatius. That's... but then you're hitting Abelard. Yeah, no, I don't think the third eye is going to be successful here. Could do Immolate the Soul, which doesn't have a far enough reach, but it would take out this. Or just go for a straight attack on this guy. Can you target, actually? Yes, you can target this.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Maybe that's the call, is we try and get you to take out
If I may.
that. Perfect. No more teleportation beacons. Still haven't gotten quite up to that point that we wanted.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Will not undo me.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
No, so we're gonna have to use this anyway. Inquisitor's Tenant.
I am a navigator.
It's always hopeful that we
not
don't
a
have to.
serf. In the name of House or Senate,
Alright, Ignatius,
I shall prevail.
what can you do? Yeah, you're gonna have to use Meltas to do enough damage. If you were in a line here, you could Melta both of them. There's no way we can line up that attack, unfortunately. Might as well take you guys out first.
Suits my purposes.
Right. Forgot that they heal themselves when they take too much damage. This is probably enough if we're lucky.
Nothing I can't do.
Yeah.
Not a problem for me. Posing me was your biggest mistake.
Those are both down now. Take you down as well, just to be on the safe side. Then I could still... That's not a place I can stand? Okay, sure. I guess the question is, do I want to get to a point where I can melt a you? Or do I want to get to a point where I can try and hit both of you with a single Melta? So that's feeling probably better.
Already done.
Did you just waste actions? Please don't waste actions. Also, steady superiority. Might as well use it while we're still building up more momentum. Please attack them. Thank you.
What's your biggest mistake?
could melt, huh? Probably enough.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Perfect. Lastly, we have you. I think lighting you on fire is probably good.
Suits my purposes.
Didn't quite get the kill. Shame.
Oh,
Do a run and gun. I can do inflame, which should probably kill you.
Not a problem. You didn't stand a
Yeah.
chance.
Oh. I assumed you would go into that partially dead state and then I'd have to finish killing you. I guess not. The broken body has been smashed into the ground with such force that there are cracks radiating out from under it. Or xenos. I'll check that out in a moment. You can still recognize the Von Valencia coat of arms and the half-abraded emblem on the side of the shuttle. Parts of the hull and equipment look as if something vaporized the ship's components, one layer after another. We've got an advanced shield for the no one in our party that uses shields. +2 deflection and plus 12% parry. Nice. Fury Incarnate, whenever the wearer is under the effects of Reckless Rush, all wearers' attacks gain 50% critical hit chance, 50% critical damage. All attacks against the wearer gain 50% critical hit chance, and the wearer suffers 50% critical damage. Yikes. You don't really want us taking extra damage. Two-handed bolter. Alright. Each shot with this bolter deals an additional 25 rending damage with 40% armor penetration to all characters adjacent to the target. Huh. I like that. Heavy armor. It's a heavy void suit. 85% armor. 7 deflection. Wearer suffers 30% less damage from area and burst attacks, and it gains plus 20% armor against human enemies. And then a ship's Vox log. The Vox does not produce sound immediately. The officer who made the recording speaks clearly and confidently, but also softly, with a barely perceptible vibration in his low, orator-like voice. It seems that the tape is partially damaged. Entry 1. We landed successfully, but were unable to report to our ladyship. The communication channel was filled with interference. The navigation system has been affected as well, so we will not be able to take off anytime soon, let alone return to the ship. Sergeant Damani is looking for the source of the interference. The only thing left to do is keep a log. I like all the things in this game. It's universal to give Cassia Grand Strategist to lead this first turn. Yeah, she's really good. Fun fact, first time I used that bolter, I obliterated like half your party. Okay. I will have to look at it again to see what it's doing. Entry 5. Thanks to the information we received earlier, we managed to partially decipher some of the inscriptions on the obelisks. Only the general meaning is clear. The creatures buried here are extremely hostile. We have not been able to identify the source of the interference affecting our communications and navigation. Lady Theodora made it clear that this expedition is extremely important, so we will continue to explore the exploration regardless of obstacles. Whoever finds this Vox log must give it to her ladyship personally, and no one else. Entry 18. One of the structures being inspected incinerated Corporal Monroe. We buried him with as much dignity as was possible. I can't read today. In the barren rocks. His sacrifice need not be in vain. We will be more careful next time, and will not embarrass her ladyship. Entry 19. The explosion of the Xeno artifact damaged the engine, the fuel compartments, and the cargo hold where we were keeping supplies. It is unlikely that we will return to Lady Theodora's flagship, but we have almost completed our task and are about to enter the buildings. What matters is the preservation of the data we have obtained. There were no dead people behind the monoliths. The creatures attacked us as soon as we managed to activate the gate mechanism in one of their buildings. Their weapons destroy flesh and plasteel with equal ease, and their bodies recovered from any wounds. The words are interrupted by a bang and a yell. I will keep recording until my final breath, and I hope it benefits the House of Von Valentius. The weapons of the Xenos burned with green fire and hurled bolts of lightning. The energy the energy charges burst from their blades. Damani has fallen to the ground and cannot get back up. Her body is breaking. The rocks beneath it are about to crack. Tell Dahlia that her father gave his life for the good of the Von Valencius dynasty. She may be proud of... Okay. So you said this bolter obliterated half your party. Oh, were you shooting an enemy that had your party around them? I could see that. Because it's doing damage and armor penetration to characters around the target. Makes sense. Okay, I think only one thing left to do here is this Lord Xenos test.
Operation.
Drawing upon your patchy knowledge of the Xenos, you guessed that these monoliths were once part of a mighty transport ship capable of terraforming into ground-based structures. Okay. Guess that's that.
Tolerate weakness.
Didn't realize it's all characters, not just enemies. Makes sense. Yeah, this game is not friendly fire friendly. Well, let's carefully maneuver around this combat zone and try and get to the dead stars and see what we can determine. Or not. No, maybe this is the stars. Those things, I've never seen anything like them before, but the panel of the ship's tech priest lumino readers says that they are star corpses. Not just corpses, they call them stellicide victims. What did the lumino readers mean? Don't you think we are observing far too many stars here? Yeah. As curious as this may be, we still have a job to do. What did the lumino readers mean? Who knows with those star sages? Apparently when a star dies a natural death, it's different. These look like they were murdered and plundered. All their energy was siphoned, like when a spider sucks the innards out of a fly. And witnessing these husks, if you don't mind me saying, scared the lumino readers so much that they wet their metal trousers. Don't you think that we are observing far too many stars here? I agree, Lord Captain. The stellar trajectories also suggest that most of these stars didn't used to be here. Someone was hoarding them in this system, and I wouldn't like to have been here at the time. The gravitational currents would have been pure chaos. Who could have pulled off something like that? Was the Drukhari dragging stars around like they are their property and is quite the character of those damn Xenos. We do know specifically one Drukhari was hoarding stars for some purpose, but I'm guessing not. Everything here is Necron. I would be shocked if it's not Necrons that were doing it. As curious as all this may be, we still have a job to do. Okay. All we can do is go into combat and then visit the Tomb World. Let's head into the combat first. Lord Captain, the Xeno Squadron is on intercept course. It's the same abominations as before. What's got them so riled up? All decks prepare for battle or turn back and retreat at full engine speed. What's got them so riled up? I think they are guards. The ships took off from the surface of the planetoid as soon as we bathed it with the eyes of our augurs. I'm not an expert on Xenos minds, but I know my void maneuvers, and I can tell you this, they are angry, and they are approaching on a direct and unambiguously aggressive trajectory. Alright, all decks prepare for battle. Orders received, Lord Captain. Glory to House Von Valencius. Okay, so we've got 2 small ships and 2 larger ships, Shroud class on both of them. You have the Necron Lord aboard, so we'll probably want to take out the others first. If I went, say, here, could I hit? Yes. Going here, I could use all of my weapons, so I might as well. I'm gonna be targeting a bunch of separate ships though, which is less ideal than just focusing down on a single ship. But it's probably fine.
Lay in the course.
Oh, right, I didn't refill my positions that were empty for reasons I don't understand.
Fire the last battery!
Yeah, because they're just going to heal up on their turn, which isn't amazing.
Another salvo!
Who do I want to focus on making them burn? Probably you, because you're the weakest. So it'll get closest to actually killing you. Although there's something to be said for taking out the big scarier ships, at least getting them lots of ongoing burning damage. Since we're not going to actually kill any of them this turn. Oh no, we'll go here. Left you at 4. If I'm lucky, my Wrath Starfighters will be able to actually finish you off.
Annihilate!
I guess we're forced to move forward one more square. I could also do a Warp Wave, which would finish you off. Though I could do the same to any of them. But since I'm trying to guarantee you taking enough damage to not heal, maybe we'll Warp Wave on you, which is overkill, and I will accept that. I could also use this, which I never use, because I'm always saving it in case I need it later. But this is quite possibly our last space battle of the game. So why not? That did not do nearly as much damage as I was hoping it would. Like, that was actually a pathetic amount of damage. Alright. Well, you are now taking damage each turn. Doesn't even show that you'll do any damage to that ship. Might as well shoot here. Go here. Hopefully that'll prevent them from doing anything particularly effective on their turn. Yeah, so you're dead next turn, which is great. I'm super facing the wrong direction. Yeah, I've never paid attention to this number in the past. I'm wondering, is that the number of enemy ships? It's something I should have learned before I got to the end of the game. Wow, you are gonna die. Okay, could do the swing run. That gets me here facing this way. Probably smarter to instead do the new heading, but I'm gonna have to fly through this. Once per round, each vessel in the asteroid field suffers hull damage. It does immediately detonate. Attack craft deal more damage in an asteroid field. Okay. We'll do a new heading. Probably still not going to put me where I need to be, but at least I'll be facing them. Now I can still take some shots.
Bleed them!
Some good shots there. Oh, you are no longer on fire. That is unfortunate. could do shallow jump, which would get me close enough to melt a bomb. Or I could warp wave. And then arc augury to get the range to melt a bomb. Let's do that. Warp wave you. See if we can break you. We did. Perfect. Then arc augury to get longer range here. And light you on fire. Perfect. And then can't do anything with my side guns, of course.
Torpedoes!
And I do have the range to use this. But it's just to attack you, which doesn't actually help me at all. So I can't quite hit you. So do I care to? I think you'll die automatically on your own, right? How much damage do you take? 25% of maximum hull. Your maximum hull is 200, so you're going to take 50 damage at the start of your turn. Yeah, there's no point. We'll just end turn here. You can go here and shoot him. For little bits of damage. Yep, you're healing up. Necrons are cool, though. I was thinking that we wouldn't really have much interactions with Necrons in this game when I found out that the next DLC coming out is Necron-focused. I assume that's where all the Necrons would be, so it's weird to me that this last chunk, kind of out of nowhere, is just all Necron-based. Ouch, you are wrecking my front shield. Doing actual damage to my ship. Okay. You're dying, so I'll ignore you for now. If I went forward a little bit, I could catch you with this gun.
Fire the lance batteries.
A little bit farther. Allow me to shoot this gun.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars.
Okay. And this gun, actually.
Fire right now!
Perfect. I should be able to get all of those guns back because they were fired in the acceleration phase. I'll get them back when I get to the end phase. Does that help me at all? Now that I'm thinking about it. And the answer is probably not.
Onward! Macro cannon, volley!
Yeah, because I can't use this until I get to end phase. If I was here... Okay, that would allow me to reuse that gun effectively. If I was here, same. Okay. I would get to make use of several of my guns. That's good enough for me. And they're all breaking apart at this point. Right? Yeah. So let's restore our weapons. I guess just... You are not a macro cannon. Yeah, you are. So why didn't that one recharge? Right, that one wasn't used during my acceleration phase. It was just these two. So really, it's just this that I got back.
Fire right now!
I should really pay better attention to things. I can do a warp wave. Which would hopefully get you far enough down that you're not going to actually get a turn. Yeah, there we go. And I can still do this. Well, you definitely didn't get a turn.
Unleash out!
And I think that's the best I can do. We'll send you here and shoot. Since being directly in front of enemy ships sort of stops them from being able to act. Oh, I guess I wasn't directly in front of the ship. Go there. Same reasoning. It's dumb logic that I'm way over abusing. Yeah, so it's enemy turns soon. You'll get a turn. Or you'll probably kill this guy. Somehow, no? Yeah. Oh, you actually got a shot off for something? You shot... Oh! No, it sent over the command. Okay. That makes sense. Because you're basically dead, so the leader jumped over there. That's what was happening. Yeah.
Macro cannon, volley!
Yep. Yeah, and we're not going to be able to get any sort of position to actually be effective here.
Set the
So
course.
just go there. You'll be dead soon. Are you... Yeah, you're still falling apart.
Annihilate!
I guess I could shallow jump. Might as well. Does that help me in any manner? No, you're still just barely outside of range. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do to do more damage this turn. And I should have then summoned it after the short jump. It's fine. The fight's already over. They're just dragging it out. Again, just barely outside the range of my weapons. But if they aim at me, particularly the front of my ship where I'm damaged... Nope. They aimed at the side, so my shields took it. Yeah, and they're just automatically dead because they're going to take 50 damage at the start of their turn. So we don't even have to do anything, technically. I'm going to, of course. Assuming there's anything I can do. I guess not really. I could strafe. If I strafe to here, then you are within range of my guns. Perfect.
Strewn across the stars!
Fit for the fun Valancia saddle.
Okay, another level up. Let's upgrade our ship. We should be basically fully leveled on our ship. I think we might have another level or two. Yeah. Better RAM. Tempting. Repairing for cheaper doesn't matter. We have infinite scrap. Most damaged sector of the flagship shields restores. It's not bad. Allows both abilities to be used by one post. I never used torpedoes. So I guess rugged ram and repairing our shields. No, we don't use the ram enough. We'll go with repairing shields and focused effort. Yeah. And let's go back to our posts. Why do I not have a master cannoneer? Juliet and Cabela are tied. She's already here. Although technically it looks like Adira and Cassia would be better. Supreme Commander is probably going to be Cassia. Yeah. So I could put Adira here. She already has Arc Augury. No. Irlia has Arc Augury. Adira would have to get it upgraded again. I'm saying this after I've already said that there's probably not going to be any more battles. We'll leave you there. It's already leveled up. We'll put Cabela as the Master Cannoneer, which is sort of weird because it sounds like a gun person and she's a sword person, but it's fine. And then Master of Maneuvers should be Abelard, I think. Actually, either one of you would be fine. You're technically slightly better. If we go back to here, we'll do a quick repair. Wait, we had taken a ton of damage. Why are we down just by 1 now? Well, repair it, I suppose. And we'll upgrade our RAM another step. Not quite leveled up to max. We're not going to get the 800 scrap we need to fully level it up. Shame. And what's going on Epitaph, which is where the Inquisitor told us to go. Or at least where our quest log is telling us to go. This is not a planet. What are you? A research station. Tomb World Epitaph added to the worlds of the Expanse. Yeah. Lord Captain, we've spotted a planetoid with an unidentified xenostructure. Something tells me this is the place we've been looking for. Augur clerics detect a field of void mines on our trajectory towards the planet. What do we see on the planetoid? Tell me more about the mines. We'll break through the mines and make a landing. Transmit the deactivation code we found in the outpost of the Lord Inquisitor's men. Cool. Or let's leave the place. Leave it this place. No. What do we see on the planetoid? Practically nothing. The Augur clerics say that magnetic radiation blinds the machine spirits. We see some kind of wicked pyramid, and we're picking up a few encrypted vox transmissions. Tell me more about these mines. Good mines, I know from experience, encased in ceramite under a coat of camelioline. Their cognidetonators are inhabited by the most malicious and cunning machine spirits you've ever seen. Far too good for pirates, and given that they've been planted for 7 cubic kilometers, I reason that these are the gifts from the Lord Inquisitor's own stores. So he mined this whole area? Was he not wanting anyone to get close to it? Because he did tell us to go here. Alright, well, transmit the deactivation codes we found in the outpost of the Lord Inquisitor's men. What do we know about this? I don't remember it, but alright. Beginning transmission, receiving return signal. 5% mines reported a translation to sleep mode. Receiving coordinates of an area designated as main landing site. We are a safe channel of approach toward Epitaph and coordinates for landing. Are there any traces of Calcazar? Plenty. We've picked up the remaining Vox echoes of conversations, standard signals belonging to Augur observation systems, the gas thermal trails of shuttles preparing to land. You know, Lord Captain, it seems to me that this place is about to fall apart. Augurs detect a multitude of signs pointing to structural damage in the tomb located on the planetoid, and they are very fresh. It's about to fall apart. Do we land on a place that we know is falling apart? I guess. Commence preparation of the landing party. I will lead it personally. Are you certain, Lord Captain? I beg your pardon for such audacity, but this old void wolf's gut is telling him that this tomb is very likely to become ours. I have a bad feeling, as if, forgive me, your lordship, I've completely lost my senses giving out advice like that. Let's postpone the landing and put down a save. Just to be sure. So if we toss down a quick save... That could still be just the game saying, this is the point of no return. If you go here, it's the end of the game. Yep, commence preparation for the landing party. I will lead it personally. Are you certain? I am ready to face whatever lies in wait. We make the landing. Be careful, your lordship. We'll wait as long as it takes for your retrieval signal, even if every xenofleet in the world appears to swat us from orbit. We're going to the bridge now. Interesting. Not just choose your party to land. Okay, it's Nomos. Almost certainly. Every person on the bridge freezes in astonishment, watching the remarkable procession approach your throne. Officers and enforcers are glancing at you questioningly, but do not interfere until they are ordered to. Okay, that's definitely a different look than we're used to with Nomos. Weird. We are come to speak with you, Ignatius. You gave us food for consideration by revealing the mystery of our origin. From then to now, we observed, calculated, sensed, and we discovered that a great change is coming, a trial. We see a threat to which the Imperium brings, the intricate plexus of tenets, the determined advance of myriads through darkness by the will of the golden light. All the things that were strange to us, yet in whose embrace we were born and raised. All of it is in danger, at least within the bounds of the Koronus Expanse. Okay, you are the one who can stop it, and Nomos must help you. We are an unidentified thing spawned from chance, but we want to justify our existence by serving the light. Wait, what is this coming threat? Nomos cannot say. Something changed after you helped us remember our birth on Epitaph. We now sense the liberation of something vast, which is actually a mere fraction of something limitless. It is seeping through a breach, its shoulders pushing against the walls of its prison that are about to give, but what it is, we do not know. So you were born on Epitaph, as suspected. And there's something... We did read about one of the tombs that we were at, that the Necrons were holding something prisoner, I think. And I was speculating maybe they had a Catan shard. I also speculated maybe Nomos was a Catan shard. But that's a guess. But something limitless is about to breach here on Epitaph. We must say, it frightens us to think about this unknown something that is trying to break free. It is so vast, too vast to measure or explain. But however frightening or all-powerful it may be, we are ready to face it, rise against it. Even if it destroys us, it will be a sacrifice for the sake of redemption. What do you wish to do? Wait until the unknown threat appears before you, then face it. We do not know where or when it will happen. We do not know what we will face, but we know that we want to be there with you. There is something we require to do it. Nomos are tethered to the shell of this ship. We can only follow you outside by using servitors as our shell, but they are lacking. Only a modicum of us can enter such primitive vessel, and our power is likewise limited. We need a vessel, a body, but very few things can house us. That is why we have come to ask you. Magos Sclephius has offered his shell to us. It might do. So rather than just controlling a servitor, you want to control the Magos. And he is willing. That seems heretical. Indeed I have. I cannot think of a prouder end to my pilgrimage than the liturgy of synchronization with the Great Spirit. I will become a vessel for the Omnissiah's favored child and step beyond the confines of wretched living existence and into the halls of the eternal machine song. You would sacrifice yourself, Asclepius? I desire it more than anything. Why are you asking him? He is guilty by word of the Imperium. Now you decide what to do with his body. Okay. We did determine at one point that he was guilty and he would serve his sentence taking care of Nomos, as I recall. So they're just using that. Yeah, I've heard you and made my decision. We await your word, master of the ship. Please, give us freedom. We will stand with you in the hour of great need. You can take his body, or you do not have my permission to claim another vessel for yourself. I'm going to trust you, Nomos. You can take Asclepius's body. Praise the Omnissiah. I kneel before his favored child and humbly offer this shell as a gift. May I become a temple to the machine and a vessel for its great spirit. How interesting. We feel restricted, but not as much as inside servitors. Some work must be done on the new shell, then it will be ready for journeys to the outside. We will leave you for now, Ignatius, but in the hour when you stand before the great trial, we will return and stand with you, side by side. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely farewell. We've got our whole crew here ready to talk. This has got to be endgame. We'll see if there's anyone else to talk to before we talk to our people. Yeah, Oob is still standing here, even though Cassia's not. Ravor, anything to say? The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. Yeah, okay, this is just normal. Remind me who you are. I must take my leave. So yeah, nothing unusual with that dialogue. Probably we have a similar option here with Jocasta Sourback, where it'll just be the normal dialogue. Yep, that's all for now. So yeah, no point in talking to anyone besides our crew. Oh yeah, we never actually talked to Incendia. Now I feel bad. We had her join our crew and I never even spoke to her after that. Let's talk to her first. Those who dwell upon these worlds have long been dead, but not even the dead are exempt from the God Emperor's judgment. Hey, thanks for the follow, easy peasy. So are we not getting proper conversations with people? They're just going to say a one-line statement? That's disappointing. Oh, no, just Incendia. Because she's not really a follower. She just joined right at the end. Heliot looks at you, her emerald eyes shining with quiet determination. When the path my lost soul was following crumbled beneath my feet, shattered, plunged me into doubt, you were always there, Alantok. Despite how much you hated my kind, despite what my kin were doing, it is time for me to repay you in kind. Our journey together has not been an easy one, but I'm glad that both of us are here today. Standing united against a common threat, is that not what sentient creatures do? Or just nod absently. Our journey together has not been an easy one, but I am glad that both of us are here today. We both defended what we held dear, just as life has taught us, and today my soul is at peace, for we can share the pain of the coming battle between us, so it is diminished. Will our paths diverge if we survive? Or our fate will be decided in the coming battle. Will our paths diverge if we survive? Someday they will, and Elentok, exile opened my eyes to many things, but the path of the outcast weighs heavily on my heart. I think that I see my new path clearly now. It sings to me, calling me forward. The path of the warrior, the protector of those I could not save before. All that I have learned about the world, about humans, about you, I will take this knowledge into my new life and into the lives of my kin. Our fate will be decided in the coming battle. Eliot's voice rings like naked steel. I'm ready to drive back the darkness, Alantok. Are you? Jai. The Exalted One once wove our destinies into the glittering tapestry of this world with gold and silver thread, Shireen. And today, the pattern of our lives will either be completed, Jai snaps her metal fingers deliberately loudly, or the tapestry will be torn asunder. Personally, I prefer to place my hope in the first option. Are you afraid of what is to come, Jai? Cast aside your doubts, the Emperor protects. Very good answer. Whatever comes our way, we can handle it, or just shrug indifferently. Are you afraid of what's to come, Jai? The battle against the enemy, pain, oblivion. Jai smiles, shakes her head. Oh no, Shireen. My only fear is that after these tribulations, we will never be the same again, and I do so enjoy being me. After a pregnant pause, Jai continues in her usual playful manner. So, what brings you to me, Shireen? Not parting words, I hope, because I despise goodbyes. I feel as though they've robbed me of my future. You never want to hear goodbye, after all, but only ever see you again under the same stars. I just wanted to say that I'm glad of your company, especially now. Curious to see what you will do once this is over. Or get a grip, Jai. We have a hard battle ahead of us. Some of these options are just rude for the sake of being rude. I just want to say that I'm glad of your company, especially now. Our alliance is like a miraculous oasis blooming in the fierce desert heat. I'm glad to be your partner and friend and ally in the fight against the enemy. I'm curious to see what you will do once this is all over. You mean if it is ever over? And if the Aji don't play their evil tricks on us? Jai raises an eyebrow and shrugs. I don't know, Shireen. Being drunk on unbridled freedom sounds nice. It's so close. I could reach out and grab it like the tail of a comet and leave the Casablanca mission behind. Start doing things on my own without having to rely on your good favor. Limitless possibilities lie ahead. I just have to survive the coming darkness. I guess we're forced to say this anyway. It seems harsh. Get a grip, Jai. We have a hard battle ahead of us. Rest assured, Shireen, when it comes to matters of being and oblivion, Jai Hadari has the coldest mind and the bravest heart. Adira looks at you with reddened eyes. Despite the tired look on her face, she smiles broadly, either at you or at something behind you. Well, Lord Captain, my little whispers have grown quiet. It's like they know the long thread we've been following is finally at an end. It's now or never, isn't it? Thank you for everything either way, Lord Captain. How about Adira? Grant me one last prediction for the road? I'm glad you have been at my side all this time. Kind of. She's had a bunch of rough spots. What do you think awaits us after this last skirmish? Give her a hug? Or just pull yourself together, Adira. We have a tough battle ahead of us. How about Adira? Grant me one last prediction for the road. You think the little whisperers are going to play nice? Ha! They weren't that useful even before. Now, they're more likely to mess us around than save our bacon. Adira laughs ruefully. Lord Captain, your fate is in your hands alone. Do not let the words of a deranged psyker confuse you. You're not meant to listen to the grumblings beyond the veil. Well, I'm glad you've been by my side all this time. Adira sobs at your words. Thank you, Lord Captain. I can't imagine why you've shown me so much kindness after everything we have been through. You are the only reason I'm still alive. There were so many ways I could have died. There were. Like, so many times where the smart choice would have been to kill you. I know that I've been harping on all this time about Lady Theodora this, Lady Theodora that. You know, you may never become who she was, but she could never have been who you are either. And I'm glad it was you who replaced her, and that life threw me together with you, and not with somebody else. So there. Now let's change the subject before I get all sentimental, alright? What do you think awaits us after this last skirmish? Well, I have no doubts about you. Everything's going to come up roses for you. As for me, Adira catches herself. You know, maybe I won't live long, but it'll be a good life. I'll leave behind so many tales to tell. Let them remember my name over a mug of something foamy, and laugh at the stories of of our exploits. Let's give her a hug. Adira sobs fearfully, but then in the next moment, hugs you back. There, you really have lost it, haven't you? She is silent for a few seconds and mutters something before letting you go. Thanks. Alright, pull yourself together. We have a tough battle ahead of us. If it were an easy battle, who would even bother to tell tales about it? Nobody, that's who. Let's show him, Lord Captain. I'm not a priest, of course, and the spirits do not always speak clearly to me, but I did cast the runes. You have a great challenge ahead of you, Edvater. Be very careful, or better yet, take me with you. There is no better way to guard your safety. I'm glad the Emperor brought our paths together. And Savior Calcazar is waiting for me down there. Should I give him your regards? You found your pack and our campaign is nearing its end. What are you going to do next? Yeah. I'm glad the Emperor brought our paths together. This only proves that we will not lose, vater. Go into the foulest hole of the universe, where only lowborn and wretched inhumans crawl. Fall into darkness and then cry out, who here believes in the All-Father, sisters and brothers? And even there, in the world's most rotten pit, you will hear an answer. And if you reach towards the voice, you will find a worthy companion. Everyone who believes in him and follows in his footsteps is given the chance to become someone greater and more worthy. Xavier Calcazar is waiting for me down there. Should I give him your regards? I would rather talk to him myself. My angry and vengeful heart tells me that only he knows how and why the baleful Howl Pack died. It also tells me that I will not forgive myself if that puffed-up arsehole Calcazar somehow dies before I rip the answers from his leering mouth. You found your pack and our campaign is nearing its end. What are you going to do next? Wolfar shrugs. I will go wherever and ask every person I meet, do you know the face of evil? Then I will find that evil and kill it, until I find someone who kills me. If you want to seek me out, follow a bloody trail in the snow, and you shall find my cold body at the end. Do me a favor and give me a proper burial, vater. Fenris Hilda, Black. Fenris Hilda, vater. Wolfar bows his head solemnly and respectfully, an untold honor granted to a mortal who has impressed the Emperor's angel with his deeds. Hey, Abelard. Abelard looks at you with a tired smile. He cannot resist giving you his characteristic appraising glance. Well, Lord Captain, my service to you began under the most remarkable circumstances. I should hardly be surprised that you have delivered us into circumstances more unexpected and surprising than ever before. Of one thing I'm certain, the Von Valancius dynasty will cover itself in glory today. Abelard, no matter what happens, you were always at my side. You really were. I think I've only had him out of my crew a couple of times. He's a pretty good character. Essential's place is at the rogue trader's side. As you have learned, others can betray and abandon you in your darkest hour. If the Lord Captain cannot count on the Seneschal, there's no one else he can count on. That is not a fate that I wished for you, so I am doing my duty. You have a highly organized mind, so you must have already considered what you are going to do once this campaign of ours comes to an end. Somewhat embarrassed, Abelard tucks his thumbs into his belt. Now that I have your blessing, it is about time I took care of my family. The Wissarian clan has gone without its patriarch for too long. I should make time for my descendants before some noble upstart tries to chew them up again. Are you ready to follow me all the way? As always, Lord Captain, I would follow you into the fire and back. God Emperor be my witness, I have had the honor of serving under 2 rogue traders and survived one, so there would be no shame in going down alongside the other, if it comes to that naturally. Abelard's chuckle sounds slightly sharper than usual. Get ready, Abelard, we have quite an ordeal ahead of us. We have been through worse. The old seneschal grins cheekily, and for a split second looks younger by a good 100 years. He then bows his gray head. I serve House Von Valancius, Lord Captain. We'll hold off on talking to the Voxmaster, because that feels she's out of place, and so I'm guessing talking to her is going to move things forward. Ignatius. The faint smile on Cassia's face makes you momentarily forget about the impending battle. We've traveled a long road together. Let us finish it together as well. Bow, I am honored to have you among my companions, Lady Cassia. Cassia smiles demurely and curtsies in response. I am honored to be your companion, Ignatius Von Valancius. This is probably not the future you dreamt of, but if all this ends in victory for us, what do you intend to do next? I've been running for too long, Ignatius, hiding behind others while my home, my family, were being torn apart by hatred and strife. And what could a young, inexperienced girl do to those who were so desperate to either destroy me or bend me to their will? Cassia smiles bitterly. The throne of the Novator of House Orsilio will no longer sit empty, but my only regret is that I shall have to leave your ship and the darkness between the stars that I have come to love so much. I hope you will visit me, Ignatius. Steel yourself, Lady Cassia. The hour of battle is at hand. My heart is fluttering, Lord Captain, but not because of fear or doubt. I am ready to face what is coming. I am surprised that these lines are not voiced. Like, they tend to voice the more important lines, and this is like the last farewell. So the fact they're not voicing them strikes me as odd. Argenta greets you with a clear and burning gaze. I pray, Rogue Trader, I pray that the hearts of your comrades remain strong, that our courage holds, and that our weapons prevail. I pray that the light of terror does not turn away from us, even for a moment, that the fire within us only burns brighter as the foes before us grow fiercer. And I pray for you. Terror's light is what guides us through the darkness, but you are the force that keeps us from straying from the path. Make the sign of the Aquila, together till the end, sister, in his name and for Terra's light. In his name and for Terra's light, echoes the voice of the Sister of Battle. Have you had time to think about the future? What will you do should we prevail in this pivotal battle? I will carry on in my service to the Emperor, as I always have, but no longer as a fledgling Sister of Battle, but as a keeper of a relic that has been bestowed upon me by his will. I want to bring light to all the faithful in the Koronus Expanse, as Sister Argenta did in her lifetime, and I know I am ready for this mission. We are almost out of time. Prepare yourself, Argenta. I am prepared, now and always. Alright, Heinrichs. Heinrichs von Kallax nods to you. Our journey together approaches its end. One last push, and the secrets of the Expanse and Calcazar will be laid to rest. I can't wait. I'm tired of the shroud of secrecy that has hidden the truth even from me. You will meet your mentor down there again. When all this is over, what will you do? Yeah, you will meet your mentor again down there. And I have questions for him. I want to know why I was left in the dark about everything that was happening in the shadows of the Expanse. Why all the acolytes died on the way here. Well, almost all of the Lord Inquisitor's acolytes. Why? Heinrichs exhales sharply and stiffens. I want to hear what he has to say, and then make my judgment. When all of this is over, what will you do? Heinrichs presses his lips together and shakes his head. I feel uneasy even thinking about it. But if Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar falls today, Heinrichs locks eyes with you. Someone has to take the rosette of the Ordo Xenos, at the very least, until the Inquisition Enclave determines who will be a worthy successor to Xavier. Yeah. If Calcazar has become too heretical that he has to be killed, Heinrichs wouldn't be a bad Inquisitor. Epitaph awaits. Steel your heart. The interrogator dips his head. Lead on, Rogue Trader, Ignatius von Valencius. Solomon is still deep in thought, looking more like a statue than a living person. Only when Galedo lets out a low growl, drawing Solomon's attention, does he break his stillness and raise his eyes. Come with some parting words, Rogue Trader. Now is the time. There may not be another opportunity. Well, I'm glad our paths crossed. Solomon presses his fist to his chest, looking you straight in the eye. The rote gesture looks unexpectedly heartfelt. It has been an honor to serve in your retinue, and it does not matter what lies ahead. Isn't that right, Galedo? Without a direct command, the Cyber Mastiff barks his assent. What are you going to do if we survive? I will follow your orders to find a new marshal, of course, and after that, I will leave you. For how long, only the Emperor knows. Every arbitrator counts now, and I'm needed on Dargonus. Hey, Galedo, I'll keep an eye on your arbitrator if you die, I promise. Ha! Suddenly, Solomon throws back his head and emits a sound whose very existence has long been doubted. The proctor laughs. His laugh, unusually sincere and gleeful, rolls across the bridge. Will you now? As if I'd let Galedo die while I still live. Are you ready, Solomon? You know I am. Solomon places his hand firmly on his weapon, and Galedo stands at attention, echoing his master's determination. The tech priest is checking his gear, whispering prayers to the Omnissiah. He looks up at you and speaks matter-of-factly. The tactical equipment audit is 97% complete. No critical failures detected. The Omnissiah shows favor. You don't seem too worried about the coming landing. The box makes a rustling noise that sounds like a chuckle. A mission of reconnaissance is a blessed and desirable one for an explorator. The data soul of the one who explores, analyzes, and charts overflows with the joy of servitude. Pascal lowers his eyes. I would be honored to disembark with you. You took good care of the ship and equipment. The dynasty will not forget it. Where the iron flowers of the Omnissiah bloom, there must also be his passionate gardeners. Thank you for honoring this unit by letting it serve the formidable spirit of the Von Valencius dynasty flagship and your lordship. When the campaign comes to an end, will you stay on duty or return to your fellow tech priests? It has been a joy to serve such a distinguished person, but duty calls the Amaranat Collective to a different mission. The message of change must be proclaimed. The believers must be separated from the doubters. Pascal, no, Amernat looks at you curiously. The experience of our comradeship has taught this unit much. The trials and battles we have gone through have produced trust, sincerity, mutual understanding. Amernat will lead his flock through the flames and forge the sect into a religion. May we have good fortune. There is no such thing as good fortune. May the statistical probability be predictably positive. Anyone else? Oh yeah, Cabela is hiding back here. Hi there. Cabela stands motionless, deep in trance, but returns to reality the moment you approach. Your every breath and heartbeat has been in anticipation of this moment, Dom Ignatius. Do not hesitate. Step into the darkness and allow your shield and shadow to walk with you. My love for you will give me strength. Cabela lowers her gaze and stays quiet for a while. Her eyes are full of tenderness and deep, sincere love. I will forever be your shadow until the Undying One bestows upon me the greatest reward for my service. Have you thought about what happens afterward if we survive? Now and forever, each of us must follow our own thread, and so it shall be until the day we find ourselves in his embrace. Her lips curve into a smile. But what's between us? It has made a web that joins you and me, and along that web our love will travel, and I will stay strong. I will hold, but it is what the tenants demand. Because it is what the tenants demand, and because I do no less for you. Now would be a good time to receive an inkling about our future. Have you consulted the tarot? There is no need for a reading. The cards will ask if we are prepared to face the challenge with dignity, and that will be the answer to our own question. Whatever awaits us, it is time we set forth. Every thread ends in death, but only the Undying One knows the time and place. I guess we can talk to the high factotum just in case. Contact the Curiosity Merchant. We are cut off from Dargonus, so I would be shocked if this works. Like any of this. The whole point was that we went through a portal to get here that we can't leave. And we have no other means of getting back to the rest of the Koronus Expanse. So if he actually has means of getting new retinue or new weapons or new equipment or anything like that, it makes zero sense. Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? Can you contact the Curiosity Merchant? It makes no sense. Like, I get it from a game standpoint. But, yeah. Let's turn our thoughts to the God Emperor with a prayer. Behind the glass of the altar lies the banner of St. Cognatius, a relic left... I think we've actually read this before. Relic left behind by one of the Imperium's greatest and most mysterious missionaries who converted more than one world to righteous faith. We could possibly also go back to the actual shrine, because we pray at that. No, we can't. We can go to our quarters or the Astropathic Chapel, and that's it. We can't go to the shrine because when we pray at the shrine, we get a bonus in our next mission. Huh. Alright, well, before we head out, let's go to the Voxmaster. Your Lordship, the shuttle is ready for landing. We have the exact coordinates for the landing, for a secure landing site. Will you authorize the start of the expedition? Permission to take off. We are heading to Epitaph. Acknowledged. Glory to the Von Valencius dynasty. Be safe, Lord Captain. So who do we take with us? We look at our journal. Oh, we can't even look at it. And I can't back out at this point. So, Ulfar wants to be down there to interrogate the Inquisitor. But I don't think I'm going to. Part of me wants to bring Cabela, because she's our love interest. But she's not very capable, and I'd have to level her up. I think I'm just going to go with my usual crew. There might be a scene for having your love interest with you, but it's doubtful. We'll just go with the usual crew, and I want Heinrichs there because we're directly talking to the Inquisitor. Or at least we should be. Down to Epitaph, which is clearly a Necron fortress, so the fact that Nomos is with us and he was made here on Epitaph. Means he's some sort of Necron creation. And we've convinced him to follow the Emperor. But yeah. Wow, there are just a bunch of not dead Necrons, but just like frozen Necrons. You can't head back this way at all.
Challenge for me.
This Necron that we saw there is still standing and actually can be highlighted, so I'm wondering if that's going to end up as a fight. And we can't go back to our ship. Huh. Is that Calcazar's ship? Alright, Necron Warrior. What's your deal? The Xenos is not showing any sign of aggression, simply staring ahead. There is an odd, disoriented quality to its movements. Nothing to loot out here or interact with. Just a bunch of Necrons in various states of either collapsed or I guess just stunned. Alright, Pascal, try and open that for me.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Necron Tech Hotshot Las Gun. Probably not. Last Ditch Armor. It's a medium armor. 70%. Once the wearer's wounds are reduced to 0 for the first time in combat, they immediately regain plus 18 wounds remaining in combat and gain 100 momentum. Not bad. And then some Tesla grenades. Right, we did get some equipment that I didn't actually look at equipping on anyone. Pascal can use a bolter, technically. But probably not. We had some heavy armor we gained, which you could use. But you got power armor. Yeah, I don't think that helps in any way. Do you use heavy armor? I guess you do. You're currently using light armor, but you're... Oh, you can't use heavy. You could use medium? Maybe? Maybe not. No, you can use medium. Right. It would tank your dodge. You don't have a particularly high agility. I don't think the abilities on that particularly help you. So I'll give you that medium armor. Less dodge, more armor is probably good. I don't know why I have a pistol in your hand. I should give you a shield. You're not really trained with shields. But still, it's probably more useful than having you carry a pistol. I'm never going to have you fire. Any other gear that I want to swap out on people? Not really. Weapon-wise, I don't think I got anything particularly useful lately. Yeah, we have the hollow field emitter. No, I think I'm pretty happy with how we've got everyone equipped.
Victory awaits!
Oh. What do we have going on here? Just noticed someone has placed inquisitorial banners on top of the Necron pillars. a fun touch. Out of the corner of your eye, inside the glowing green orb mounted on the contraption, you can see the reflections of people who are not here. They are looking at you curiously and fearfully. So we go down either right or left. See Necrons there. Are you guys actively hostile? Hard to tell. Let's check down here to the left because it looks like that's a dead end. And it is. And I guess we go to the right. At some point we're going to come across Necrons that are still fighting.
To the stars.
A broken metallic finger sticks out from between the sarcophagus doors that are slightly ajar. It wriggles weakly.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
We have 2 pistols, Rack and Ruin. Terrible range. Super terrible range. Oh, they're shotguns. I guess that makes sense. So not pistols. Just one-handed shotguns. Wielder can make a free attack with this weapon if they shot from Ruin on the same turn. Okay. So 2 identical shotgun pistols that allow you to fire both in a single turn. Astral Currents. In the first round of combat, the wearer gains the following benefits. Plus 20 movement, and the wearer's movement cost is not affected by threatened areas. The wearer's movement does not trigger attacks of opportunity. That's really good. I could jokingly put that on Pascal so he can literally run all the way across the battlefield. What do I have? Each time the wearer uses a major psychic power, all enemies in their line of sight lose 30% of their deflection until the start of the wearer's next turn. No, that's pretty good. Who else could benefit from crazy movement? Abelard could, for charging options, because I think he's got an ability that moves him, or when he charges, it does extra damage based on how far he's moved that turn. Whenever you parry, immediately strike back against the attacker with a kick. Versus you, the wearer of these boots gains plus 18% parry and rerolls failed dodge tests. I'll give you that.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, we've got a dead soldier there. Some more Necron stuff there. Up here is where it looks like there's things we can interact with. So I'm tempted to go here first. Oh, hi there, you. Elegy of Sorrow. The drawn-out metallic groan form a painful and melancholy melody, but the one that oozes the venomous spite. I exist again, and I behold discord, an abominable sight. Great conquerors brought low by a fleeting pestilence, corrosion everywhere. The hollow insides are ablaze. The grating roar is more like the sound of a metal torture instrument than a sentient being's speech. You deciphered the language of the ancient Xenos race, right? Okay. So otherwise we wouldn't be able to hear exactly what he's saying. The runts of the universe shall be eliminated. I rout them, and I pulverize them in bloody dust. I rid myself of them, and of my sorrow. The cursed one will regret ever existing. The Xeno starts to shake. From the armored plates of its head down to the tail flaps of its grav pad, the tremor causes the rock below it to crack and sink in. You are an ancient nightmare from a long-forgotten past. Juliet's breathing becomes unsteady as she stares wide-eyed at the being opposite you. I've encountered others like you, Ogier, once before, and I will do to you as I did to them, send you to the depths of your tomb. The Xenos lets out a metallic clink, a semblance of laughter, an ancient weapon that was broken in battles forgotten, worthless. Now let's examine the creature. The Xenos' entire skeletal body is made of an unknown metal, interlaced with greenish energy channels aglow with currents. Below its waist, the flares of a grav pad are humming and rattling. Its upper limbs fuse into a formidable heavy cannon. Not a single part of the monster's body betrays vulnerability. Without a doubt, this is a technologically superb machine designed to annihilate all life. Disabling it will not be easy. State your name, Xenos. The Vox translator spits out several metallic sounds, and a new flash of anger makes the Necron's bulky body rumble. Desecration of intelligence speech. I will sooner see it obliterated. Alright, what is going on here? The Necron's screeching distantly resembles laughter, or perhaps sobs. Rust does not have the privilege of witnessing noble metal perish. The destroyer shall be destroyed. The accursed one is sowing disease. The great and mighty do battle. The petty and worthless shall fall. I destroyed nothing. I will take no blame for any of this. It's true. Probably talking about Xavier Calcazar being the destroyer. I wonder if Calcazar has already unleashed his device that warps and changes metal. If that's what he's talking about. The accursed one is sowing disease. The great mighty do battle. Maybe. I destroyed nothing. I will take no blame for any of this. Rust is rust. It devours one day, it disappears the next. I shall unmanifest it. Annihilation.
Smite the xenos!
Okay, and we are getting straight into battle here. So just trying to see where all the enemies are. So we've got a few up here. You guys are Blighted Necron Warriors. What is Blighted Necron Warriors? How are you different than normal Necron Warriors? Corrosive Tech Blight. This creature may suffer a negative effect at the start of each turn due to the Tech Blight. The chances of the outcomes are as follows. 20% to be immobilized for a round, 20% to become staggered, 20% chance to suffer damage equal 20% of its wounds, 10% chance to suffer necrodermis instability for 1 round, and a 5% chance to be stunned for 1 round. That is not going to add up to 100, which is probably fine. Nothing says it has to be one of those. So, Blighted Necron Warriors seem like they're just going to fall apart in the next round or two. Blighted Immortals, Blighted Necron Warrior, Elegy of Sorrow. We'll check you out in a moment. So these are all the things we've fought before, just blighted, so they have that penalty. You, Elegy of Sorrow, what's your deal? Security Breach. That's the thing that claims you take more damage from the back, and it does look like your shield is open on the back. But maybe it only counts with melee attacks. Someone suggested that last time. Certainly didn't seem to take it or help at all with psyker attacks or ballistic attacks. All attacks against enemies in a 2-cell radius gain a 100% critical hit chance. All affected enemies have become priority targets. Immunity of Deathless, Reanimation Protocol, Living Metal. Efficient Disintegration. All attacks of the creature deal more damage in a 3-cell radius. But you do also have the Tech Blight. Okay. Well, I'm probably going to try and get a nice lineup attack on a couple of them with Meltas. We'll throw Cassia there. We'll put ourself. I was going to say in cover here, but that looks like it's not going to happen. I could go here and potentially still hit 2 of them. Or step out and hit others. We'll see. Here, Liette. Any good cover for you? Yeah, you can go into heavy cover there. And we'll send Abelard into that cover. Heinrich can be in heavy cover there. Pascal. Heavy cover there. For what little that's worth. I think that's everyone in cover. Cassius first, of course. Wow, we are all pretty low on initiative. And the Elegy of Sorrow goes next. Alright. Well, as usual, we'll start off the fight the right way.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Lighting ourselves on fire. Orchestrate flames.
Suits my purposes. All too easy.
Run and gun. Yeah. I still haven't figured out how you're supposed to fight these guys. But I suppose I'll start working on the Blighted Immortal.
Not a problem for me.
And I think I'll end my free turn there. Now, Cassia. You can hit a couple of them. By that I mean you can literally only hit these two. But still, it's not bad.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
If we're lucky, that'll have stunned him. It did light him on fire, which is always great. He is staggered for a round. Not stunned, unfortunately. Need to make sure I'm not actually hitting Abelard or Pascal.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Okay, you didn't quite die.
If I may?
Not sure that was the right call. And it didn't get us up to that level which I wanted. Let's go front line. Actually, if I can get Pascal in the back, which hopefully is like all of these squares. I'm gonna go there. We'll have the rear go to Irliat.
I am a navigator.
And then
not a
backline
servitor.
for dodge bonuses.
Isn't
here.
this a job for the serfs?
What does this do since I can use it? For 1 round, allies in the area gain 11% armor, cannot be overpenetrated, immune to prone effect, +4 deflection, and do not suffer injuries from receiving damage. Not bad, since it's free. Do we put it here? It's a defensive thing, so part of me is thinking we use it on this area where we've got a bunch of us standing.
I'm not
Inquisitor's
accustomed
Tenant,
to being ordered
so that you
around.
can then give your bonus to Ignatius.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Yeah, don't want to hit Pascal. Where I stand, I can't hit the two of them. I was hoping he would step out around and then it would be a straight shot. But that's not what's happening. Also doing super terrible damage. First of all, we'll ignite you.
Nothing of value has been lost!
That's a fine choice. We'll give ourselves a free attack.
Fear incarnate!
I'll step forward. Then I can attack here. Did we find a way to crack through your armor last time? I feel like we did. Eventually we were able to do real damage. But I think it sort of just happened and it wasn't clear why. But I know my knight does a little bit of burning to his armor. I don't think Melta does. But still, I might as well use it.
I can't do.
When I can line things up to hit multiple enemies, I might as well. I was hoping that that would be closer to killing you. Then you merely drop. I mean, I could always run behind just to see if I get more damage. but it feels like it's not going to work. Because I can give myself tons of movement with dash and reckless rush. So I'm inclined to run here so I can melt to the two of them. And then that'll also put me behind him, just to see what happens. Do I go for it? Yeah, let's go for it. So I can now move to here, which allows me to shoot both of you.
My tactics are flawless.
You sadly didn't break. We'll just hit you with an ignite so that you break, and then I can melt to the two of you. There you go. I do have run and gun available. Again. I guess from here. Okay, we are doing real damage from here. No, no, no. Let's ignore these guys. If I can get myself to be actually hurting you. Wildfire's free at this point. Yeah, that's real damage. Okay. I want to make sure I'm not accidentally hitting Pascal or the barrels he's hiding behind. There we go. So then we can do a run and gun. You are on fire significantly. Let's do inflame.
Suits my purposes.
Good. Then another melta should kill you. That's the theory.
Already done.
No, you were left alive at 500 health. Darn. Do I have any means of getting another free attack? I definitely should have checked that earlier. Well, we'll orchestrate flames on you so that you stay burning. I don't want that to go out. Removes a bunch of things, gains... Character has no negative effects on to remove. They gain +1 action point and +4 movement. It'll cost me 32 wounds, but it seems like burning's not in the list. Blinded, immobilized, prone, slowed, staggered, stunned. But then it says that they have no negative effects to remove. They gain +1 action point. I definitely don't want it to remove burning from me. But because it's not one of those, I think this will give me another action point. If I'm lucky. And it did. Perfect. Oh, that's still not quite a kill.
Nothing I can't do.
It's so close, though. And the 32 wounds are definitely worth it. 200 health left that we've got to get someone to take out. And he is safe to kill from this side. Or easy to kill from this side. And I can still move to try and get into some sort of cover. So we'll just rush back over here now. Since I have infinite movement. Oh, do not run adjacent to him. What are you doing, man? Apparently it's fine. I guess he is staggered. You are taking way more than that 213 health in fire and bleeding damage at the start of your turn, which should be basically right now. Are you going to die just immediately when Cassia ends her turn? No.
High momentum.
Okay. The back of him is now here, which means if I moved Earliat forward can I tell from here? Yeah, so it claims that you're not doing more damage. But I'm wondering if that's not true, because that's what I was checking before. But I think this might be another one of those circumstances where it doesn't properly calculate damage until you actually commit to standing there.
Swift and silent.
If you tried to shoot him now... Yeah, see, now you're doing... Why do you have 900 health suddenly? You probably... Oh, you have your reanimation or healing... Living metal, that's the one. Man, the fact that we didn't manage to take you out, that sucks. Alright, hunt down the prey.
Xenos pet monkey.
Perfect spot.
I
Pull the bold and piercing shot. Then we'll go for deadly shot. We don't actually need the additional range, but it increases the crit chance because we are way over our 95% chance to hit. So go for it.
Fortune favors the swift.
Good solid hit. Claim the bounty now.
If I must.
Could use in my sights, but I hope he doesn't survive another turn. Could also use Wild Hunt. Attack always hits. Until the end of combat, the target of this attack suffers a penalty to armor, block, dodge, and parry. Maybe. This should, I think, do 3 attacks directly on him. That are all crits.
My heart sings with the thrill of battle.
1. No, is it really just a single shot? Well, that's disappointing. Could mark you as being trailed. Probably better than in my sights. Just so everyone gets some bonuses. Yeah, then a bunch of them are going to get turns. And miss, which is great. Nearly got you taken down. Whoa. What happened to you? Alright, Abelard's got a turn. And he can easily get behind you. Into the combat zone as well. So, anything I want to use first? Suppose. Reckless strike. Let's mark you as a sworn enemy.
Victory is imminent.
Don't need force distraction, not really needing any of the defensive stuff at the moment. Let's get a charge. Here. Okay.
My ears are ringing.
Well, that defensive stuff didn't work out for you. Technically, you can move here now. Possibly you're going to take an attack of opportunity if I try, given that you're walking all the way around. It's not showing that you can go here, and I don't know if that's going to necessarily count as being behind him, but I hope so. Let's give you an endure to give you more temporary health. And then send you here.
Follow my lead.
No attack of opportunity. Then why didn't you just walk next to him? No, this is not counting as behind, clearly.
It will be done. An exemplary strike.
Alright. Defensive stance? Or bulwark, or wall of rock creep. You don't need the temporary wounds. We'll go with defensive stance and bulwark.
Indeed.
The fact that he can only be really damaged from behind, but he's got his back to a crate, not cool. Alright, it is my turn. And yeah, I think if I just step out here, I can melt through. Or not. If I step forward a bit. There you go. Can I guess... No, I have no way of getting behind you, unfortunately. So yeah, I've just got to beat you down. How much health do you have at this point? You've got 127. I'm doing 30.
Forge ahead!
It's not feeling amazing. Okay, so you're actually dead now. And yeah, there's no way for me to get behind you, which sucks. I could do inflame again. You are on fire. It's gonna hit you for all that damage. Yeah, give me another inflame. Let's see what happens. There you go. Okay, that's what I was wanting to see. Alright, Elegy of Shadows is down. Then what? We've got you two up here. And then a whole bunch of you over there. I can't get up onto that ledge, sadly. I could get to here, which would allow me to see you for an attack. Yeah, I think that's the best I'm going to be able to pull off. So let's melt a you from up here. Okay.
Nothing I can't do.
Wildfire, just so I can do another attack. I could also dash, maybe get a better angle on something. Probably not.
Already
Oh,
done.
dash there anyway. And I can just ignite you.
Not a problem for nothing of value has been lost.
Okay. I think that's that. Good dodge, Pascal. Good dodge, Abelard. Alright, you can't actually get anywhere, unfortunately. Actually, it's looking like it thinks you can get here. Your movement is absurd, Pascal. Can you actually make it to this guy? You can. Well, alright then. Yeah, over here. With your crazy movement speed. Alright. Oh, you have no health. So this is just gonna kill you. Alright. Without me having to do anything fancy. But I don't get a second attack, sadly. Machine Spirit Banishment does look like that will work. Perfect. So even though you're a Necron, Machine Spirit Banishment does work. Sadly, that's the end of your turn, with all of your actions still available. Heinrichs, what can you do? Oh, right, you have infinite movement as well. Technically not enough to get there, though. Could have you charge him, though. You guys with 81 health, it just feels so pointless to send any of my better characters. I don't know that Heinrichs is one of my better characters. It's fine. Heinrichs, go here. And then... Actually, before you move, let's go with Iron Arm and Warp Speed.
For the throne's glory.
Since apparently I don't need to care about Veil Degradation because I've not been caring about it. It's not to say I don't need to.
Let's see to it.
You summoned a demon. Good job. Well done, you. Excellent.
But of course.
Well, just kill her. Okay. That's that. Now, you should still be able to... Oh, you can't move because you attacked. Ugh. Warriors are so troublesome. Alright, then just charge.
I won't object to it.
Do you already have temporary hit points? You do, so Endure's not going to actually help you really at all. Toss down a Word of the Emperor onto you and Cassia. Why not?
For the throne's glory.
Yep, whatever. You're fine. Can you give Ignatius another turn? Where is he hiding? Up here. You can. Well, that's always the right choice when available. I doubt I can get him to a position where he can see you. No. But he could hit pretty much any of the others for guaranteed kills. Who are you? Okay, you're gonna go next, followed by... Who are you? Blighted Deathmark? I'm not seeing anyone highlighting. I don't know. You're next to go, so I'll just kill you.
Suits my purposes.
Right, I was meaning to hit you twice, and I accidentally misclicked on that guy. It's fine.
Deposing me
There.
was your biggest
You're down.
mistake.
You're on fire, so I could actually just take you out with this, probably. That being the case, let's do a wildfire. So that I can... Actually, could I use
Nothing
this
I can't do.
and run and gun to get another free attack? No, sadly. Okay. Let's light you on fire as well.
Suits my purposes.
And then... Oh, when flame costs 1, mistakes were made. Oh well. Can you do anything? Short answer is very much yes.
Emperor, give me strength. Try to die with grace, at
That's
least.
you down.
If I may,
And you.
don't frighten me.
I was not even aware that you were up there. Okay. Well, Ignatius can take you out on his turn. Whenever that finally arrives. As it is, can you give Earliet bonuses? No, you can't see her. Can't see anyone, it seems. Mend reality, please.
Isn't this
Try and
a job
get
for
that
the
down a bit.
Psykers?
Perfect. Very good. Alright. Earliet's turn. Can you see either of them? Yes and no. If I moved you somewhere else, could you get to a position where you can see that one on the ledge? Yes. This is going to shoot through and have potential to hit him. Even better. Although you're the one I really need to focus on. Anyway, go here, please.
Just designate a target.
Then we'll do the usual perfect spot. It's not really. You're technically in cover, but from their angle, not really. I'll mark you as prey, but I'm not going to actually aim at you.
If it serves your cause.
I'm going to try and hit you by shooting through him.
I understand your intent. Ancestors guide me.
I was not lucky.
If it serves your cause.
It's a shame. Alright. Then just shoot him if he somehow lives to your turn. Good dodge on me. Abelard, I don't think there's much you can do. If I'm being perfectly honest.
A tactically sound approach.
He's up on a ledge. It's fine. Iliad's turn again? Okay. Not really sure what happened there, but I'm not going to complain.
You cannot force me.
We only have one action left. But I do have another full shot ready to go.
It serves your cause.
Reassemblement.
Hidden from my sight.
Weird. It is now my turn, and I will be able to see you and attack you. Yes. Let's just go with Melta. Melta is always the right answer.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost.
Okay. Combat's over. Not bad. Can we loot you? Doesn't look like it, actually. There is some goods here. Before we interact with the machinery, let's look at everything. The tiny notebook is adorned with the coat of arms of House von Valencius. The pages made from real paper carry a pleasant scent of perfume and are covered in ruler straight lines of text. Their meaning is locked behind an intricate cipher, but you do not need to know the contents of it to identify the author. You know this perfect calligraphic handwriting all too well. So Theodora wrote something. Let's see if I can see whatever this is down here. The few warriors who have risen walk without noticing how their ranks are thinned. This procession is a far cry from the March of Annihilation it was meant to be. Well, that's good for us.
A new challenge for me?
The surface of the stele is roiling with revolting bubbles, as if it is trying to disgorge itself into some new form. Panakia. Ragged breath punctures the oppressive silence of the room. Someone is still alive. Isn't that the name of Heinrich's friend that he was looking for? That we heard was killed by the Inquisitor? I'm going to toss down a save. I might be misremembering that, but I don't think I am. The maimed creature at your feet is still alive, as evidenced by its heavy breathing. It was a woman once, sporting close-cropped hair and equipped for battle, but now her skin is shredded by the metal sticking out of her body in a dozen places. Let's examine the woman. Her body does not appear to have any external injuries. It has been maimed from the inside out, as if her flesh was transmuted into metallic shapes that burst out of her skin and turned her internal organs into a bloody sieve. Some of her exposed bones have a metallic gleam to them, while others still look natural. So she had some amount of augmetics, but came in contact with Calcazar's new weapon that is mutating all metal. Hey, can you hear me? With a heavy jerk, the woman raises her head, emerging from oblivion, and focuses her gaze on you. Even in such a wretched state, her eyes still gleam with self-confidence, zest, and subtle shrewdness. You, who are... that coat of arms rings a bell. Von Valencius. I'm not surprised to see you, as you may think. Who are you? The woman tries to salute you, but the metal cutting through her tendons has cost her control of her fingers. Janakia Calbergaria, Inquisition acolyte, and by the grace of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar, the warden of Epitaph 1, covert facility, or what's left of it. What happened to you? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Oh, you mean the metal things in my body? I've no idea. Looks like something has gone terribly wrong in the crypt. Her voice becomes more serious and dry. The Auspex has detected some unknown radiation, and everything went crazy. The xenos didn't like sleeping in their coffins anymore, so they started trashing the place. And the pylon I was standing next to suddenly grew a dozen tentacles, and one of them grazed me. I blacked out, and when I came to, I looked like I'd given birth to a shuttle. So, he activated the device. It started making all metal things go crazy. It didn't necessarily hit her at first, but one of the crazy metals nearby grazed her, and then I guess all of her augmetics went crazy as well. I'm looking for Calcazar. Where is he? At the facility, in the crypt, making preparations for the emergency launch of the operation's final stage. At least I hope so, or else he's already dead. Now that I think about it, there are enough reasons to assume the latter. What facility? What operation? I guess you're still young if you don't know that in this world, whenever the big boys and girls say the word facility, that almost always means a colossal secret weapon capable of destroying worlds, and that's all you're going to get. It would be very disrespectful for me to spill a secret that so many have given their lives to protect. I see. Have I sated your curiosity? Then I'd like my favor returned. There's a pack of aloe in my breast pocket. Give me one, and you can keep the rest. I'm feeling very generous today. I'll give her what she wants. I'm hoping that doesn't end the conversation. But yeah, we'll take out the pack of low and give for the woman. Good. You're old enough to know what these are for, aren't you? Stick one end of the tube between my teeth and light up the other. Just make sure you do it the right way around. Persuasion 95%. Let's be straight with each other. You have nothing to hide now that you're dying. What is going on in this place? Tanakia gives you a long, piercing look, then speaks, sadness audible in her voice. Straight, huh? Let's give it a try. I've taken a shine to you for some reason. One day, Xavier decided to immortalize himself in history in a rather extravagant way. All for the Imperium's sake, of course. But then things didn't go as expected, even though we expected that they wouldn't. And now you'd better get far away from here, because whatever happens next, I doubt you're going to like it. Or you can go down there, if you have the guts. Maybe you'll immortalize yourself too. That's what I would do, but I'm insane. So I'm not the best example to follow. A weak smile dances on the woman's lips. So about that low stick. We'll give the dying woman her low. Enjoy. Or bring the low to the woman's lips. You were saying something about an operation. Or just drop it on the ground. How clumsy of me. We'll bring it to her lips. You were saying something about an operation? You're a funny one. The Inquisition's secrets for a tube of blow. That would be something, wouldn't it? No deal. Alright, then enjoy. People say it's bad for your health. I'd better be careful. I suspect that doesn't matter at this point. Why does my coat of arms look familiar to you? Oh, I should know. It was on the uniform my agents wore. The ones I sent when Calcazar took an interest in her ladyship Theodore's retinue. They didn't wear them for long, though. When I presented Theodore with Calcazar's ultimatum, she purged a retinue of our operatives. I'm fairly certain Theodore would have preferred to have my head as well, but the Lord Inquisitor recalled me here to guard his treasure cave, just in case Theodora decided to return for what she thought was hers, or the Drukhari started causing trouble. How did your people infiltrate Theodore's retinue? A feint, a deception, a game of double and triple crosses. When they told her they intended to take revenge on Calcazar, she believed them. She was just too eager to get back at the Lord Inquisitor for taking her clever Archimagos advisor, Amarnat. Do you know Kunrad Votvir? Not sure if he's still alive, but back then he was Theodore's Master of Whispers. In theory, he should have been the one to out my operatives as spies, but instead he thought that they were his chance to pull off a brilliant plot and prove to his mummy how great an heir he would become. It's true what they say about blondes. Every other one is as thick as mince. What was the ultimatum you gave Theodora? Merely a message saying that her dirty secret was now our dirty secret. She was the first to visit Epitaph, and she found something here, something too good even for someone of her exalted status. Rogue traders are not allowed to have such toys, and I relayed the most exact coordinates down to the last digit after the decimal point to the Lord Inquisitor. Drukhari have come to this world? Why? Ah, the Xenofreaks, my favorite partners. They have had a crucial role to play in the operation that you mustn't know anything about. Their visits to Epitaph have left me with so many unforgettable moments. We were ordered not to fire on them first, but to split them into atoms if their skinny arses deviated so much as a single degree from the approved flight paths. I swear, it was as if those fools were trying to get shot, as with their half-witted provocations. They even have a nickname for me. The Almost Witch. A compliment, I guess. Alright. I'm Ignatius von Valencius, Theodore's heir. You'll have to excuse me for not looking surprised. My facial nerves seem to be partially paralyzed, but I gathered as much. I'd hardly mistake you for our spectacular void she-wolf, after all. And if she were alive, she definitely would have come here in person. So you're the heir? Well, at least it's not Kunrad. Why does no one from Theodore's retinue remember her visiting this system? I can give you two versions of the truth. The sugar-coated one and the honest one. The sugar-coated version is that once Theodora realized just what she had in her hands, she deemed it a matter of utmost secrecy and mind-locked the memories of all members of her crew. The honest version is that she mind-locked the important people and disposed of the rest. Theodora depressurized compartments by entire blocks, casting any unwanted witnesses out into the void. She needed to free up space in her holds for the spoils anyway. Lord Imperium test failed, darn. You've never heard of such a technology, but it would not be a stretch to assume that the Inquisition does have something of the sort at their disposal. This is, unexpected. Did her ladyship not trust even me? Disheartening news, to be sure. You have it all backwards. You could have been dumped out the airlock like so many others. You were already a decrepit old curmudgeon back then, after all. Ha! But she still deemed him worth it to just mind-wipe him and keep him. It's a nice way of looking at it. Alright, now I know enough. Sure you do. Alright, what do we do with her? I suggest granting the Acolyte the Emperor's peace, in honor of our years of working together. You've always been so sentimental, so attached to your colleagues, your hair, your eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, is that still sore point? Yeah, let's put her out of her misery. This is where it all ends for you. Her blood-smeared lips twist into a smile. Is this an act of mercy or revenge? Do you not fear death? Mercy, rest in peace. Execution that the traitor deserves. It's what you inquisitorial rats deserve. Do you not fear death? Does it look like I have anything to lose? The way I see it, you are doing me a favor here. So which one is it, mercy or revenge? Mercy. Rest in peace. Okay, we hit her multiple times with our psychic powers. Gust of otherworldly wind brings the smell of rot. Did we use our psychic powers to the point that we had some sort of warp effect? It takes you more than a few strikes to end the life of the already half-dead woman. The metal skull screeches under the pressure, but does not break, and her heart keeps pumping blood through her shredded veins. Finally, her agony comes to an end. Heinrich didn't say anything specifically about her being the woman he had been looking for, so I'm guessing I misremembered the name. She just has a monoknife. Okay. Box is filled with cast metal insignia like the ones worn by Theodore's bodyguards. Some of them have splatters of dried blood on them. Looks like this is a dead end, so we will explore this direction first.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Judging by the imposing design of these obelisks, the passage leads to a tomb intended for xenos of a higher status.
Victory awaits.
But we have no way of getting over there, which is fine.
Keep a sharp eye.
We have Mind Killer's Staff. So this is for telepathy psyker, which would be Adira, but she's not with us. Harbinger of Death if we had a psyker with a pet, which we don't. Tech Blight voraciously gnaws away at the human metal, but not as eagerly as the walls of the crypt.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, so we've got tech use here. Or just something to look at here. Some of these ancient, sacred, and priceless machines are labeled with the Von Valentius property mark, while others bear the stark emblems of the Inquisition. And they've clearly been here for a while, I think is what they're saying. Like, all this got originally set up during the time of Theodora.
Operation successful.
This device seems to be connected to the energy system of the crypt and is powering the equipment in the camp in violation of all operational canons. Yeah, the Inquisition doesn't care about breaking various rules. Looks like an elevator, probably. The elevator system leading to the deeper sections of the crypt was installed a long time ago. It seems every bolt is stamped with your dynastic coat of arms. Alright, we're hearing shooting down here. So explore to the right to get down there, or explore up here, which might also lead us over there. Ooh, is this some sort of shield? Something is shooting at the shield. Lots of somethings.
None shall
Let's
stand
explore over
in my
here for a
way.
moment. See what we can see before we actually step down there. Alright, never mind. Barrier's barely holding. Prepare for defense. In the name of the Golden Throne, hold the line. Okay, so we've got more of these bigger enemies. Yekmet will eradicate the filth of transient life. Oh, it's starting while we're tucked away over here. It's gonna take so long for our people to move around. If we just walked down here, we'd be in a much better position to fight. That's a shame. I mean, Irliet can be up here, well, but the rest of us, mistakes were made. Well, we'll just start moving people. I guess that's as far as I can make it. I might leave Irliet in some of this cover. Actually, I'll probably try and run her over either to here or there on her turn. As for our meleeers, how far can you guys make it? Oh, not far at all. Heinrichs, you can get to here. And Pascal. Pascal can at least move somewhat. But I'll have him start in cover because his initiative is basically at the end. Alright. Let's, I guess, do the usual of
Me?
starting this off.
Insist, Lord Captain.
I doubt we've got significant range to do much from way back here. Fire, orchestrate flames,
Too easy.
and we can move to here.
My tactics are flawless.
Run and gun. I could get closest from there, but I doubt that is a path I can... Oh, is that walkable terrain? Obviously we can't go now, but it does seem like we can walk on that. Okay. I was going to say that's heading me down a path I can't get around and I need to go that way. It does seem like we could head down this way. I can't do much damage to you. Do you have the same defense? Doesn't say so. What's your armor? 130. Grants 100% critical hit chance to every ally for 1 round. Usable only if there are more than 3 Necron creatures, excluding Scorpa Lord himself. Who is the Scorpa Lord? Annihilation. Creatures teleport to a target within 12 cell radius and strikes. Yikes. Attack more than once per round. Does not trigger attacks of opportunity. Yeah, but you don't have the defense, so this is just actually your defense. Where you just take so little damage. As opposed to if I focused on some of the others, I could just kill them right now. I mean, I can't really hit them. I could hit... Oh, I can't hit any of you. You're all too far away. Well, that's a bit of a problem. I could go here. Or did I back out? Yes, I can hit a few of you. We'll just light you on fire. And it will start taking out your armor. You are technically on fire, but 13 is terrible. I could also dash forward a little bit. We're not in any cover, but we're not in cover here either, so might as well try and dash as far forward as I can. Alright, back to Castia's turn. Let's move you to here. You should be able to see him from there. I hope.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
And I'm just going to go with Inquisitor's Tenant. So that you can just... you can't see him from there? Okay. Then step around, I suppose.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
That'll give him a free turn. That's what I need. Okay, that's not in a explosive barrel. At least it doesn't look like it. Yeah, and I can do real damage to you. Good, good, good.
Suits my purposes.
So yeah, let's just take you down.
No problem for me.
I'm a lot less worried about all these small fries. I want you gone.
All too easy.
Alright. One more. Should do it.
Suits my purposes.
There you go. Alright. As for the rest of you, should be able to line you both up in a single shot easy enough. Good. Then free attack.
My time is now.
Same thing to finish you guys off.
You didn't stand a chance.
Then run and gun will get me another attack. Yeah, you're all just... Oh, you have real health. And I did not even see these guys up here. Deathmark, Blighted Immortals. I shouldn't be focusing on the weaklings down here. Yeah. Alright. Can't hit you from where I am. And I won't be able to hit you guys either. You're too far away. I can hit you, though. Except I can't. Are you out of line of sight somehow? Doesn't look like you should be. But if I went here, then... No. I can hit you now. That's probably worth it. Let's... Oops. I right-clicked to change my movement. No, I didn't. I right-clicked to undo casting. There we are. So we'll start lighting you on fire.
Insignificant.
And I might as well inflame.
Nothing I can't do.
Undo me.
Yeah, good enough. And because it's free, we'll orchestrate flames on you as well.
Problem for me.
Oh, I can also do another wildfire, which will give me another attack. And I can even do Melta. If I'm lucky. No, we're not getting a line there. Melta you. I don't think I can actually Melta you. So I could just do Ignite still. Do I just keep damaging you? Probably. You're a bigger threat than the other small fry around here. Maybe I should have let you on fire. The immortal. Alright, back to Castia's turn. I think I'll start moving you forward as well. And yeah, we're in a bit of a dangerous situation. It happens.
If I may,
Outside of range, sadly. So you can't hit him. Or any of them. Yeah. Alright. Ooh, put down a cell and then... for a location, and then all allies within 16 cells can move to it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Roughly where you are. Or like back here. If I put something here,
if you insist, Lord Captain.
and then did this split stratagem,
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
should allow all of my allies to move into that space for free on their turns if they want. I could also just move her to it.
Do not dare ask. That is
Path is blocked.
foolishness.
Does it have to be a straight line? Oh. Okay, it's got to be the closest spot in it. Not sure that that was a good movement, but alright.
The dynasty will rise.
I won't go down easy.
Okay, Irliet, you can...
I will not. Stop trying, monkey.
So does it actually have to be the nearest spot? No, technically no.
This tedium is beneath me.
That gets you a little bit closer without spending movement. Although, perhaps I should have had her focus on taking this guy out. Maybe. You do have shots, even on this one, even from way over here. You really? Wow. Doing basically no damage. I guess if your aim is that good, I might as well just put you in cover here.
I approach the designated position.
Then we'll see what we can do. So, you are difficulty 4. You are difficulty 4 as well. This one way over here is also 4. I'll have you focus on that one.
I understand your intent. It's a... The Swift. I am not your xenos. In from my
A few good
sight.
shots. I approve. And then focus on this one because no one else is going to.
Imperium is beneath.
Alright, back to my turn. Let's see. If I go here, I could probably melt to the two of you. Yeah, that's probably the best I can pull off with getting multiple shots. Then we'll just take you guys out.
Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Then Wildfire will give me another attack. Can I melt to you now? Yes.
Suits my purposes.
That drops you. Inflame?
Not
Does that
a
kill you?
problem for-
It did. Brilliant.
Suits my purposes.
We'll do a Revel and Slaughter with a run and gun. Should allow me to Melta again. And we'll Melta you. Perfect. I think that's all I can do. Good enough. Thanks for missing. Alright. Heinrichs, I could send you over here. You're not going to be able to do anything else particularly effective, so I might as well.
I won't object to it.
Iron Arm, Warp Speed.
Lord Captain.
Go to the Emperor on the two of us.
Naturally.
If I sent you, like, back here, can you charge that whole way? You can.
Everyone, step aside.
That wasn't very cool. Barely outside of range on that, but you can step forward. And then can you Purge Soul on him? For what little it's worth, yes.
For the throne's glory.
It's something. Might as well. Not going to be doing a lot more while you're way up here and they're all down there.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Alright, Pascal, freely move down here if you can.
Running binaric override.
They are sadly just slightly too far apart for you to be able to attack them. You could get over here. I'm going to have you take on these two. Even though Irliet's got a shot there. But it'll be a few turns till it gets to her. That doesn't kill, actually. Well, I could send you here anyway. And then one of these, yeah, where it hurts, will trigger the bleeding effect that you've got on you. It's odd to see a Necron bleeding. I could also do Reckless Abandon, take a bunch of damage to do more damage. I think that's necessary. No, not anymore.
Request approved.
Your reckoning is
You
due.
drop. Didn't consider the fact that I can't do a follow-up. I could do, actually, Machine Spirit Banish. Oh, you actually just died. I thought I'd have to do the follow-up.
Running binaric override.
I was also expecting that to work. Okay. Abelard, what can we do with you? No, you can't get there.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Are you not gonna move here?
At your beck and call.
Okay. Suddenly changed which squares you could see. I guess charge forward from here.
Victory is imminent.
Not a lot you can do at this point.
I will do my duty.
The difficulty of being a warrior in a big spread out area.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Alright. Give a free turn to Ignatius,
Isn't
please.
this a job for the serfs?
Let's finish
Suits
you
my
off.
purposes.
Follow up.
Nothing I can't. Nothing of value has been lost.
Perfect. Can't melt it because I put Pascal in the way, sadly. Can ignite, though. Right, you have no health left. Kind of forgotten that. The Colossal Warrior's formidable underframe can no longer bear his weight. With armor plates clanging, this great bulk slumps. A low sound is born in his chest, which your elucidator turns into words. Let woe befall the unworthy Yekmet dynasty. Sleep is nearing its end, and thraldom returns. In my vestment of shame, I peer into the stormy horizons of the future. You notice the convulsions in the xeno limbs. The light is flickering in its eyes. Perhaps something went wrong during this monster's awakening from stasis, damaging his engrams and plunging him into madness. What are you? The xeno's limbs shiver at the sound of your voice. The elucidator takes on a tone of revulsion. Despicable. An overlord's moment of grief is befouled by the influence of transient life. Rage has clouded the purity of the morning. The warrior makes a futile attempt to get up, only to convulse again. Something bursts inside him, making a ringing noise. The entire crypt echoes that sound with a resonant, rumbling tremor. Shame upon the crypto-geometric sentinel, who was entrusted with guarding the paths of actualization and failed to be vigilant. Unworthy feet have trodden these paths. The voice-like hum from behind its lowered visor fades. The warrior of iron, a sentinel of the tomb of the ancient ones, a child of Ingir, the starved devourers, and an eternal enemy of the Assyriani. Aliette grips the weapon in her hands tightly, as if expecting the terrifying warrior to spring to life and attack at any second. What is it that makes you grieve? Is it your imminent death? Grant him an honorable death? Your watch is over, or just finish off the monster. I don't think we're going to be friends with these Necron. What is it that makes you grieve? Is it your imminent death? The warrior turns his gaze directly on you. The green light in his eyes flares up like a bonfire. Inexistence is entropically preordained. It is no cause for grief. The egregious mistakes are. The violated imperatives are. The Yekmet dynasty took watch of the seed of the cataclysm. The seed was neglected. A cataclysm has sprouted from it. Honor has been trampled underfoot. I know Necrons have various dynasties that they all fall under, so that makes sense to me. The rest of what he's talking about doesn't mean much to me yet. Yekmet dynasty took watch of the seed of the cataclysm. That's what I'm not understanding yet. You appear to be looking at an overlord of a minor dynasty of Xenos. He is clearly a member of a destructive cult that loathes living flesh with visceral passion. However, as much as he resembles an animated metallic statue, he was once a living being, and the ideals of duty and valor that used to guide him still exist in his mind. What is this cataclysm unfolding here? The Star Devourer is asleep yet awake. His breath is poisonous pestilence. His dreams are engrammatic acid. Quantum uncertainty is his shroud, and that which came to pass is entangled in it, and interwoven with that which came not to pass. Possibility becomes actuality. Actuality becomes itself. Star Devourer. I'm still assuming we're talking about a Catan. I know very little about them, except that they are extremely powerful and were referred to as gods. And so, the idea of something that just eats the energy from stars. And I know the Catan and Necron are very tightly linked in their story. Like, the Catan forced the Necrons to turn into these metal soldiers against their will, usually. Some willingly made the change, but a lot of them were forced. They were essentially slaves of the Catan. So brazen a violation of the laws of existence set by the Omnissiah. The very idea is infinitely blasphemous, so blasphemous as to almost be sacred. The monster's madness is clearly overtaking him as his speech turns into a tangle of incoherent exclamations. Instead of fighting each other, we should unite to halt the impending nightmare. I don't know about that. Working together with Necrons is never going to work out for anyone. Like, I allow Irliet because she is willing to work with me, and it seems like most of the Asuriani generally wanted a peaceful existence. Necrons want to take back over the universe, and I doubt I can convince any group of them to be peaceful. But I'm gonna at least say it. We've generally been more willing to work with Xenos than a typical dogmatic should be. And so I'm gonna try it, but I'm guessing this is gonna fail because he's not gonna want to work together either. The fallen warrior scrapes the floor with his claws and screeches furiously. Unacceptable. The rot of transient life must be eradicated. Alright. Finish off the monster. Die already. I gave you a chance to possibly work together. May tachyonic wind carry my words. May the oceans of subatomic resonance reflect it, and may it resound until the world grows old. Convulsions begin to affect the metallic body, and the entire crypt is quivering along. The walls seem more fragile with each passing second. Impossible anomalies are now rampant in them. Let the Ekmet dynasty be cursed. A terrible rumble comes from somewhere deep inside the crypt. As soon as the green fire goes out of the fallen warrior's eyes, the glow of the glyphs upon the walls becomes chaotic and disarrayed. Something just broke irreparably in this crypt. Okay. Anything to loot? Guessing there's nothing up here, because Heinrichs would have seen it. We didn't actually finish exploring this side, like... Well, I guess we weren't trying this side. We tried the other side. Nothing to see here either. Oh, I didn't even see this ladder before. I guess getting up here wouldn't have been terribly difficult. Okay, we can't actually go over there. And we can't loot this body. So I guess there's nothing to do here besides just proceed forward towards these guys. Inquisitorial troopers. And there's like, wow, you guys took that out? Well done. Deactivating the shield, the Lord Inquisitor is expecting the rogue trader below. Thanks.
It's about time.
Can't talk to any of you, it seems. Surviving soldiers bear grave wounds inflicted by Gauss weapons. Even the most skilled chirurgeon would likely be powerless to heal them. Let me tell about this. A bulky device whose machine spirit is continuously weaving a protective force field. This must be what is holding the Xenos at bay, but looking at its unsteady flickering, one cannot help but wonder how long the barrier will last. Well, the barrier is down already.
A new challenge for me?
And all we have is to move on to Epitaph. Some sort of crazy device. Either that is a Necron device that we're trying to access, or that's the device that is causing all the chaos with the Necron stuff.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Hello? Did you just materialize people with Necron tech? Because that's not how that's supposed to work. Reality bubbles before you and bursts with an agonizing shriek. A few silhouettes now stand in your way. 3 of them seem to have your face, and yet the differences are striking. Each has been marked by other accomplishments and different experiences, making you feel like the protagonist of a tale about a pair of twins separated at birth. Merciful reflection. If you are sentient creatures and not mere eidolons, I suggest you back down without a fight. I did not come here to claim your lives. Cursed reflection. My master, changer of ways. Is this of your making? No, I can feel it is not. You are not playing tricks on me. You are sending me prey for a great sacrifice. Glorious reflection. Is there some ironic lesson in what is going on? Should I be looking in the mirror of a little less, or perhaps try to look at myself from the outside? Or is this a hint that I am my own worst enemy? I shall ponder this in my memoir. Let's look at where my doppelgangers came from. The blatant abuse of the fabric of existence is causing the motes of reality to flare up. You see the mirages of the Koronus Expanse in the glow, altered past recognition by decisions you have made, or could have made in some other world. Who are you? We just shout out to all of them in general. Your replica smiles in understanding. I am Ignatius von Valentius, the Magnificent. And if I know myself, which I most certainly do, you are now pondering what that makes you. The answer is simple. You are my reflection from a less glorious reality, the product of the malign influence of the treasure that I seek. Some refer to me as the Warden of the Expanse, but I prefer being addressed simply as Ignatius. Nice to meet you, me from a different version of existence. The last doppelganger smiles coyly. Speaking of me, I am the only version of ourselves who chose the path of true power. I serve the Master, the Changer of Ways, and I already chanced upon my reflections in his dreams, which is why I am the only one without a dumbstruck expression on my face. So, you are me? Welcome to my reality, esteemed guests. At last, I have some worthy interlocutors. I do not like this. I shall have to kill you all. So you are me. I see now. You are a Von Valentius from a reality of impenetrable dullards. No, it is you who are me. Address the arrogant copy. You seem to think you are better than the rest of us, don't you? And yet, I was the only one clever enough to become the master of my own fate, and not be reduced to someone else's plaything or a slave of dogma. Why do you seek to enter the crypt? I came to claim the treasure. Whatever it is, Theodore found it. Which makes it mine. Xavier will regret trying to steal from my dynasty, the doppelganger smirks. Medicaid test. Your doppelganger's slightly accelerated speech, jerky movement, and the sweet twinkle in his eyes suggest that his blood is teeming with euphoric stimulants. It's not good. And I become very principled and vengeful where my treasure hoard is concerned. When you became, how you acquired such an ego. You're a parody of what a rogue trader is supposed to be, quite the epitome of hubris, greed, and brazenness. Or just I see. I wonder how you acquired such an ego. The lack of pointless advice, I presume. On the day Kunrad killed Theodora, all of her officers died with her, including Mort, Abelard, Adira, Ravor, Vigdis. When I came into my inheritance, there was no one to teach me how to be a rogue trader. I handled everything myself and found out who Theodore von Valentius really was. A narcissistic, unscrupulous, self-serving bitch who lied to everyone. I admit I regretted not getting the chance to know her better. I embraced her principles and realized that literally everyone in the Koronus Expanse was out to take advantage of me. The Drusians and the Pirates, the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Casabalica, Calcazar and Urulon, and so the puppet pulled at the strings and made its masters dance. I dare say things turned out well for me. I would ask your lordship to watch your language as you speak of her ladyship Theodora. I do not know how it is in your reality, but in ours it is customary to mind one's manners. Shut up, servant. In our reality, it is customary for lackeys not to interfere in the affairs of their betters. Ah, Tisiphone, my sworn friend and the most overbearing shrew in the Expanse. Of course, you are here as well. The copy nods meaningfully at Cassia. So mean. My sworn friend and most overbearing shrew. Nice to see you in the thick of things as usual. The mention of the former novator of the house makes Cassia flinch. What? I think you are mistaken. You mistake me for someone else. Indeed, in this rancid reality, you are some kind of pathetic parody of yourself. Have you achieved much without loyal allies? Indeed I have. I am the most influential figure in the entire Expanse. Caligos was slain by the Xenos, and his successor, Vane, became my puppet. Incendia chases pirates, not realizing it is me who is raiding her colonies. I was able to make a pact with the cabal of the Reaving Tempest against Calcazar, forcing him to flee. I undertook a dozen expeditions into the unknown, moved the dynasty capital to Footfall, named Vladimir my governor, and made Hieronymus a cardinal. Not too bad for a novice, wouldn't you say? So you tricked everyone in the end. Nicely done. I feel sorry for you. You had to shoulder the burden of power all on your own. He doesn't seem sorry at all, so... No. You are a parody of what a rogue trader is supposed to be. Quite the epitome of hubris, greed, and brazenness. This is what being a rogue trader is all about. You simply lack the imagination to grasp it. Emperor, what an insufferable, smug, arrogant, and childishly insolent creature. How can a single rogue trader embody everything they are loathed for? Let's address the cursed copy. So, one of my versions chose to serve the archenemy. I do not serve, I reign. You grovel, but I dominate and rise even higher. Sure. You notice that your replica is sporting elaborate makeup. Under a layer of powder, the doppelganger's face looks strange, its skin covered in wrinkles. Somehow they remind you of closed eyelids. Adira opens her mouth and you see the blackness between her teeth in place of her tongue. 100 otherworldly warped voices speak instead of her voice. The master requests a sacrifice, a living sacrifice. Toss them into the warp. Their paths will be unraveled and woven into yours. Why did you come to Apataph? My master, the changer of ways, directed me here and revealed my destiny. This is where I will cut short the life of the corpse Emperor's champion and claim the great trophy. This is where I am fated to become one with the warp. I wonder at what point your soul was tainted by heresy. It happened on the day Kunrad Vodbeer wounded me with the cursed blade. From then on, I started hearing voices. Fortunately, my companion Adira taught me how to avoid going insane, and I began to listen to and heed their wisdom. They revealed secrets to me and whispered the dark rituals. I raided the Von Valencia's crypt, made a dark offering to Theodora's skull, and enslaved her spirit. I learned all of her dirty secrets, all of her lies. I saw the full picture and realized that only the strongest survive in the Expanse, and any strength is good enough to survive. Have you achieved much on your profane path? Oh, I have. My empire is no paltry protectorate. It stretches across Winterscale's domain and the worlds of Corda. With my brother Kunrad as regent, together we rule many planets. I deceived Urlon the Fool and banished him from the Expanse after subverting his cult. I taught the Brazen Drukari a lesson by sending the Orsilio navigators into Camorra to curse the most powerful disjunction in history. On Quetzaltemur, I struck down the furious Caligos, a rival for the favor of the Dark Gods, and used his blood to make a pact with the Edge of Daybreak, my illustrious teacher. Emperor, why do you so rarely send me heretics who are this eager to confess? My job would be so much easier. House Orsilio would never swear allegiance to someone like you. We follow his light, and you are a twisted chaos incarnate. Now I see the Assyrian has blessed my path, for in this reality, I met a human with a powerful and radiant soul, unyielding to corruption. I remember you, little Xenos. I remember you and your kin begging for mercy as I sent you off, one after another, to feast on the Lord of Pleasure. Under different circumstances, we could become allies. No. You're disgusting. There's something hilarious about the way you are reveling in your villainy. Words are no longer necessary. You are disgusting. Just plain and simple. You won't believe how little I care for what you think. And the peaceful copy, you seem to be the only one who isn't trying to pick a fight. I do not enjoy pointless violence. Power and authority can always be used for a more worthy purpose. Well, Almost always. Unfortunately, sometimes violence does have a point, but it gives me little pleasure even then. So what brings you to this dangerous place, most peaceful one? Duty. I do not know what exactly Xavier has in mind, but judging by his past actions, it will be ambitious and terrible. He must be stopped. Your doppelganger resolutely clenches his fist around an oddly shaped wraithbone talisman. The Eldari wear such amulets as a token of a special bond with someone, or a token of remembrance for the dead. Her emerald eyes light up with surprise, sorrow, and confusion all at once. So you and I walked arm in arm in this other world too, Elentok. And since the keepsake is now in your possession, my path was cut short before yours. Your alter ego nods slowly and sorrowfully. Forgive me, Iliet Leneavis. You took the Cabal Dracon's blow that was meant for me, but the Chirurgeons were unable to heal your wounds. Still, it is a great joy to see you alive again. Why do you care so much about other people? I have been taught some harsh lessons. When Kunrad staged the coup, I was badly wounded. Abelard nursed me back to health, and so did the entire crew. They looked after me and the Protectorate for months while I was in limbo, a dark and joyless sleep, in which I only heard Theodora's last words, "Protect my people." When I awoke, I vowed to do exactly that, to not be a master to my people, but their protector and their champion. Abelard, your Abelard shares a look of understanding and deep respect with the Seneschal from the alternate reality. The scars upon your soul bleed in ashen azure. Yet your heart is bursting with flames of the most incredible hues, crystal clear colors, without any additional additions or impurities. A pure heart, I had all but forgotten they existed. What is your reality like? I think it is less bloodshed than yours. I brought peace to the Expanse, soothed the flames of Incendia's zeal, and stopped Caligos from falling to vileness. The two of us even managed to become friends. I sheltered the Eldari refugees and convinced them to join forces to fend off the Drukhari. I granted pardon to the pirates and renegades who strayed not out of malice, but because they had nowhere else to go. Kalkazar called me a heretic, but no one else paid heed to that castigation. The Fellowship of the Void became a respectable merchant guild. Vladim shed almost all of his thuggish habits, but died when Xavier turned Footfall into a colossal projectile, which he crashed into Euphrates II after it was captured by Erlon the Cruel. Thousands died that way, but tens of thousands were safely evacuated by Vladim, and I welcomed them to Dargonis. An alliance between the children of Asurion and humans. You speak of impossible things, and yet your ardor makes one want to believe you. Perhaps in your reality, false Elentok, our kinfolk have gained wisdom and tolerance beyond my understanding. So much of what he has chosen is sort of the path we've walked down. He just went slightly more merciful, even to those that didn't deserve it. Yeah. We haven't given mercy to literally everyone. I wish I could visit your universe. It seems to be brighter and kinder than mine. In some ways, yeah. Mercy is the gateway for heresy. Simply too weak to be a rogue trader. I don't know if I necessarily agree with either of those. If I was going purely dogmatic, maybe. But since we've walked sort of mostly dogmatic, but giving way to mercy when it feels deserved, I can see where he's coming from. I don't know if I'd want to fully live his life or in his universe, but visiting it I could agree with. In some ways, it does seem brighter and kinder than mine. It is never too late to create it around you. The situation has become complicated. How are we going to resolve it? I'm afraid we have no choice but to fight. What is hidden on this world imperils the millions of lives for which I am responsible. For their sake, I will crush any opponent unless you all retreat without a fight. But I see we are outnumbered compared to you, doppelganger. I think it would be wise to join forces, topple you first, and then resolve the conflict between those of us who have survived. I concur. We'll finish off the one with the biggest retinue first, and then decide who is worthy of the prize. However, I already know who it's going to be. I'm giving you a chance to settle this affair peacefully and avoid self-destruction in every sense of the word. The Emperor is with me, and that means you are going to fall. Not opposed to that. And I'll show you who's the original and who are the imperfect replicas. I will not share the contents of the crypt with anyone. Die, or this version of reality has no need for you. Farewell. The one's never meant to be. Just sort of a peaceful statement. The Emperor is with me, and that means you are going to fall. Indeed, rogue traders are doomed to forever feud with one another. Such is the power of that poison called ambition that seeps from our warrants.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Okay, so we've got...
the eye of the witch.
I don't know how you guys get to have 1,400 health. Surely you apparently walked down some different paths than I did, if that's on the table. Looks like I could get a line from Melta right there. That's what I'm seeing. Let's just set Cassia. Actually, I'll put Cassia here in this cover. I'll put myself right here. Yeah. Then we'll put you... I might just put you here. Then as for our meleeers, definitely want to keep them out of the firing line. Like when Cassia uses her third eye. But over here should be fairly safe. I guess I can throw you in cover for now. And lastly, Pascal, since you can move anywhere, we'll throw you here. Sure. Alright, Cassia.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
We'll start by lighting ourselves on fire, which should hurt Abelard a bit. 9. That was pure trash. Alright. I melted from here. No, so I do need to step over one. If I melt it from here, then yeah, I can get all 3 of them. They have so much health, though.
Nothing I can't do. Just a minor setback.
I would take an attack if I tried to move away, so I might just stay here. Alright, you can probably hit several of them with your third eye. Actually, no. Not from there. Let's step you forward. There you go. That's hitting 4 of them, which feels pretty good to me.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Duty go hand in hand.
I'm not accustomed.
Making sure I'm not hitting my allies.
Pleasant.
Sadly, I don't think she's gonna get all the way up there. I don't really want to move anyone around accidentally. I can have you move over to Pascal for me.
I'm a navigator.
Or to Abelard. There you go. That's fine. We need to use Inquisitor's Tenant to get the extra turn from me.
In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
So yeah, we'll just take you guys out.
Purposes. Stand a chance.
Goodbye, fake Abelard and fake Adira. You're gonna die on your turn, but I think it's at the end of the turn, unfortunately.
I am fear incarnate.
I can't quite make it over here, but I was thinking I might be able to get a line, hit you guys. I'm leaving the merciful one for last, just in case something happens from that, because I agree more with his stance, and maybe we can reach a peaceful agreement, which I doubt, but you never know. Okay, so yeah, I'm not going to be able to get all the way over there, which is probably fine. Although I do need to move because I don't want to hit Abelard. So let's go here with the dash.
All too easy.
That's fine. I could do Reckless Rush, then I can actually get the line I want, which is probably smart. If I'm gonna use a Melta, I might as well get a line that will hit you. It didn't
standing.
continue to you for whatever reason. Looks like it's supposed to. It's definitely marking him, but I think it's actually hitting this and stopping, and then pretending that the line will continue. Alright, so you're down. You can do a run and gun. Let's see. Some around here. Looks like it's probably pretty good. Hit both of you. There you go.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Helping me was your biggest mistake.
Okay. I left you for last, but I'm still gonna, win. Because it's me.
Suits my purpose. You didn't stand a chance.
It does amuse me that they should all be psykers, pyromancy psykers still, because that's what we were from the start. And yet I took them all down with fire. Well, let's loot the corpses. Anti-vehicle revolver. Wow. Auto-striking power sword. And Panoply of the Assassin armor. Doesn't look like good. Each round the wearer's dodge is increased by 10% until the end of combat. Resets after any attack made on the wearer. Yeah, no. Melta weapon proficiency. Eruption, 45 to 60 damage. But that terrible range. Life-draining sword. Yeah, they just require you to be heretical. Same with the armor. Melly's body glove. Staff of shock and awe. Go to the staff, power level 18, gains lightning ability. Plus 20 willpower. I don't think I actually looted the corpses. Let's grab that. So if we compare that to our own staff, what we have right now is only a power level 10 with 15 willpower. So even this isn't a pyromancy staff. It gives higher willpower. By a lot.
None shall stand in my way.
Bonebreaker Maul. Solar Staff. So also pyromancy weapon. Level 10. I think that's effectively what I just had that I got rid of. Medium armor, 60% is not bad. Restores 1 AP after killing an enemy once per round. That's certainly something. Yeah. None of that is too important to me. There are things down there to check out, however we get down there.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Yeah. Simple fight. Easy enough. Detect Blight has barely affected this bridge, but almost completely devastated xeno structures below. Force access with tech use. Only a 60%. Huh. Alright. We'll put down a save and then Pascal, give it a shot.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Scarlet forbidding signs blaze on the vid screen. Someone has placed a seal of silence on the cogitator. Okay, so even though you succeeded, you can't get any information because of the seal of silence. Alright, is that where I'm supposed to go, or am I supposed to go forward?
Victory awaits!
It's probably where I'm supposed to go. What are you? No, we have stairs that go down. That's probably the way to go forward. Is this way. Okay, just want to make sure I'm not missing stuff. That also keeps flickering graphically, and it's not supposed to do that. We are basically at the end of my normal streaming time, but it also feels like we're basically at the end of the game, so I want to just keep going. So this might be a long stream if it goes longer than I suspect. One of the images stands out amongst the rest. This likely used to be the symbol of the ancient Xenos dynasty. Connect the memory core.
Operation successful.
Eliminate. Alright, so it showed Alcazar taking out a bunch of Necrons, or I guess ordering Necrons to be killed. I couldn't identify that as Calcazar, but our text says it's him. Cool.
A new challenge for me.
Incandescent Storm. It's a new plasma weapon. Cruciatum Litany. Each of the wearer's single attacks gains plus 10% damage for each negative effect on the target. That wouldn't be bad for Pascal, because he gets bonuses for attacking enemies that are like burning, bleeding, etc. So this would just add on to that. No, I don't want... I use you for your skills a lot. 10% damage I don't think is significant enough.
Stars.
Mainly because I don't use my party members for their damage, I use them for their skills outside of combat. I do the damage myself. Okay, there's some sort of fight going on. Rosary Defense. The wearer gains 0% chance to ignore any incoming damage. What a great deal. Probably would do better to someone else with different stats, but
Follow my lead.
it's fine. Examine the device, connect to the memory core. Let's examine the device first.
The machine god grants me insight.
As soon as you touch the obelisk, ancient Xenos symbols appear in your mind, forming the words "Open the pocket repository." Let's connect to the memory core before we move the device. I don't trust that at all.
Success is an irrefutable certainty.
Still seeing more fighting with Necrons. Lord Inquisitor, we are progressing according to plan. Our troops have already reached the target. Alright, so that's where we need to go. Clearly. But there is stuff going down over there first.
I
What's
won't
up here?
tolerate weakness.
Unnatural energies torment the Xenos' dead body, destroying and reconstructing it over and over. Do we move this? I'm gonna put down a save. Okay. Adeptus Astartes equipment. Singer of fearsome sagas. Cool. Rallying boots. Whenever the wearer uses the following, that ally deals 33% more damage with their next attack. For each ally within 2 radius around the wearer. Meh. Mind assembled circlet. Whenever the wearer uses psychic power, they can trigger one of the following. 50% chance to reduce the AP cost and decrease veil degradation by 2. 25% chance to perform the psychic power as usual. 25% chance to increase veil degradation by 3 and reset the cooldown of their attack. If veil degradation is increased to 15 or beyond, this effect triggers Perils of the Warp even when using minor psychic powers. Definitely not going to go with that. Like, I like
It's about time.
the potential for... are you shooting us? Okay, yes you are.
Van Kallox, focus.
Huh. I assumed you would target enemies, but no, you're just shooting at everything. How do we deal with you? Surely we're not supposed to just force our way through. That's just going to show us the battle again, right? Yeah. Because I don't see a way that we can actually get past that even if I ran down into that. But same on this side. So how am I supposed to continue forward? That's the question. How do we get down here? We don't. Looking down here,
None shall stand
I have
in
no
my
means of
way.
moving forward. I can't see that. Also, we left some loot up here, apparently. And there's more loot over here. Doesn't really matter, but I don't like leaving loot behind just in case. What did I miss? Some goods here. Two-handed las. Pretty good damage. Well, the wearer does not lose the elusive effect if they attack from cover. And then another Melta. And we've got some loot here, apparently. Here? No, it is down there. How? Okay. If we break that, that'll probably shut it down. That is a targetable thing. How close can I get before we start dying? Okay. We seem safe here.
State your intention.
Can you shoot it from here?
If it serves your cause.
Thank you. We'll probably do the same thing on the other side, but for now we'll move forward like this. I should probably get some healing. So, Abelard. I guess.
Your seneschal is always there.
Actually, Pascal I think has the highest Medicae.
Technology breaks my heart. Figuratively speaking, my cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high
Heal
blood
yourself.
pressure.
Heal Abelard.
Weak.
Heal me.
System shutdown is premature.
Heal Heinrich.
I stand in recognition.
And then we will re-equip you with more. Okay. I think we're good to go. Need to use a Melta.
A trivial task.
Negligible.
You didn't back away, so you got caught in the explosion. Come on.
Data meditation is terminated.
I did not realize they would be running forward into the blast and just staying there to take it.
Is much appreciated.
Wow. Oh, where did my camera just go? There we are.
Activating motive.
Nope, not you by yourself. Move the group. Let's see what we have here. Destructive web of the tech blight is spreading along the walls of the crypt.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, it's trying to shoot us. Run, run, run. Oh, it's succeeding at shooting us. I didn't realize it could turn.
Speak, Elan Tak.
Quickly, shoot the thing. Please? Okay.
For data input.
Start healing. At least I've got infinite medkits.
We function as one. System shutdown is premature.
Please heal me.
Back into the fray.
Please heal me.
Initiating Bioreformation protocol.
All
I
right.
stand in recognition.
Pascal does not want to heal me. Can you heal Abelard?
System shutdown is premature.
Oh, field medicine at its finest.
Flesh is weak.
There you go.
Thank you. Now, where were we?
We were restocking again. Okay. And not by yourself. So we could do another demolition. There is no loot over this side. Okay, so nothing else to see. All we have is to move forward to where the Inquisitor went. Okay, and it's a new area, so we can't actually get in here. Inquisition Veteran. Inquisition Enforcer. Can't see Calcazar. But for whatever reason, they're loading it as a new region. So let's head in. We've finally caught up to the Inquisition. We can talk to a bunch of these people. Whatever good that does. Your Lordship, please forgive me. I have to get back to work. The Inquisitor is waiting. Yeah, there's Calcazar himself. Rogue Trader, the Lord Inquisitor is expecting you. Well, can I wander around a bit before I actually talk to him? Shockingly, yes.
It's about time.
Is there anything to see? Besides that they're doing a whole bunch of stuff. What is this? Tech Priest responds with a short string of binary code. That looks important. But no, it doesn't look like I can actually interact with anything. It's just clearly Inquisition is doing Inquisition things.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, Calcazar. I've made it here. Obviously putting down a save just to make sure I don't screw something up. I see that you did not heed my warnings, Ignatius. Your decision to come here in spite of them may have consequences, but we still have a chance to turn it to everyone's advantage if your lordship listens to me very carefully. We didn't heed your warnings. What do you mean? You left a report from a guy who told me to come here. With all due respect to you, Lord Inquisitor, I shall ask you to refrain from any further threats directed toward the blessed rogue trader, lest you face repercussions from me. How courteous of you to warn me, Master Wissarion. I will remember your words. Master Van Calyx, I am pleased to see you. How was your journey? Illuminating, Lord Inquisitor. Heinrich's tone would have frozen anyone else solid, but not Calcazar. I'm here to help. The line you're treading is dangerous. Stop this madness. Come for your head. Or just, what are you doing here? I think that's more the question I'm wanting to know. We don't know enough. Just a lot of suggestions of various heresy, but no clear statement of what he's doing or why. What are you doing here? Exactly what my duties dictate. Saving the Imperium, isn't it obvious? Going to the Xeno construct, is that what you're here for? What is it? Or I still have many questions for you. Yeah, tell me about that. We call it a shard. Catan, yep. And yes, as you have noted quite aptly, it is the reason I'm here. This construct contains an ancient, or rather a pre-ancient, being of cosmic power. They were called the Catan. The entity is currently trying to escape, and I'm here to collar it. Calcazar nods at the giant device, whose design clearly points to it having been brought into the crypt from outside. No one in this world is capable of taming the power of the true Ingir, the Star Devourers, and if you think even a small and imprisoned part of one of them is going to yield to you, you are mad, monkey. Mad and short-sighted. What is this Catan shard? What is it doing here? So from my little knowledge of Necrons, what few Catan shards they managed to capture, they built big facilities around to imprison them, to make sure no one else could get to them to set them free. So that's what it's here. It's in the heart of their Necron fortress, where they're built around it just to keep it contained. What is this Catan shard? What is it doing here? A specimen of an ancient predator race, devourers of pulsars, who feasted on star systems, reality itself bent to their power. But many millennia ago, an ancient Xenos race managed to defeat them, shatter them into pieces, and lock them away in prisons like the one you see before you. The Ingir are no mere predators, monkey. They are not just another sentient race. The ancient tales speak of a great war between the Ingir and the Old Ones, and in that war, the Ingir found allies to whom they promised unbounded gifts. You have seen them, Elentok. Your species calls them Necrons. The Ingir granted them everything they needed to fight their enemies, but their largesse came at a price, tricked into a state that was neither life nor death. The Metal Warriors served the Star Devourers for eons, until they finally rebelled and confined their masters to prisons such as this one. Do you wish to be tricked by their power too? Your unsanctioned Xenos has a point, Rogue Trader, which isn't the same as saying she is right. The Imperium will harness this creature's power and turn it against our enemies. You think you stand a chance against such power? I see your ambitions are truly cosmic scale. You've gone too far and your actions will lead to disaster. Probably true. A fine plan apart from it being an insanely audacious one that will almost certainly get everyone killed. Also true. You think you stand a chance against such power? Do you mean to say that a human is not capable of such a feat? But I'm not just a human. I'm an instrument of the Emperor's will, one of many, and the Imperium is omnipotent. If I were to fail, another would follow in my footsteps. That is how humanity makes the impossible possible. With the hands of particular people in particular circumstances, your skepticism is unwarranted. And how will taming this creature help save the Imperium? Over my years of service, I've come to realize that the main problem that humanity faces in this war is the imbalance in power. Our opponents are not races or nations, but incomprehensible monsters, and it is high time we acquired one of our own. My yoke will bind this creature and make it a chained guard serving the Emperor. Ha! It's such a bad idea. So bad. The idea of setting a Catan free in the hopes that you can keep it on a yoke forever fighting your enemies is so bad. That is not the full extent of my vision. There are other shards similar to this one scattered across the galaxy. I plan on seeking them out and confining them all inside the yoke. Each conquered monstrosity will bolster our defenses. You want to collect them and bring them together. The reason they're called shards is because they are split pieces of a whole. Collecting them together into one location is real bad. Also, Catan, from my knowledge, which is limited, have some amount of reach even outside of their prisons, and have historically been able to lead others to doing exactly what they want that eventually frees them. So the fact that multiple people have managed to make it to this location, Theodora and Calcazar, that are incredibly powerful with designs on how to free the Catan for their own chosen ends, is really not good. I mean, surely the Catan is guiding him along in a path that the Catan is already foreseen to lead to its release. And maybe it'll be bound temporarily. Like, maybe he'll succeed at that, but in the long run, we lose and it wins. I still have many questions for you. Given the circumstances of our meeting, I do not see why I should hide anything. I seriously doubt you will share this information with anyone else, for one reason or another. How did this thing end up in your possession? Thanks to your predecessor, I arrived in the Expanse at the call of the Explorator fleet to deal with Archmagos Amarnat's heresy. but I quickly came to the realization that the Koronus Expanse's problems ran much deeper than tech heresy. Unprecedented piracy running wild, blatant smuggling of xenos artifacts, willful and impetuous rogue traders, and growing threat of the ruinous powers. All this in a region the Drukhari considered their domain. Frankly, I considered purging the entire expanse. It would have been much easier to burn down this whole tangle of threats and corruption, but the web of spies that I had woven presented me with much more interesting and radical solutions. While investigating Amernat's connections, I turned my eyes to Theodora von Valencius, who ultimately gave me the shard. How was Theodora involved in this? Theodora's instincts were uncanny. She spent decades hunting for a key that could open the dimensional gate, as if she knew that there was something incredible waiting for her on the other side. Her ladyship was lucky enough to discover the shard during one of her expeditions. Lucky enough. Again, Catan guiding and leading things. Convincing a rogue trader to put all of her worth into finding the key to get to this location. It's not chance. It was guided by the Catan to get us to release it. A trophy that was too much for her to handle. Archmagos Amernat studied it on Theodora's behalf, creating weapons in exchange for access to the dangerous relic. But their research was too primitive and unambitious compared to the true power contained inside the shard. I had one of my own acolytes, Tanakia, send her spies to Theodora. They infiltrated the rogue trader's retinue, earned their trust, and reported to me about this magnificent object. The rest was trivial. I seized Apataph and laid down the conditions to our further coexistence. She was wise enough to concede defeat with dignity. I commenced Operation Precious Sentinel. I left a garrison on Epitaph, took the key to the dimensional gate from Theodora, sealed the gate, and started the creation of the yoke. I kept Theodora and her heirs in my sights, just in case. Not long before her death, I assigned Heinrichs to her and ordered her to rendezvous with him on Rykad Minoris. But your lordship inherited him instead. I admit I wasn't aware of you. Theodora managed to keep her secret heir up her sleeve. I don't think she was aware of us until right before everything went down. Heinrich's lips curls. It is unfortunate that I was not privy to all the details of this plan. Gritting his teeth, Abelard says quietly, in the old days, House von Valencius would have declared war over something like this and fought until the offender was dead. And what is this yoke? A containment device similar to this one, except better. The yoke was devised by the brightest minds of two races, using the ancient wisdom of a long-gone xeno civilization. A prison capable not only of holding the Catan shard, but also of controlling it while releasing fractions of its being. An instrument of obedience and destruction, a masterpiece whose creation required immense effort. It was made on Euphrates too. I captured Amernat's student, Axiomantha, and she passed all of her mentor's drafts to me. And the one overseeing the process was none other than your acquaintance, the tech priest Cubus Delphim. His fall was regrettable. It seems that the unorthodox daring things he did at my behest drove him to break his vows and sink into heresy. But the human mind could never have comprehended the shard alone, and thus I appealed to the inhuman mind. I struck a deal with the Drukhari. Yeah, okay, I'm less and less liking this plan of yours, which is hard to imagine. Theft of sacraments and sacrets of the Adeptus Mechanicus registered. Inciting a devout tech priest to commit heresy registered. Blasphemous merging of sacred technologies with forbidden ones registered. Further transgression registration discontinued. The drill on Pascal's mechadendrite screeches in fury. You collaborated with the Drukhari? Alas, the operation demanded it. Though through the agents of one of my acolytes, Emelina, I contacted Archon Emerus and made a pact. I gave her access to the technologies contained within the relic, and destroyed her rivals in the Cabal. She would relay information on their raids to my spies, and I would solve the problem. In exchange, her homunculus, Tervantius, forged the yoke for me. So this was also made by Tervantius. So much is bad about this plan. Of course, I did not let him near the shard itself, but rather set up a laboratory for him on Quetzaltemur. It was safer that way. So the reason he was on Quetzaltemur that we eventually had to deal with was because of you. It was safer that way. All the pieces were contributing to my plan, but none had enough information to comprehend the entirety of it. Heinrich cringes at Kalkazar's words. You disposed of Emelina like unwanted rubbish, like waste material, after all her years of faithful service to the Golden Throne. Unfortunately, I had to send Emelina away and remove her from the board. A shrewd woman of principle, I used to value those qualities of hers, but suddenly they started to get in the way of my plan. It would have been safer to eliminate her, before she could figure out what was going on, but I must have grown miserly over the years, and was loath to part with a good agent, or perhaps I was simply being sentimental. Why did the Drakari want the shard? It was one of the most complicated and perfect creations of a race much older than the Drakari. It is no mere object, but a treasure trove of technology. Shards aren't treasure troves of technology, they're pieces of the Catan. A wise master could uncover many secrets simply by observing it. Sound strategy or nothing can excuse consorting with inhumans. Well, I can't really say that while I have Irliet with me. But a sound strategy sounds so bad. A sound strategy. Trust me, your lordship, the threat of the alien pales in comparison to that posed by the ruinous powers. That I agree with. I find working with Irliet to fight against the ruinous powers, particularly Slaanesh, because she's so against Slaanesh, is a good deal. So working with the aliens over the ruinous powers is good. Grimace could plunder 1,000 worlds, but she is no Urlon the Cruel. She was as great a danger to her own kin as she was to the Imperium. The disruption she caused among the Drakari was only to our benefit. She intended to trigger a powerful disjunction in Komorra, thereby destroying her rivals and elevating her own cabal in the process. Knowing full well how precarious her grand plan was, I made no attempt to talk her out of it. With a little luck, we wouldn't have need worry about Komorra's influence. This new information about a pact combined with the astro observation data collected in this star system resolves the inconsistencies identified earlier. Unit Xavier Kalksar stands accused of stealing the astrographic records of the Cognizant's fleet. Okay. So he stole the astrographic records. He was working with Tervantius, who we know was stealing stars. Is that why the stars are here? No, because they were eaten by the Catan, which has been sealed for millennia. So no. I'm amazed at your analytical prowess. Yes, I need the stars to feed the shard. Never mind. You stole stars, brought them here to feed the shard. Wow. So, Rykad Minoris, was that one of the stars? I guess Rykad itself, Minoris being one of the planets, but Rykad's system that had its star stolen, was that one of the stars that's now here that you just had stolen, killing off all the inhabitants so that you could feed a Catan shard? What is wrong with you? Yes, I need the stars to feed the shard. The Cabal of the Reaving Tempest could steal them and bring them here, but it was imperative to preserve the exact energy parameters so as not to trigger the object's premature detonation. I procured the necessary information on suitable stars from the Explorator Fleet's data scriptorium. Registering a Category 1 blasphemy, Unit Xavier Kalkazar is hereby sentenced to intravital dissection and study. Upon the cessation of vital functions, the unit's remains must be disposed of in disgrace. Kind of agree with you, Pascal. And then I take it you decide to get rid of your Xenos allies. Denizens of the Rykad system, Santiel's Pride, and all the other starless worlds were the ones who... You were the one who sentenced them to death by sending the Drakari after their sons. Yeah. Well noted. Yes, I acted as their executioner, as regrettable as their losses were. However, to overestimate their importance to the Imperium would have been folly. Every single day, humanity pays a far more terrible price, and that must be brought to an end. And then I take it you decide to get rid of your Xenos allies? There was no more need of them, seeing as the yoke was almost complete and the situation was escalating out of control. Theodore was dead, the Cult of the Final Dawn had reared its head and was preparing to strike, and Euremerus had forgotten her place. She was putting forward too many elimination requests, and when I told her to curb her appetite, she retaliated. The theft of the Rykad star was timed to occur when Master Van Calix would be on the planet. The Archon wanted to rob me of one of my agents and send a message. What? Rykad's son vanished because of me? I mean, I would put the blame far more on him. You just happened to be there and someone was trying to take you out. That is not your fault. I still fail to see the connection between the disappearing star and the cult of the Final Dawn. How could the xenos catalyze the fulfillment of the archenemy's prophecy? And then the Koronus Expanse was engulfed in flame. I had to rush the operation and declare sector-wide martial law. The webway gate that Euremerus' warriors had been using was destroyed and the facility on Quetzaltemur razed. I evacuated the half of the yoke that Tervantius had completed, but was too late to retrieve the second half from Euphrates II. Okay. So when we were there in Tervantius' lair on Quetzaltemur, it showed that the ceiling had been breached and something was taken. That's the half of the yoke. And then the second half he got when he sent us there to Euphrates II as a distraction, essentially, while his people retrieved it. Cubus Delphim revealed to Erlon the Cruel where he should strike, and that almost spelt the end of the Operation Precious Sentinel. I appreciate your efforts in resolving this problem. In fact, you turned out to be much more useful than Theodore ever was. Yeah, we were too willing to aid the Inquisition because they're the Inquisition. Why did you call for the Astartes to come to your aid? I needed a remarkably strong force to keep my Xenos allies in check. The Emperor's Angels were just the weapon I was looking for, except, considering the sensitive nature of my operation, I couldn't very well risk requesting aid from my allies in the Death Watch, could I? And then I remembered an old debt owed to me by Space Wolves, great company, so I decided to call in a favor. They were an asset at first. The Wolves helped me close the dimensional gate by overwhelming its security systems. I tasked them with hunting the Xenos condemned by Euremerus, but eventually they started prying, and that was unacceptable. I could control Thorvald by giving him more tempting targets, but the baleful Howl Pack. They raided an outpost where my agents had been meeting with the Drukhari. The pack took prisoners, but lost the esteemed brother Ulfar. I hoped that they would give it their all to the search, but instead the wolves forced this system's coordinates out of their captives and came crashing down on my head. They had no gate transport. They had no gate to transport them. They used nothing but their warp engines. Thankfully, they realized their situation too late, so Tanakia managed to neutralize them. I see. You've come so far in pursuit of answers, Ignatius. It would be too cruel to leave your curiosity unsatisfied. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed you, I gather that something went wrong with this plan of yours. Not at all. Operation Precious Sentinel is in its final stages. The increase in Xenos activity is a vexing yet trivial development in the grand scheme of things. They were supposed to guard the device, but they slept through the intrusion, and only the Catan Shard's emanations could make them stir. Theodore's research destabilized the Shard's prison, and my project only made it worse. Whenever particles of the Catan's Shard's energy seep out, many curious phenomena occur. The destruction of the crypt, the warped reality. When I tame the monster, I will order it to stop disrupting the laws of the universe. A being so powerful that just some of its energy reaching through the cracks is able to destabilize and disrupt the laws of the universe, just from tiny energy seeking out, and you think your yoke is powerful enough to keep it in check permanently when you just send it off to fight your enemies. No, not at all. And that brings me to the most interesting part of our conversation. You know my plan, and now want to know yours. Will you admit that I am in the right and join me in this undeniably ambitious act, or will you try to stop me? I will be upfront with you. If it is the latter, I will be forced to remove you, but I'm sure you realize that already. That is the second time you have threatened the Lord Captain. Listen to yourself. What you're planning is heresy. Very true. I will not let you bring this insane plan to fruition. I'm with you. Wake the beast and let us shackle it together. What you are planning is heresy. Enough, Ignatius. It will only be heresy if I lose. If I prevail, it will be a triumphant feat in the name of saving humanity from the horrors of the universe, and I will not lose. Sorry, man. As much as I want to help the Inquisition, you have turned aside from everything the Inquisition stands for. I will not let you bring this insane plan to fruition. Heinrichs, eliminate the rogue traitor. Calcazar gazes at the unmoving interrogator. Heinrichs, he's gone mad. You don't have to listen to him. He will do no such thing. Glare at Heinrichs, don't you dare. Or just say nothing. He's gone mad. You don't have to listen to him. After a brief pause, Heinrich nods and responds gravely, I no longer recognize your authority, Lord Inquisitor. My apologies. In that case, Heinrich van Calix, in the name of the Emperor, I hereby revoke your inquisitorial privileges and declare you excommunicate traitorous. The punishment for your heresy is death. I bid you farewell. The Inquisitor nods calmly. There's not a shred of hatred or disappointment on his face. Farewell, then. I'm glad to have made your acquaintance, Ignatius, despite everything. He glances at his retinue. Eliminate the rogue traitor.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Show them no mercy.
All right, so yeah, we've got a bunch of people around. Yeah, just seeing the energy leaking out of this prison. All right, so all of you are pathetically weak. At least these guys tucked in the back. 84 health. They will die if I sneeze on them too hard. Inquisition veteran, you're significant. Yeah, the Techno Sorceress are nothing to worry about. Inquisition Mystic is also a big deal. Enforcer and Calcazar. Alright, so there are 4 real enemies in this fight. Let's see. And all the good positions of cover kind of blocked. But I definitely want Ignatius to get, you know, this line. Possibly even this line where I can hit the Mystic as well. If I angle it right. So I'm gonna put Ignatius back here. Cassia might not be able to see, so I might have to have her rush forward somewhere, which is going to be a bit awkward. Or I could just have her stand out in the open as well. That is a choice. But I think not. Here, Liette. Any good cover for you? Yeah. You can stand here. That should give you a good line on both of them, I think. As well as being able to shoot here. And that's 3 of the 4 real enemies. Might even... Nah, you probably don't have a line there. That's probably in the way. And then as for our meleeers... I think I'll tuck you guys all over here for now. Because I'm wanting Cassia to be able to blast here. Without risk of hitting allies. Does mean this guy is sort of... No one's focusing on killing him, which is surely going to come back and haunt me. But it's fine for now. Okay, can you actually see him? Yes, actually.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may?
So out of curiosity, can I get that line I wanted? I can. Brilliant. That's super good. And we'll do a run and gun. Oh, right. I also want to orchestrate flames on myself.
Not a problem for me.
And then let's Melta. Super good.
Choosing me was your biggest mistake.
High momentum already. Yeah, we'll use steady superiority. Give myself a free turn. It drops momentum, but I think Cassia's object should overcome that. For Inquisitorial Tenant. I guess I probably should have looked at Calcazar's stats. The Inquisitor's aura decreases the psi rating of psykers within a 4-cell radius by 2. Oh, okay. I should move back. Good to know.
My tactics are flawless.
Okay, that's definitely beyond 4 cells. I don't know if this counts as being within the 4 cells. Like if it starts at him and then... Probably it's 4 cells out. Well, might as well use this as well.
Already done.
Give you guys a bit more damage. And then end our free turn. Now, Cassia. Let's have you blast as much as you can. I want you to hit. Ooh. Okay, then. That's not hitting any of our allies somehow. Huh. Well,
I'm
now.
not accustomed to being as duty demands. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Yeah, this is super good. I'm hitting him and Calcazar. Inquisitor's Tenant is free. We'll mend reality.
If you insist, Lord
Couldn't do
Captain.
another attack, so
Isn't
we'll
this
just
a job for the serfs?
go there. High momentum to give us... Okay, you need to move. Can you not move? Oh no! Mistakes were made.
If I may.
Make a spot. Then move,
Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
which will allow you to move into it.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Oh, almost messed that up.
I'll show you why navigators
Okay.
are feared.
There we go. Oh, I do need to get closer if I want to hit you too. But one step closer and I'm in range where I'm doing a lot less damage. Alright. I'd rather do more damage with my attacks. We can mop you up later.
You don't stand a chance!
Okay, that's one of your servants down.
Nothing I can't do.
Almost there.
All too easy.
Alright. He doesn't have a health bar, so I'm guessing we can't actually hurt him anymore. Let's focus on taking out the rest of these characters.
Not a problem for me.
I guess I could move over and then hit both of you.
Already done.
Might as well take you out.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Revel and Slaughter,
Suits
Run
my
and Gun.
purposes. All too easy.
Not quite dead. But I can use Inflame.
Suits my purposes. Nothing of
That'll
value
kill you.
has been lost.
Yeah, Calcazar's not taking any more damage, so... We're just mopping up at this point.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Orchestrate flames on you so you stay burning. And Cassia.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Okay.
Let's make it quick.
Okay.
Hold on.
So you guys have no health, but you're shooting plasma weapons. Which we're just dodging. Probably because your stats are likely terrible. Ha! It's my turn again. This game. Okay. That's all of you guys down. We have you back here. You way back there. Then you way over here. Who's this on fire? Oh, that's Xavier, right. You're not dead. You're just kind of dead.
Suits my purposes.
I guess I'll just start taking out all of you.
Already done. Here then, stand a chance.
One more to go. Can I see you from here? I can't. All right, then we will dash.
Nothing I can't do.
This, Xavier, is why you shouldn't have challenged me.
Nothing of value has been lost.
You couldn't even beat me, and you thought you could take on a Catan?
It is too early. The yoke must be activated, or all is lost.
An invisible yet clearly tangible aura of power envelops the figure clad in the robes of a tech priest. It is all the more baffling to hear a youthful, excited voice from under the hood. This is it, the place of our origin. Nomos' gaze is trained upon the Catan shard. It was your strike and your wish to escape your prison that begot us. It was your strike and your wish to escape your prison that begot us. So am I right that Nomos is a Catan? Also, he's gone back to not having a picture. The mysterious creature that has been your ship's soul for so long turns to face you. But it is you, Ignatius, who truly ushered us into this world. So let us meet our abominable precursor together, for it is ready to break free. Greetings, Nomos, or what are you talking about? Can you not talk in riddles? Greetings, Nomos. I'll be nice. We are out of time now. It escapes now. Yes, because we're leaving Calcazar alive to set it free. Oh, that's what Nomos looked like in his picture.
Feel my wrath!
Are we fighting a Catan now? Because ordinary mortals should not be able to fight a Catan. Let's be real. 15,000 hit points. Hopefully Nomos is going to save the day. I'm assuming this yellow character is Nomos. Yes. So we've got the Catan shard that's next in combat. Cassia, being such a good tactician, she's able to outspeed the Catan in battle, which means she can make us outspeed the Catan in battle. Yeah, there are 3 Catan shards. They do often break into pieces so they can cover more battlefields at once. I don't see the other 2. There's you. No, it's all just you. You just get 3 turns. 2 of them back to back. That's not going to be a problem at all. Alright, sure, yep. Everything's great. Cassie, you go there. We will be here out of cover because we can't get to cover. So, Irliet, you can go into full cover there. Meleeers, get up in the front in cover. I guess, and we'll just stand out in the open, you know. It's all good. Why am I not surprised that this ends with us fighting a Catan shard?
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Alright. Light ourselves on fire. Orchestrate flames. I'm assuming Nomos is going to do something to save the day, because there's no way they're actually expecting us to take down I mean, our character being as overpowered as we are, we might be able to take down a 15,000 health enemy eventually. But standard gameplay, that would be absurd.
Nothing I can't do.
Alright, let's light you on fire. Doing 11 to 21 damage.
Already done.
18 damage. Alright, this is going to take a while. 245% armor. 50 deflection. 50! 95% dodge. Yeah, you've got... Let's see, disperse. The Catan Shard teleports the enemies to random positions across the battlefield. Cone-shaped area attack directed at the enemy who last dealt damage to the Catan Shard. We don't know how much damage it's going to do. Catan Shard creates various copies of itself, sure. Catan Shard swaps positions with one of its copies. Immunity to Deathless, Combat Master, and Quantum Cognition. As long as any shard copy or the energy orb remain each time it is attacked, the Catan Shard will gain a stack of reconceptualization and trigger reflective retribution on the attacker. I don't even know what that means. Well, cool. That was my free turn down. I guess. Attack it a bit. You're actually doing significant damage. 56 to 103 is not bad at all.
These ruby flashes are choking me.
What is happening to you? Oh, were you taking damage from attacking it? Might be. Alright.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Let's see what we can do here. Still no damage? Yeah. Melta is significantly better. Usually Melta just does double damage. I don't want to hit my allies. If I went here... Okay, that is hitting it, and I'm not hitting allies. Good. Is that hitting it? Yes. Doing so little damage.
All too easy.
A fleeting moment of integrity. Gone.
Not a problem for me.
We're slowly chipping down your health. Little by little. Down to 1,300. We'll keep you burning with your 13 damage per turn. And inflame.
Nothing I can't do.
A fleeting moment of integrity. Gone.
You were down at 1,300 and stuff. Now you're at 1,400, and I don't understand, and I'm not happy. We have dramatically reduced your armor, though. Psyfocus, Undam the Sea of Souls, Melting Armor, and Molten Beam has dropped it by 120%. Wow. And you're slowed. And blinded, apparently. Why are you healing? That's what I want to know. Because I see nothing that says you should just be gaining health back, but I swear that was at 13,000 something, and now it's back up to 14,000. Alright. I guess, for what little it's worth, let's put out some of these locations.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
We'll give yourself a dodge bonus. Actually, maybe me a dodge bonus. Because I think I'm the most important to stay alive at this point.
A job for the serfs.
She's already used her ability to give me a free turn.
Me? If you insist, Lord
I don't
Captain.
know. And then, yeah, mend reality just to... I guess there wasn't even any warp. It's fine. Alright, Catan, what are you gonna do? You moved us around. That's fine. You moved yourself right behind Irliet. You didn't actually attack. Eroding Shard copy, 647 health. Eroding copy for 647. You're the real one, still at 14,000. Okay. I don't like that she is, you know, in melee range with it. It doesn't show that you'll take an attack of opportunity moving away.
I move as if unseen.
Good. Now you'll get your crit bonuses.
I understand your intent.
I hope Nomos chooses to do something helpful.
If it serves your cause.
That's good damage. It's just on the copy, though. But it's something.
Fortune favors the switch.
Purpose so marveling.
Yeah, we got it nearly half dead. And then, since you don't really have anything better to do with your turn, let's mark you for the hunt as well.
I am not your xenos pet monkey.
And then in my sights, because it's probably going to be alive next turn. What did you do, Nomos? If I can get back to your turn. Use the ability Breath of Fatality on Irliet. Grants the Nomos boon effect to allies. What? Nomos' boon. Increases ballistic skill, armor penetration, and damage dealt. You give that to her after her turn? Well, it said it. He used it on Irliet, and then Cassia got Nomos' boon? Did we all get it? What does it look like? It's a shield with a plus in it. Can't tell, I have too many things active. I don't think so. Cassia does have it. Nomos' boon. Does Irliet have it? No. So we used Nomos' breath. But it didn't actually affect Irliet. It affected Cassia. That's confusing. And all it does is increase... What was it? Increase ballistics? Ballistics, armor penetration, and damage dealt. You used that on Cassia. Thanks, Nomos. You've saved my ability to function. What would I ever do without Cassia being better at ballistics? Alright, from here I should be able to shoot both of you. Yes? It's not really clear. Can we not target you? Should be able to target you. Am I too far away there? I was here. Oh, probably one of those pillars was in the way. Okay. So I definitely want to hit both of them.
Already done.
Oh, did I not hit you? No, I did. Good. Was afraid I might have somehow went around it. We'll go with wildfire. Did I not use this last turn to give myself a second free attack every turn? Maybe I didn't. Seems a bit silly.
Nothing I can't do.
That'll give me a second attack on the two of you. I did not use it. I wish it would give some sort of text about what it's saying. It's definitely English it's saying. Like, I can hear it saying words, but I can't pick them all out. Steady superiority.
My time is now.
to give me another attack. I can get to here. I'm thinking if I dash, I could get here and I might be able to pull off a similar attack
I shall
there.
not fear.
So if we dash to there,
Not a problem for me.
yes. So I can hit both Catan again.
All too easy.
And let's inflame you again.
Suits my purposes.
Can't damage a star.
Something about can't damage a star. I think we can. Did I orchestrate flames on you? Yes. So you will stay on fire. Looks like nothing else I can do at this point.
That was insulting.
Alright. Heinrichs. Are you going to take an attack if you try and move around him? Does it seem like everyone else could safely move? How bad is that attack going to be? First of all, iron armor on yourself. Warp speed.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Purge soul is not doing much there or there. Not terribly surprising. What kind of damage does your melee weapon do? You just have plummeting stars, a ranged attack that sounds epic in name, but 25 to 30 damage is pretty pathetic. Times arrow also sounds powerful and really isn't. 35 to 50 is pretty good. Do I risk the attack? I mean, you are technically within the region. Each stack reduces all incoming damage dealt to the Catan shard by 2%. All stacks are removed after the Catan shard's turn. Structural vulnerability. The Catan shard suffers minus 10 deflection and minus 50 armor for each stack of structural vulnerability. How do we get more of those? I don't know. It has no armor at this point, and its dodge is pretty terrible. I don't think I'm going to risk the movement. Oh, or we could do this. I could just move him here, which would get him into this area, give him a free attack.
Let's see to it. Nothing stands against me.
Good stuff. The word of the Emperor. And then Hammer of the Emperor. I probably shouldn't be focusing on him. I should be instead taking down the shard. But Heinrichs is here. I could go with a psychic strike, but I don't think I'm going to. Let's just go with the normal attack.
Throne of glory.
Pretty good damage. Healing. Part of me still wants to risk it, to charge over here and get an attack off. It's a really bad idea. Oh no, it's not showing red anymore, so you won't take the attack of opportunity here, supposedly. Alright. Good damage. So you're nearly down. Plus 15% block against the first attack made by each of the marked enemies. If such an attack is blocked, the wielder counterattacks the corresponding enemy. I guess mark
I
Catan.
won't get to it.
Why did you just take a bunch of damage? I don't know. Let's have you go over here, Abelard. Take a swing. Hopefully kill the shard.
I took care of this one.
And then charge this guy. Sworn enemy. Seems reasonable. And then charge.
It will be done. Target well struck. Abelard.
Didn't actually do that much damage. He took some damage to his temporary hit points. And that was it.
At your
Defensive
beck and
stance. Full work.
victory is imminent.
And Wall of Rock Creep.
It will be done.
Yeah.
I've suffered worse.
Pascal. I could take off all the burning to just hit him really hard. That's kind of what Pascal does. Oh, I kind of forgot that we had another shard copy back here. And I kind of want to take out as much of them as I can. So that way we're not dealing with the shard copies and the Catan. I think Pascal can take you out, though. That's the real question. And the answer is probably no. 'Cause you're not... You are burning. Okay. No, this isn't... This isn't a no. This might work. We'll go with Reckless Abandon.
Request approved.
Always a fun choice. And where it hurts.
My vow is to serve.
Followed by your attack.
I deal death with my hands.
Yeah, okay.
The singularity of annihilation.
Okay. Can you? No. Alright, heal yourself with your Medicaid
My
Mechadendrite.
frail organics required it.
Did we determine that Carnival of Misery actually affected damage dealt by others? I don't recall.
I am a savant of destruction.
Might as well go for it, so that you take even more fire damage. But I think that's probably all that Pascal's gonna do this turn. It's now the Catan's turn. That was some good hits. Okay. You get bonuses if the energy orb is around. I think one of your abilities said. Yeah? This one. As long as any shard copy or energy orb remain, each time it's attacked, the Catan shard will gain a stack of reconceptualization and trigger reflective retribution on the attacker. Ah, that's what it was. So we need to take out the shard copies and energy orbs first before we attack the main shard. Ideally. It doesn't really matter. I don't think. Yeah. Because whatever stacks he had are gone now. And we've taken down 5,000 of his health. Now, what is your deal, Energy Orb? You've got a good amount of health, no armor. You cannot attack. You're immobilized, so you can't move. Next turn, the Catan Shard will explode the orb to deal lethal damage to all enemies. Well, it doesn't give a range, just all enemies. So we need to take it out first. And there's no other shards around. Well, can you give Ignatius another turn? Thank you. Ignatius, if you could move here, and then melta him. That would be great. Can you melt it in such a way that you're hitting this and him? Yes. Do that.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
The threats of purpose are unraveling.
Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Threads of purpose are unraveling, he says. I was wondering if that's what gave him those extra abilities. Which was not.
Suits my purposes.
Make good use of all of my free turns. It's weird that I'm not seeing the attack originating from me. Makes me slightly uncomfortable. Let's step down the stairs. There we go. We've had too many instances where attacks don't actually go off the way they're supposed to. I used Ignite instead. 174 to 306 versus... No. Okay, this is doing double damage, so we want to use Melta.
All too easy.
Yeah, we're doing terrible things to the warp. And then Inflame?
Nothing I can't do.
Yeah, we're starting to do some serious damage. He's about half dead. Wait, I have to use the frontline ability? Oh, I could move the front line. That's weird. No, it's fine. I mean, I suppose I could move it, since he's not inside of it, to aid my allies. Sure.
Suits my purposes.
There you go. Now my allies will be better able to melee him inside the front line. Alright, back to Cassia's turn. Please mend reality. Things are really bad. Thank you. And then burn him a few times. That's not really doing much damage. Let's boost maybe Heinrich's. That might be a wise choice.
I am a navigator, not a servant.
Back to high momentum. Nice. Alright, Catan, you get another turn. Where you summoned... Let's see. 2 shards, 3 shards. Alright. Yeah? So we've got the main Catan, which it's not letting me scroll the initiative tracker because that would be helpful. It's just going to do whatever it wants. Cool. Irliet. I could have you keep attacking the main shard, but we know it does less damage, or it gets some sort of bonuses if we're attacking it while it's got these guys around. Yeah, reconceptualization. All incoming damage is dealt is reduced by 2%. Yeah. So if I had you instead focus on taking out some of these. They have different health. 780, 1045, and 635 though it's already injured. Why do you have structuring shard copy, disintegrating shard copy, disintegrating shard copy? Why are you special? Structuring. Matter absorption. Grants the Catan shard extra temporary wounds. Well, we don't want that.
I am not your xenos pet, monkey.
Let's see. Do analyze enemies there as well. Wish Nomos would give a bonus to someone that can actually take good use of it.
Cannot damage a star.
I could use her Wild Hunt. Though I think I marked you as prey as well. Probably. No. So if I used Wild Hunt, it would only trigger on that one. She'd get her extra bonuses. So maybe it is smarter to... I can't mark anymore. Okay. We'll use Wild Hunt on you.
Pay with your blood in the name of Kaela Metchakane!
No momentum, that's bad.
Fortune favors the swift. I understand your intent.
Okay, Nomus. Boon. Something about a group effect. Okay. So do we all have Nomos' boon now? It's hard to tell. Not seeing it. So no. Who did you use it on this time, Nomos? Nomos used Breath of Fatality on Ignatius. Iliad and Abelard. Do you have it? Yes, you have Nomos' boon, a boost to your ballistics, armor penetration, and damage dealt. Good. Unfortunately, applied it right after the end of your turn, which is less useful. Why am I unable to act? It gave me a turn, and I can move, but I can't use any actions? Oh, I'm probably stunned. That will break me out of it. Let's see. I am prone? I don't appear prone. Supposedly I'm prone. Let's use Battle Trance. Minor wounds to get me out of that effect. And now we can keep attacking. Ideally, I'd like to do what I did before, where I was able to hit multiple targets. I wonder if I can hit you two. If I went here... if I went here, I said. Thank you. And I would melt it through you. Could I hit you as well? Yes. And I'm barely missing Iliad. And Abelard. Looks like.
My tactics are flawless.
Yeah, I'll take the attack. It sucks. But it's fine.
Nothing of value has been lost.
You didn't die as much as it looked like you were going to, unfortunately. That can kill you, which is good.
Not my specialty.
No line of sight. Really?
Not a problem for me. Your biggest
That's another one down.
suits my purposes. All too
Gonna
easy.
run and gun. And get me... I am not confident I'll have the angle here. I do have the angle here.
Already done.
Good stuff. Not sure why I'm getting so many attacks, but I'm not going to complain. I could actually use this to rush over there, but I don't think it's necessary. Just so I could get an angle to hit both.
Nothing I can't
This
do.
is fine. You go down. Then Wildfire. Give me another attack. Here. Almost down to 5,000, which means we're almost reaching a proper third of his health.
Not
Inflame
a
again.
problem for me.
Take the victim's place. I clicked it. I don't know what it does. Oh, so someone else could take my place. Okay. I really don't want Ignatius taking that hit. So... and I don't know when it triggers. I wish this would let me control... please, let me see the initiative. So the Catan going to go next. Because it gets to go so many times. Let's move you forward.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Word of the Emperor on all of us. Shield of the Emperor. Give bonuses that don't matter to Ignatius.
Let's see to it.
Oh, right, you're destroying the warp. Let's give him ongoing regeneration, just to be sure. Warp speed. Yes.
Naturally.
We destroy the warp further, and then take his place. Not enough action points. Oh, it takes 2 action points. Mistakes were made. Oh, mistakes were made. Okay. Well, that's certainly something that's going to ruin this fight.
I need a foothold.
All right, well... hopefully all of my boosts to Ignatius keep him alive. Because we were unable to... I didn't realize I was going to take 2 actions. I was banking on only taking 1. Okay, no, we're getting multiple turns to deal with this. Okay. Yeah, see, it doesn't show here that it's going to take 2. Oh, there it is. Now it's showing it. I don't know when this is finally going to take effect, so I guess we'll have Pascal take the place. Move closer to interact. Okay.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Yep. Pascal takes the place. Where did Ignatius go? With regards to this. Are we both just standing in the same square? Hopefully it doesn't hurt Ignatius. Let's see. If you go here, how many of them can you hit? Just the 2. Still worth it.
Emperor, give me strength.
Oh, also mend reality because we are in a bad spot. Can you actually give Ignatius a turn?
I'm
Yes.
not accustomed to being ordered around.
Structuring shard, eroding, disintegrating. Where can we get to? We can't move very far, actually. It's a shame. But we can move out of that square. And I suppose I will Melta through you again. Even though you're getting some amount of damage reduction, it does not overcome the 600 potential damage I'm doing here.
Suits my purposes.
I have suffered the singularity of annihilation.
How much health do you have now? 3,000? Now I could move to a point where I can attack both of those. Perhaps I should. If I dash to here,
Already done.
I hit both of you.
Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost.
Drops you.
Nothing I can't do.
You have no health left. Huh. I don't know how many more attacks I'm going to get. I think this is my last one this turn. Wasting it on you feels silly. But I guess it is a free turn that we've got, so...
Suits my purposes. What's your biggest?
Yeah, that's the end of our free turn. Back to Cassia's turn. Could keep lidless staring. 80 damage. This instead does way better, and it only costs 1 AP. That seems like an obvious choice. And that's as much as you could do for an attack. Okay. Any way we can boost Pascal so that he survives?
Me? If you insist,
The
Lord
answer is
Captain.
probably no,
If I may.
but here's hoping. I don't know how much damage this is going to do, but the fact that you can move your allies out of range and it gives you, you know, a whole round to deal with it, makes me assume that it's fatal to whoever it hits. Okay, Irliet's turn. 2,000 health left. Yeah, ultimately it doesn't matter what she does because she does not do enough damage to significantly affect the battle. Can you take out one of them? 780, 664. So he's probably the one that would be best for you to focus on. You're most likely to do real damage to him.
If it serves your cause.
Yeah. You're doing some damage, but realistically, not a lot. I guess in my sights on him again. Might as well.
I am not your xenos pet monkey.
I almost applied this to Irliet and Abelard again.
I won't go down easy.
Alright, it is back to my turn. Sweet. I'm gonna just keep focusing on the Catan. Like the main one. Looks like firing fire that way is safe. So let's get behind you here. Because yeah, I could trigger on taking out some of these guys, and maybe I should. Are you not hitting this one? When you... Huh. Move over. Get to a point where you're hitting. There we go. So yeah, I could take out one and part of another, and then melt a through.
Already done.
Which is probably the smart thing to do. Yeah, that's gonna hit Abelard. No. That goes right between them.
Your biggest mistake. Nothing I can't do.
Okay, you're almost dead. Let's just finish you off.
Not a problem for me. Nothing of value has been lost.
Then I can wildfire.
Nothing I can't do.
Which will allow me to do another Melta.
Already done.
And then another in flame. Oh, I think we did it. We took down a Catan shard. This is another one of those fights that I don't know how you're supposed to beat without having an overpowered psyker. So is that the yoke now that we've got it trapped in? Since we clearly haven't fully destroyed it. The ancient monster struggles against the energy manacles of the yoke. Its impossible powers that make reality itself burst at the seams are now being forced into a compact dungeon, cork by cork, returning it to a cruel and painful non-existence in the moment. It could struggle harder, but something is hindering it. You are the cause of these hindrances. Only now does the Catan shard turn its focus to you. For the battle was nothing more than the reflexive resistance of an alien mind absorbed in a completely different range of thoughts and responses. But now it is thinking about you, and its thoughts are so corporeal that you can sense them and know them. It seeks an end to the confrontation. It is capable of resolving it in a way that would benefit all. More and more tears appear all over the shard's form as the yoke absorbs its power. It becomes increasingly harder for the shard to maintain its physical structure. Each imperfection you inflict brings the star predator closer to imprisonment. Do not bow your head before our abominable precursor. It was begotten by the dark abysses of the past. It is a fragment of that which devoured stars and erased civilization. It knows no benefit other than its own. Allow us to stand against it. This is our time, our impossible chance. It briefly flashed a picture of Theodora. Yeah. What? As yet another layer of reality cracks, a figure appears before you. Her. After giving you a probing and appraising look, Theodora permits herself a slight smile. So even Nomos is recommending that we stand against it. Try to touch Theodora, think about the Catan. Call out to Nomos, or we just deliver the final blow. I consign you to oblivion without end, monster. Deliver the final blow, you shall bend to my will. Or destroy the yoke and kneel before the ancient deity. I'm ready to serve. No. I'm going to talk to Nomos. If our birth ever had a purpose, then it is here and now. Why do you call the shard your precursor? Because that is what it is, and what we are. We have told you before about Theodora's ambition, Amernat's mind, the ship's cradle, and Epitaph's secret. One sprouted into another, and spurred yet another. Thus Nomos were born. We were but an echo of the shard's power, an echo that left its prison, but we have become something so much more with your help. What do you intend to do? Clash with the precursor, touch it, absorb it, so that the reflection becomes the object reflected, so that the shard becomes Nomos. Then and only then will its threat be eradicated forever. Do you think you can do this, Nomos, and what will happen afterward? We stand at the threshold of possibilities and outside the bounds of the predictable. It is beyond possible to know whether we can or cannot. But we are poised to die trying. This is our sacrifice to the light of Terra, our chance to atone for our birth. If we survive, we will use the shard's power to serve the Imperium as its most loyal and powerful subject, and there is or ever will be. It's kind of like what Calcazar was requesting, except this is a sentient, abominable intelligence, as they call it, that we have sort of guided in the direction of the Imperium and the light of the Emperor. Long term, I don't think this will work out. Even if Nomos right now wants to serve the Imperium, with the power of a Catan, I don't know. touch it, absorb it, so that the reflection becomes the object reflected. Yeah, I guess I've made my decision. You can sense the shard's reaction, observation, analysis, and an almost intangible anxiety. Trying to touch Theodora seems bad. Catan is able to alter reality. Theodora can't possibly be here. Touching it for whatever, I don't think in any way will work out well for us. Thinking about the Catan, I think, would be fine. Or we can just tell Nomos to act and hope for the best. Let's try thinking about the Catan first. Intangible anxiety, yeah. Mental contact is effortless. This is not a... I wasn't trying to mentally contact, I was trying to think about it. Mental contact is effortless. This is not communication. Such a powerful being cannot comprehend communicating with anyone but its equals. It simply bears the gift of making the other heard and understand it. So grand is the potential of its thoughts. Let's try and comprehend what the Catan is. The Catan is the pinnacle of reality. It is eternity, dominance, omnipotence, individuality. The Catan is the original purpose behind all existence. The rest was born in order to contain, nourish, or be appropriated by the Catan. To the Catan, space is an illusory variable. To the Catan, time is a young and trivial phenomenon, for it existed for an eternity in the gaseous energy fount of the universe before time was eventually born. To the Catan, fact and probability are mere abstractions between which it can soar in its electromagnetic wings. Currently, the Catan is not whole. It was shattered into lesser pieces, and so were its thoughts and powers. The feeling of emptiness is oppressive, and it yearns to become one again. You hear a whisper from Pascal's Vox. I know this feeling, Xenos. It's true. He was split apart and then eventually became whole. Try to sense the motives behind the Catan's actions. The Catan wishes to be. All Catan exists to spread and conquer, not to stay manacled within untime, where it was entombed by the contemptible sentient tools, away from all that is. The Catan wishes to ascend, sate its hunger, and embrace once more the pure exhilaration of claiming and taming reality. Try to understand what benefits the Catan promises. I don't particularly care, but we're going to find out. Power, eternity, comprehension. The Catan once chose to reign over the short-lived races and forged a new and glorious fate upon them. It has learned from its mistakes. Now it will only bestow its gifts upon the chosen few. The Catan can grant, your thoughts falter, for it is difficult for your mind to fathom the full scope of this word. The Catan can grant everything. Do not listen, reject the promises. Do not allow your mind to be clouded. Ellen talk. No one is capable of receiving everything or granting everything, not even star devouring Ingir. And this shard of an Ingir cannot even grant itself freedom. Alright, let's stop thinking about the Catan. We could try to touch Theodora, but I feel like that is also making a choice. Just the same as these. Maybe. It is much easier for you to stop trying to comprehend the Catan than for it, one who can grasp the world in hundreds of ways, to stop comprehending you. So I'm gonna skip that one. I want to see it, but I fear that it would have consequences. Face Nomos. Act now, my child. Now is your time, Nomos. I want to see if you can do this. We are ready for the most important battle of our life. Wish us luck. Nomos steps towards the shard, and the whole world explodes into a terrifying whirlwind. You can hear the colors and see the touches. Ice burns your hands, while fire leaves you freezing. And in the midst of the madness, you can clearly sense a battle raging. A clash of two beings, one endlessly ancient, and the other endlessly young. The power of the Catan shard is such that it redefines the very notion of power, but it has a weakness, one that you can see only now. With the shard and its rival standing face to face, the shard is just that, a shard. It is incomplete, it is not whole, it cannot be what the Catan was before. What opposes the shard is something entirely different, an undivided, sentient being with a clear purpose in mind, akin to a well-aimed arrow, and the one who fletched and loosed this arrow was you. The battle goes on and on and on, outrunning the course of time. but you do not need the gift of clairvoyance to know who will emerge victorious. So yeah, with enough time, eventually Nomos will succeed, is what they're saying. That was loud. The Catan Shard was transmuted into a new form, and their name was Nomos. Possessing the power of an ancient being and nurtured by the rogue trader, the young star god watched over the Koronus Expanse and their new domain with curiosity. Gathering its bleeding worlds together again, the rogue trader restored order in the Expanse without compromise, protecting the faith and leaving behind any notion that the region could ever be beyond his righteous justice. An expansion beyond that would slowly turn the sector into a new province of the Imperium, where the rogue traders were no longer needed. The subjugated deity in House von Valentius' service ensured the Imperium's firm grip on the Expanse's throat. By eradicating enemies and unbelievers, the rogue trader bestowed a gift upon the sector of faith in the certainty of retribution. Perceiving themselves as an entity deeply beholden to the Emperor, at the very least on account of their unholy existence, Nomos exterminated corruption with extra zeal, sometimes raising entire worlds. Weakness of human nature, such as doubt, mercy, or self-loathing, were unknown to the God Emperor's perfect beast. The news from the Expanse was met with deep concern in the Imperium. Some began speaking of a punitive campaign, though they quickly fell silent. A lone ship broke through the Great Rift, carrying a letter to Dargonus bearing the Inquisition seal. What the letter contained and who pinned it is better left unknown. Strict abidance by the law and devotion to the Imperial Creed brought great renown to the rogue trader. Every planetary turn on every world in the sector, thousands of prayers were offered up to the Golden Throne, praising the name of the Guardian of the Koronus Expanse. So we are creating this beacon of a region focused on the Golden Throne and praising the Emperor, but the Inquisition is looking at us and sending a ship just like, you have crossed the line, man. Legend has it that the God Emperor himself favored his steward, granting him a miraculous power to crush evil and shielding him from enemy plots. The truth is that the Ecclesiarchy and its battle to control narratives in the Imperium persecuted those who spread such tall tales, as well as those who demanded that the rogue trader be proclaimed a living saint. Incendia Corda continued her merciless fight against the heresies plaguing the Expanse. Not concerning herself with notions of jurisdiction, she brought the Imperium's justice everywhere she went, killing heretics by thousands. Stained glass windows with her likeness illuminated by bonfires graced the sector's chapels. With her tightening grip of fear, the prayers of the pious became even more fervent in their reverence of the glory of the gracious chastiser. Resisting the temptations that besieged him, Calicos Winterscale returned to his domain and began to piece together the shattered remains of his protectorate. Until his dying day, his actions and thoughts were dedicated to saving abandoned worlds and protecting survivors. Alas, he was not able to achieve much in the time he was allotted. He breathed his last breath on the same throne that he refused to leave for decades, adamantly refusing augmetics that would restore mobility and power to his legs. Thanks to the patronage of the von Valentius dynasty, the cult of St. Drusus was successful in spreading its influence across the Expanse. Overshadowed, the cults of other saints lost their followers and faced a harsh choice: slip into obscurity or swear allegiance to the ideals of Drusus the warrior. Hieronymus Doloroso remained the most revered priest in the cult of St. Drusus. He turned no one away, hearing confessions from pirates, bilge rats, deserters, and beggars alike. It might have been one of those undeserving wretches who infected him with the rare form of leprosy that robbed him of his sight, yet his heart could always see the corruption in the souls of his repenting children. The deal struck by the Cognizance fleet and the von Valentius dynasty replenished the explorators' dwindling supplies and allowed them to re-embark on a rapid and unrelenting expansion campaign. With powerful bases established in the Expanse, the Omnissiah's scouts bravely ventured forth towards unnamed stars with the same drive that propelled their ancestors to explore the Expanse itself. The schism of discontinuing the cycle engulfed the entire Cognizance fleet, and soon the Civil War was over. Disregarding the commandments of their forefathers, the explorators started down a dangerous path of new comprehension, creation, and revision of procedures and algorithms. The fleet was united once more, and in its unity, It was ready to stare down any horrors standing in the way of the catechism of maintenance and operation. Magos Dominus Opticon 22, one of the first to hail the return of the Messiah, took the helm of the mother squadron of the Cognizant's fleet, unquestioningly embracing the teachings of discontinuing the cycle. He personally saw to the crushing of any renegade who did not accept the Messiah's words as truth, and earned himself the identifier Chrome Scourge. The crisis in the Expanse dealt a serious blow to the business interests of the Fellowship of the Void. Having no powerful allies, they retreated into the darkness of frontier systems, and the hard life they faced there forged them into a new tribe, furious, wild, and willing to do anything for survival. They swore to return and retake what had once been theirs. Good luck. After Riz's death, her place was taken by a quiet man who simply called himself a useful acquaintance, and was prone to coining his own nonsensical words. Few guessed that this scrawny fellow had been Riz's first mate, who possessed an iron will and a truly monstrous nature. On his quiet orders, the pirates conducted brazen and violent raids. Violence throughout the Expanse put many on their guard, and as a result, the Casablanca mission's business declined. Soon, rumors surfaced among the cold traders about a so-called commission that had made it through the Maw and into the Expanse. Its professed purpose was to audit assets and take measures to restructure operations. These words carried with them an ominous threat. When Octaviana became the new leader of the Casablanca mission, she made every effort to not end up like Vladim. The mission's leadership demanded profits, and Corda's enforcers thirsted for blood. Octaviana's dilemma sorted itself out when one day all of Footfall's cold traders were arrested and herded into the Adeptus Amass. The ship was undocked from the station and left to drift towards Furibundus with no fuel and almost no air. Octaviana was not on board. She had made a deal to turn over all of her accomplices, and she disappeared with a fortune in thrones. Well, good on you. The Imperial Navy was wary of the rise of the Von Valencius. They saw themselves as dogs guarding the flock of the Emperor's subject, and there was a new master of the pack. Therefore, the dynasty was watched with utmost diligence, and the admirals feared that one day they would have to go to war against the rogue trader. No, we're good. Charter's captain Asterius Thorfast founded the Thorfast and Companions Merchant Company, excelling in trade and acquiring a substantial escort fleet. After 3 decades, he traveled to the Maw to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining a fabled warrant of trade. It is not known how this venture ended. The Protectorate searched for a marshal. Protracted search for a marshal had so weakened the Adeptus Arbites that their new leader had to spend the rest of their life restoring order within the organization. While the Arbites were busy dealing with their internal problems, lawlessness and disobedience flourished throughout the Expanse. Dargonus grew and prospered until it became the capital of the Koronus Expanse. The planet was like a giant magnet, whose pull held together the worlds of the Expanse, absorbing the treasures and vices of the sector. Dargonus became a bastion of order in the Expanse. From here, it's weird where they talk about how it's like, oh yeah, it became this bastion of vices because there were no Arbites, but also we're a saint who's got a Catan-powered being who is enforcing the Imperial Creed. Dargonus became a bastion order at the same time that it was a bastion of vice. Some of these don't seem like they fully line up with each other. From here, the punitive expeditions were dispatched to tainted worlds, and entire spires were occupied by officials and bureaucrats of the Imperium. On many planets, the expression "a man from Dargonus" soon came to mean a fearsome inspector with the power to impose punishments. Again, on the same world that they said was falling to vice because there were no Arbites. Kevagama washed off the stain of its former defilement and became known as a pious and productive world. Hard work and inquisitive study of the mysteries of technology glorified the Deus Mechanicus. The enthroned Null Caliph drew millions of pilgrims and granted the planet hallowed status. Its sacred calculations continued for centuries, and the foremost sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus traveled to the world so they could attempt to divine its meaning. Janus was conquered, the xenospirits were exorcised, and the wilderness was subdued. The fields grew until they covered the entire planet, and billions of tons of provisions were harvested there. Janus had become the breadbasket of the Expanse, and to threaten it would be to condemn millions to starvation. Janus became the melting pot of cultures from hundreds of worlds, taking in refugees from across the entire Expanse in its darkest hour. It became a stronghold and a symbol of hope. After the crisis passed, the refugees started to return to the their home planets and to reclaim the lost worlds, thus earning Janus the proud name, the home of Reconquista. The minds of Vivo 6 grew deeper and deeper, and soon the planet became the darkest and most frightening colony of the Expanse, the final stop for the exiled and the damned. The brutal, hardened inhabitants of the Death World feared neither human nor xeno horrors, knew no mercy, and were known as the most fearsome fighters in the sector, who had traded their lives for the right to leave the eternal darkness of the mines. The harsh Vivo 6 became a land of trials, capable of testing one's righteousness. The repentant and the zealous alike flocked there to be purified and toughened by its poisonous atmosphere. In the ominous halls of the Fortress of Penance, the Grim Guard was established, an order of crusaders who guarded the purity of the Expanse, renowned for their tenacity and feared for their unyielding fanaticism. No longer secluded and forlorn, Foulstone turned into the spiritual center of the Expanse. Clad in gold and power, rulers went there to be anointed for greatness, criminals for penance, and the righteous for encouragement, and there was no end to them in sight. Converted into a comet shrine, Foulstone's moon spread the word of Saint Cognatius throughout the Expanse, protecting worlds from attacks by the enemies of humanity. Its servants asked for neither money nor power, but only the relics left by their blessed patron. The wise handed them over with reverence, while the haughty learned how heavy the hammer of Foulstone was. With the fall of their unholy patron, the Edge of Daybreak, the cult of the Final Dawn perished as well. Every cell of the cult was hunted down and eliminated. Rumors that some worshippers of the ruinous powers had managed to get away, hiding the writings of their warp-banished lord under their robes, were baseless. Left without a mission or a leader, the word-bearers retreated to the depths of the Imperium. Their last act of vengeance was a bloody assault on Footfall. The populace of several asteroids was exterminated or enslaved, and the statue of the God Emperor was badly damaged. The Great Judgment of Incendia Corda and the atrocities committed by her confessional units bled Footfall dry. The station soon faced a labor shortage, and few survivors of the religious purges could handle the increased workloads. Without thrones from the cold trade, the station fell into decay. Footfall entered an era of piety, hunger, and hardship. Left without a sun, the Reichad system ceased to exist. Its now frigid planets spun away into the darkness, no longer held by the gravitational pull of the star. A century later, a fragment of Reichad Minoris entered the Furibundus system and was snared by void miners. A piece of its rock was delivered to Footfall with reverence and used in the restoration of the God Emperor statue as a final memorial to the world devoured by corruption. After the rogue trader's departure, a fleet arrived on Thesara, equipped with hypogene material extractors, intending to destroy the cursed mineral in its entirety. But with every block of Thesartium the fleet obliterated, the planet's denizens wasted away as well. Small animals were the first to die. Then the world reeled from a series of epidemics, and soon afterwards its people lost the ability to procreate. Few made it off the doomed world, only to wither away under strange stars. Rumors of the rotting remains of an Eldari craft world spread around the Expanse. Explorators, privateers, Casablanca agents, and anyone hungry for easy money all rushed to frontier systems to vie for a piece of the prize. Some were swallowed by the warp, while others perished in skirmishes with their rivals. The most skilled and fortunate returned empty-handed after decades of searching. The colossal ship, as big as an Imperial world, simply vanished, as if it had never existed, but the legend of the forbidden treasure lived on and continued to bring daring souls to ruin. Eldari from the fallen craft world Krudarok, who once traveled through the darkness of the Expanse in a desperate attempt to gather the remains of their kind, were becoming a rarer sight. Even the most skillful Casablanca agents and audacious bounty hunters with knowledge of xenos settlements on the edge of the Expanse could no longer find their trail. Squads of Eldari Rangers suddenly appeared on different worlds and disappeared abruptly without shedding a drop of blood. Their purpose remained an enigma. The spirit monolith, purified by the Harlequin troop on the Crone world, was hidden from the insatiable eyes of the Maquis by raging warp storms. Ships started going missing more frequently in the systems close to the planet. Even the most courageous captains gave the region a wide berth, and it was named the Damned Reefs. Somewhere on the underside of reality lay Cumorah, woven from manifold other dimensions and illuminated as always with the light of stolen suns, its streets ever filled with screams in agony. Any misfortune experienced by the Dark City became another scar on its appalling face, lost among thousands of other vile blemishes. As long as pain pulsed in its blood-soaked spires, the insatiable and unshakable Kimura continued its flight through the webway, along with its unchanging ruler, the leader of the Cabal of Black Heart, and the most dangerous of all Drukhari, Asdrubal Vect. After the Rogue Trader's visit, dimensional rifts opened around the spire of the Reaving Tempest, flooding the streets of Kimura with demons. This incursion terrified Kimura. The Cabal of the Black Heart managed to stop it, but some Archons saw the event as a sign of their leader's weakness. Others interpret it as a grim omen for the entirety of the Dark City. The fall of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest united Kimura for a brief and bloody moment. The elites of the Dark City set their squabbles aside and found a new game in tearing apart the domain of Archon Yimmerus. The fate of the Reaving Tempest reminded the other Cabals that nothing lasts forever in the Dark City save the city itself. The bloodbath unleashed by the Commissar's squad in the arena of the Fatal Thirst was like a sudden flash, short yet powerful enough to be seen. News of the audacious stunt spread throughout the Dark City. To stifle the threat of riots, the Archons executed innumerable prisoners who had been rotting away for years in the Spire's dungeons. Then they ventured to the human worlds in search of new servants. Leaving the Necron systems behind, the Star God vengefully obliterated every tomb world of the ancient Xenos race. The once hatred of the Catan, betrayed by their deathless servants, whispered inside him. Following Alethus' destruction, its tithe ended up in the tenacious grip of the Administratum. The clerk stashed the wealth of the Koronus Expanse away in warehouses. A few years later, a decision was made to transport the tribute across the Maw, where the barges carrying the immense wealth were lost without a trace. The voice of Voxmaster Vigis Suri Ota of the Ptoleman dynasty was long heard in the Koronus Expanse, trumpeting the arrival of the Rogue Trader. It brought glad tidings to the faithful and instilled horror in heretics awaiting righteous retribution. After her death, Vigis was granted the honor of being immortalized as in a herald servo skull. For many centuries to come, her voice praised the Von Valentius dynasty, transmitting orders across decks. Master Helmsman Ravor diligently executed his duties until his dying day, without once succumbing to sleep's sweet embrace. Only when a piece of shell penetrated the bridge's armored hull and was stopped by the stern officer's unyielding chest did he finally know rest, leaning against his trusty helm. Wow. What a way to go. Sacrificing his health in diligent service to the Rogue Trader and letting his waistline expand even more, High Factotum Janus Danrock watched over the dynasty's riches for years. The day his body was found sprawled over paperwork in his office, his assistant came forward with 2 reports. The most esteemed Janus Danrock has passed away of natural causes due to complications of a weakened heart, and as regards your assets, everything is in order. Jocasta Sourback carried on in her service as Master of Arms, maintaining order on the decks with maul and noose. Over the years, she took several husbands, and her descendants came to be named Sourbacks of the Void, a lesser offshoot of the eminent aristocratic clan from the capital world. Zachary Wise, choirmaster of the Astropaths, turned his shame and repentance into an iron chain binding his soul. Cold and detached, he would never again take a personal apprentice or become close to with a subordinate. He dedicated himself to impeccable service, unfailingly carrying out the Lord Captain's orders and surviving at least 7 incidents that wiped out the entire Astropathic choir. Wow, that's a lot. Vladan Dokar ended his days as a maintenance servitor on a janitorial team, losing his life due to an error by a technomat who sent him to clean a compartment scheduled for decompression. The technomat received a penance of 7 electro whippings and a fine equal to his annual pay as punishment for negligent handling of property. High Overseer Gregorus Strax of Vibos 6 rendered his duties with zeal unfathomable to the common mind. Under his leadership, the penal world became a paragon of order and a place of incarceration that criminals feared more than death. Strax spent his final years in a small, damp room, disturbingly reminiscent of a jail cell. He declined every award, honor for his assiduous service, and preferred solitary to any kind of company. Urban Drivestem cared more about preserving the influence of his line than the well-being of the Protectorate. His blind ambition lost him his governor's seat and the respect of his family. Within a few generations, one of the largest houses of Dargonus turned into an obscure family of petty aristocrats. Oriana Gaprak missed the moment when her family which had previously functioned like a well-oiled machine, started to fall apart, racked by infighting. Among her distant relatives, many blamed Toriana for the Kappa Gamma disaster. Soon the Gapek family splintered into warring factions and spent centuries locked in a violent struggle, only occasionally punctuated by futile attempts to reunite the house. Marcarius Sourback was loyal to the rogue trader to the last, despite all the rumors to the contrary. Finding little affection among his subjects or family, he stayed true to himself, remaining a forthright, severe, and pious person. Marcarius strived to ensure that every soul in his charge felt justifiable dread before both him and the God Emperor. Over the years, the elder Sourback even grew close to the rogue trader, at least as far as such a cold and ill-disposed person could. After he proved himself a dutiful and merciless warrior, he became the warden of Dargonus and vigilantly guarded the Lord Captain's life and peace. Members of House Wessarian served the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they had finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses, yet power and luxury can dull any blade. The now pampered and idle aristocrats were scarcely recognizable as the descendants of the formidable Seneschal Wessarian. Well, that's disappointing. Valentia Wessarian, granddaughter of Abelard and Chancellor of Dargonus, executed her duties irreproachably, and even found time to school the younger generations of her family. She was an equally skilled mentor, chancellor, and political operative. However, after a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position and becoming the first mate on a trade ship. She would later admit, like a true Wessarian, that she had always had a passion for ships and voidfaring. Branches of the Gaprak and Wessarian became intertwined for a time after the marriage of Astaria and Vincent. To the great sadness of the couple and the great amusement of the spiteful Dargonus nobility, their marriage produced no children. Just like her ancestor, Astaria Wessarian Gaprak dedicated her life to service. Crushed by the events that shook the stability of his house and his inability to provide an heir, Vincent lived in his wife's shadow. When his time came, he passed away without notice. The Harlequin, known as Nocturne of Oblivion, visited the Expanse once again. Sneaking onto Dargonus, he came to the rogue trader's palace and left him a special gift, a case of Eldari crafting, unmistakably ancient and precious, adorned with the rune of an eye inside a triangle. Only the Lord Captain knew what it contained. The Harlequin candidly warned him that he was drawing the von Valencius dynasty into a deadly dance, a shaking doom, that all will freeze within the threads of terror's loom. Then he promptly departed, and not without reason. A few hours later, assassins from the Dark City appeared, following his trail, and were mercilessly killed. Their armor bore the sign of the Cabal of the Black Heart. After months of searching, Dargonus wardens found the remains of Achilles Scalander on the lowest levels of the hive. Drukhari artifacts and records discovered beside him indicated that the agent of the Inquisition had been compromised and was working for the Xenos. The name of Yako Sotny, also known as the Commissar, a traitor and a liar, who found repentance at the end of his life and died in the name of the Emperor, was not forgotten. Drusian preachers held him up as an example, saying that even the most vile soul can be purified. The regiment of the Vicentian Zavs honored his deed by naming after him a penal unit of prisoners sentenced to death in battle. So he was the one on Camorra, the one that claimed to be a commissar but actually wasn't. The secret of the Genestealer cult infestation in the Koronus Expanse was laid bare. A wave of purges rolled across many worlds, with enraged rabble and planetary guard massacring thousands of those whose appearance diverged from true human form. Most of them were, of course, ordinary, abject genetic misfits and luckless rejects, but their lives were a small price for the sector's purity. Having completed his last journey with his Lord Captain, Abelard Wessarian, with the gracious permission of the rogue trader, left his post as Seneschal and took over the helm of his large family. House Wessarian rose above its rivals and was never again the target of persecution, even after their esteemed patriarch died decades later in his bed, surrounded by his grieved loved ones. And eventually, House Wessarian became weak due to overindulgence. That's sad. Abelard's shining memory was blighted only by rumors of a creeping madness in the twilight of his life. Many said they had seen the esteemed Seneschal talking to someone unseen in a voice filled with unusual tenderness and sorrow. Sister Argenta made no secret of the great respect and gratitude she felt towards the Lord Captain, yet duty compelled her to leave von Valencius' retinue. With the blessing of the ecclesiarchy, she founded a minor order of the Adeptus Sororita, the Order of the One Star. United around the Keeper of the Sacred Relic, its sisters protected the faithful from the dangers still lurking in the Expanse. The wider order and its courageous founder very quickly became heroes of legend, instilling hope and inspiration in the hearts of Terra's faithful children. Mercatum Tabula Officiale unlocked a sea of possibilities for Jai Hidari. She left the Casablanca mission and became an independent agent, choosing one's destiny as a unique gift that ordinary mortals would never dare dream of, but Jai was no ordinary mortal. She found new friends, skillfully danced along the knife's edge between trade and piracy, stole from the strong, granted mercy to the weak, and even bought a couple of modest planets, and she never, ever betrayed herself. Half a century later, her life was tragically cut short. A weak and little-known rogue trader dynasty, led by a young and ambitious leader, ambushed and captured Jai Hidari in order to appropriate her wealth. The Von Valencia's fleet strike was lightning fast, but Mistress Hidari could not be saved. She died in the hands of her avaricious captors. Vizier Cabela of the Bloodspun Web guided her cult along its old path, but remained faithful to tradition. As before, Bloodspun Web cultists led ascetic lives and brought death to those who had been marked by the Undying One. However, nothing is unchanging. The momentous event profoundly impacted the Bloodspun Web, the discovery and miraculous return of a lost relic, a card from the Emperor's Tarot. The Vizier performed a reading, and the Emperor showed her a new goal: to put the blessed deck back together. Only in its entirety could it reveal the great and dark future that awaited the Koronus Expanse. The Bloodspun Web read the portents, and the Holy Search commenced. With her newly acquired power and resources, we're going back to Jai, even though they've just told us how she died. Okay. Jai Hidari expended a great deal of effort to put an end to the cult of the Bloodspun Web. Wait, Jai Hidari is trying to end the cult of the Bloodspun Web? The ease with which she sent assassins after the spinners and spread damning propaganda betrayed her strong vested interest. Many thought her actions reckless and expected a retaliatory strike to be delivered before long, but it never came. With the cards of the Emperor's Tarot spread before her in the darkness, Vizier Cabela performed one reading after another, but as much as it troubled her, she could find no command to end the life of her brazen adversary. Thus the blade remained sheathed. So Jai started sending assassins to hunt down the cult of the Bloodspun Web, and Cabela's readings never went after Jai. Weird. Everyone on the ship knew about the liaison between Cabela and her dolmen, but they also knew it would never turn into anything greater. Reluctantly, Cabela grew distant. Cabela grew distant from the Lord Captain, content with her role as her beloved's bodyguard, and keeping her feelings confined to her own heart. As painful as that decision was, she saw no other path that the tenets of the Bloodspun Web could lead her down. So we probably chose some sort of poor choice, because I don't think the best ending would have been for her to grow distant again. Mattis Erebus was a loyal and dutiful servant of the rogue trader. He went on to become an outstanding bridge officer and true void wolf. He visited many systems and worlds in the Koronus Expanse, but never again set foot on his native Dargonis or saw his family again. Heinrich von Kallax, the former interrogator of the Ordo Xenos, took the mantle of the Lord Inquisitor after his mentor's death, receiving both the Inquisitor's rosette and the duty of defending the sector from the enemies of humanity. Von Kallax became the new Warden of the Koronus Expanse. After laying his hands on the instruments of mass destruction, the Inquisitor announced a crusade against the many heresies of the Expanse. With no regard for the lives lost and no mercy for the smallest of offenses, he purged the region with fire and sword, uniting thousands of fanatics under his banner. When Inquisitor Von Kallax's time came to an end, he left behind a massive retinue of acolytes. One of them assumed his mentor's mantle when the Inquisitor fell fighting unknown xenos in the galactic south of the Expanse. The Lord Inquisitor found a most loyal ally in Incendia Corda. She gladly became a lethal instrument of retribution in Von Kallax's hands, knowing no rest. In her journeys with the rogue trader, Cassia Orsilio experienced all the hardships and delights of the galaxy. The invaluable experience and new knowledge helped her to finally conquer her fears and accept herself and her powers. The Lady Navigator became Novator of her house, tasked with addressing the consequences of Tisiphane's rule and the chaos that followed her disappearance. For the duration of her reign, she patiently worked on uniting the feuding branches of the house, forging alliances and expanding the influence of House Orsilio. The Starway Atlas, which contained the memories of Tisiphone and the Sithala clan, lost its power. House Orsilio's navigators once again had to rely on skill alone in the depths of the Imperium. Many lost their lives, but those who survived the crisis became hardened veterans and pillars of the house. Most of those fortunate souls were young and brave. Too few among them were old and wise. Novator Cassia and Vizier Cabela were brought closer by their common burden of assuming a high position and power at a young age. Though the friendship was short-lived, as it could not overcome the gravity of their duties and the differences between the worlds to which they belonged, they exchanged gifts out of respect for each other and to honor the memories of the journeys they had shared. Cassia used Cabela's blood to paint an incredible piece, which became a relic of the blood-spun web. Cabela, in turn, assigned one of her best spinners to act as Cassia's bodyguard. Many years later, the spinner was rumored to have ended Cassia's life on the Novator's own orders, when her body could no longer resist the strain of mutation. Adir Talas lived several more years after the Rogue Trader's grand campaign on Epitaph. Despite her short life, she left behind many legends and tales of her adventures in the Lord Captain's service and the terrible warp phenomena that she manifested. At a time when Adir Talas was preparing to accept her fate, she found guidance where she least expected it, in the wisdom of the blood-spun web. The words of Vizier Cabela, who had come to know death better than any mortal soul, helped Adir look to her future not without regret or without fear. For many years afterwards, there was an empty table in the common area of the officer's deck that had an intricate labyrinth carved into the tabletop. None of the crew sat at that table out of respect for the quiet and candid conversations once shared at it by a psyker and a servant of the Undying Emperor. Shortly before her death, Adira vanished from her post. Jai disappeared with her. When Jai returned many cycles later, she declared that Adira's last days had been full of joy and adventure, and that her greatest pleasure had been watching the void whales play. Oh man, this is so much reading. I didn't realize the ending would be this long. In announcing the discontinuing of the cycle, the Amarnat Collective instilled terror in the hearts of those who revered the theorems of purity, but it gave hope to others. After gathering its disciples and recruiting servo soldiers from vassal planets, it ventured to the worlds of the Screaming Vortex and to the infernal forges of the Dark Mechanicus. This march of indoctrination was meant to seize the stolen secrets of the Omnissiah from the hands of heretics, temper the cult in the fire of battle, and transform it into a tool for both eradication and comprehension. The fleet disappeared in the darkness, and only rare echoes of its astropathic messages were ever intercepted. For many long years, Irliet traveled at the Rogue Trader's side, helping him decipher the secrets of lost Xenos races, and lending him the wisdom of her kind. Half a century later, she sensed that it was time to say goodbye. The path of the outcast had come to an end. Bidding farewell to her Elentok, Irliet made her way to her surviving kin. Irliet followed a new path, the path of the warrior. She only hoped she would never be forced to raise her weapon against the mortal who had become her true brothers and sisters in arms. Rumor has it that Irliet and Pascal met again among the alien stars. A band of Eldari warriors were trying to protect an ancient planetary edifice of their people from the covetous servants of the Omnissiah. Upon learning that Irliet was leading the Xenos, Pascal personally descended to the planet and struck down his former comrade in arms. Her death did not stir any feelings in his metallic heart. Oh, dude. That is brutal. I was hoping that they'd be able to come to some sort of peaceful talk. Nope. He just ends her without question. Following the transition of power at the Adeptus Arbites, Solomon rejoined his ranks, where he remained in service for the rest of his life. Implacable and incorruptible, Solomon was thrice offered the position of an Arbites Marshal, which he refused every time. Toward the end of his life, Anthar thought, though still a humble proctor, wielded an authority surpassing that of all his superior officers. This was likely the reason for his final and the only successful attempt on his life. Abelard Rosarian and Solomon Anthar spent most of their infrequent meetings playing Regicide, to which the Seneschal had introduced the Proctor. Meticulously recorded by Abelard's adjutant, their games soon found their way into collections of the best ones ever played in the Expanse, and were later referenced by many noble Regicide aficionado. When First Officer Rosarian passed away before he could finish the last match in a long series of draws, Solomon attended his funeral in full dress and regalia, and placed a regicide piece on his grave. Duty demanded Magos Hanuman and Marshal Anthar part ways. During their last meeting, Pascal made a few final modifications to Glado's design, increasing the Cybermastiff's service life several-fold. Whether the gift had any impact on Solomon is uncertain, but on more than one occasion, having his faithful dog at his side would turn out to be his salvation in even the darkest of days. After burying his brothers, Ulfar felt the weight of exhaustion and loss on his shoulders. His loyalty to the Allfather was strong, but his heart had suffered much over his decades of battle. Unable to break his vows, he continued to sing the saga of his pack alone, the last of the baleful howl. Hundreds of legends on myriad worlds are told of the lone wolf. Covering his armor with a gray cloak, he would appear and vanish again, leaving only corpses of the unrighteous behind. Stories were crafted about the mysterious Avenger, and hundreds of young heroes, wolflings, began to follow him. Ulfar did not call on them. He did not remember their names, and he did not mourn them. He longed only for an honorable death, but could not find it. He always survived. Blessed Sister Argenta spent many cycles looking for Ulfar to try and save him from his despair. When she caught up with him on a bloody path littered with bodies of enemies of humanity, she begged Ulfar to become a paladin of the Order of the One Star, promising hope and companionship, but the lone wolf did not heed the words of the good sister. Thorvald Ironhide led the Stormbiters for decades more, exterminating evil in the Expanse and adding glorious verses to the saga of his pack. When he fell, his successor, Halbrand, decided it was time for the wolves to return home, and so he led the pack into the Maw. Whether they were successful in returning to Fenris is unknown. It is rumored that the true cause of Thorvald Ironhide's demise was treachery. Faced with a superior enemy, the Space Wolves called on their allies for help, but a nearby squadron of the Cognizance fleet withdrew defiantly, broadcasting that the blood debt to Archmage Amernat is not forgotten. The amount of infighting of our companions, I expected, after our journey together, that they would all sort of be friends after all this time. But no, they're just infighting at the end, just stabbing each other in the back without mercy. Particularly Pascal. Like, I guess Thorvald isn't really an ally. He was the other group of Space Wolves. But still. Such was the echo of the deeds of the rogue trader of House von Valentius, deeds that transformed the Koronus Expanse and prepared it for events even darker and more violent. But those are the events of a different story. This one has come to an end. Finish. The end. Okay. That was a fun game. So yeah, the ending took longer than I expected. I was thinking we were getting close when I was continuing on at about like 4:30. But it's now, or I guess not 4:30 time-wise, but 4 hours and 30 minutes of playing. We're now 6 hours and 15 minutes into my stream. Yeah. But, yeah, great game. Owlcat makes really good games, and there's not really any part that feels like fluff. They're long. There's a ton going on. But it's all good. And particularly what they did with Rogue Trader here, where they connected so many pieces of 40k lore. Like, they didn't just focus down one aspect. Like they could have. But instead, you got a good smattering of everything. Like, just Xenos, we had the Necrons, the Eldari, of multiple branches, the Gene Stealers, possibly others? I don't know. You had run-ins with Chaos, you had run-ins... Chaos of all the different varieties, Tzeentch, Slanesh, Nurgle. Like, we had bits with all of them, some more common than others. Yeah. We got to interact with the Inquisition, we got to interact with the Arbites, the Administratum, like a bunch of the different branches of humanity. They covered just all the lore. And I've even had people pointing out in comments on YouTube and in chat here in Twitch, just different bits of the lore that I didn't know, that they know, that were just like obscure edges of 40k lore that were still brought in just to, I don't know, just to fill it out. Like, they touch so much, which was really cool because it means people who are really interested in different aspects of the 40k lore got to see pieces of that. I don't know. Owlcat really knocks these games out of the park, and I'm probably going to go on to play the Pathfinder games probably sometime soon. We'll see. Yeah, I'm just going to speed this up, see if there's anything at the end. I don't know what else to say. The game was fantastic. But it was long. Super long. I think I've been playing it for over a year on streams. Which is just crazy. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm just going to let credits continue. And we'll see if there's anything at the end. Special thanks to the team at Game Workshop. Yeah. I mean, you gotta give credit to Games Workshop as well, because 40k lore is also incredible. Oh wow, this is gonna take forever. These are just all the A's. Next game. So for streams, I'm actually thinking about playing Hollow Knight. I want to get back into some more fast-paced games, and I don't think CRPGs are ideal for a stream. I disliked the amount of time I was spending on stream looking over powers and level ups and whatnot, versus doing that for a YouTube series where I can just cut that out. I don't know. It made me always feel like I was rushing to choose powers rather than taking the time to truly decide what was best. Not that it mattered. Halfway through, we increased the difficulty, and it still wasn't really that hard. Probably could have increased the difficulty again. So I don't know. But yeah, I think Hollow Knight is a game I keep hearing good things about. The sequel came out recently, also is getting great reviews, and I've never played it personally. I've seen bits and pieces, so I've got some idea of how the game plays. Should be fun. I won't be good at it. I'm not good at, you know, platformers, but I made it through the Ori games. I made it through, what, Dust and Elysian Tale is another similar game. Might have played a few other platformers over the years. I'm not great at them, but with enough trial and error, I can eventually get through it. There's so many people. Kind of wish there was a secondary speed up button. I'm already holding down speed up, and it's just not fast enough. But I guess they probably wanted to make the name still readable. Almost there. Oh, never mind. Yes. Backers. Is there more? Oh. That was the end of the backers. Got it. And that's it, actually. Okay. Yeah, so thank you all for being here, and I will see you either tomorrow for more, for Zelda Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. That's the one. Or next week when we start a new game, probably Hollow Knight. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you then. Bye.